Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 1371 finally surrendered. Marin did not embarrass the big guys among these princes. After all, if he wants to get along in Europe, he can't mess around. After the 10 big guys came over, Marin warmly entertained them with milk tea. Then, the talks began in a seemingly warm and friendly atmosphere. At the beginning of the negotiations, Marin felt something was wrong. Because Frederick III did not follow the script. According to what was agreed before, Frederick III should promote the results of the negotiations to the direction they had agreed before. But after the negotiations began, Marin found that Frederick III spoke a lot less. It was the young Duke Anthony of Lorraine and the equally young Palatine Elector Louis V who dominated the negotiation rights of the princes. Before leaving the city, Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, told them let them take the lead this time. The two were very happy and played brilliantly in the talks. The reason they were so excited was that they mistakenly thought that Frederick III was going to hand over the leadership of the princes to them. Therefore, in order to show themselves, they also performed beyond their normal level. However, they didn't know that the reason why Frederick III asked them to come forward was because he was afraid of being blamed by Marin. Sure enough, taking advantage of the opportunity to go to the toilet to pee, Marin chased after Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, and whispered, "What's the matter? Didn't we agree before?" Frederick III pretended to be helpless and said, "Two young people who want to compete for the leadership position. I am also helpless. When they are frustrated, I will come out to clean up the situation." Marin lowered his head and thought about it, and he figured it out the other party was just hoping for a chance. So, he smiled and said to Frederick III, "You are not thinking about the French coming to rescue you? To tell you the truth, my spies in France reported that the French are currently busy with something mysterious, but it is definitely not for the German side. So, I guess your request for help will be difficult to get a response. Let me allow your messenger for help to ride out of the city on horseback, and I guarantee his safety." Frederick III looked at Marin's confident smile, and suddenly he was a little unsure. He didn't know whether Marin's words were true, but the letter for help sent to France had actually been sent out long ago, and there was no need for the messenger to leave the city. Because Anthony, Duke of Lorraine, had sent his men to contact Nancy, the capital of the Duchy of Lorraine, with a pigeon, and sent a letter for help, so that the ministers left behind in the Duchy of Lorraine sent people to Paris urgently for help. Therefore, in the first few days of negotiations, Anthony, Duke of Lorraine and Louis V, the Palatine Elector, two young men, had no sincerity in the negotiations at all, and were just making a fuss. Their purpose was to delay time. But Marin didn't care at all, because he knew that the French had no time to care about what was happening here. In order to make the princes give up, Marin even allowed the Duchy of Lorraine to send people through the defense line of the North Sea Kingdom into the city. This is because Basel is not the pigeon station of the Duchy of Lorraine. Pigeons can fly back to their hometown Nancy from the unfamiliar city of Basel, but it is difficult to fly from Nancy to the unfamiliar city of Basel. Sure enough, a few days later, King Louis XII of France, who received the news, heard that Marin did not really want to destroy the German princes, but just wanted to annex several neighboring countries, and suddenly lost interest in rescue. If Marin was determined to destroy those princes, Louis XII might take the overall situation into consideration and rescue the German princes in Basel with all his strength. However, Marin has made it clear that he just wants the princes to agree to his annexation of several neighboring countries such as Lüneburg, which is not a big deal. Although Louis XII was not comfortable with Marin's strength, compared with the grand plan of seizing Italy and making France's military expenditure sufficient, this matter is simply a trivial matter. Louis XII believed that once he seized Italy and produced a large amount of food with volcanic ash, France would be able to support 200,000 troops in the future. If there were 200,000 troops, who could not kill France? No matter how arrogant Marin was, he had to kneel in front of the 200,000 French army. Therefore, as long as Marin did not want to cooperate with the Habsburg family to eliminate those princes, Louis XII would not easily change his plan to conquer Italy. 10 days later, several groups of messengers sent from Lorraine were put into the city by Marin. When negotiating again, Marin asked Anthony, Duke of Lorraine, with a smile, "How is it? I didn't lie to you, the French are very busy now. Maybe they are busy attacking England, how can they have time to play with you?" Marin deliberately said that France might attack England, just to prevent Louis XII from being alert. Moreover, France and Britain have a century-old feud, and Marin's guess is also very convincing. The 10 princes' representatives suddenly felt a little disappointed and lost their confidence in speaking. However, they are still waiting for a miracle to appear on the side of the church princes. For example, the church princes united to intimidate Marin. However, the reason why miracles are called miracles is that they are rare. After a few days, news from the church princes came one after another. Most of the church princes stood up. However, they stood up not to threaten Marin, but to mediate. At this point, the princes in Basel finally understood that the situation was not favorable for them. However, everyone was very unwilling to let dozens of princes admit defeat to Marin together. So, the princes' representatives fell into a dilemma. They wanted to be tough, but they couldn't beat the other side. They wanted to admit defeat, but they were afraid of losing face. Seeing that the situation was deadlocked and the temporary meeting of the imperial parliament was about to be held, Marin couldn't sit still and decided to show the princes a little bit of power. After a negotiation failed, Marin sent a notice to the princes, "Everyone, I'm a little impatient. Tomorrow, I will launch an attack on the North Gate. Of course, I will just destroy the North Gate and give everyone a warning." Destroy the North Gate? It will take a long time. Duke Anthony was stunned. Although the city of Basel has an oak gate, the coalition of princes has reinforced it and wrapped it with tinplate. Even if it is bombarded, it will take a long time to be effective. A long time? Within a day, I will definitely destroy the North Gate. Just wait and see. Marin said confidently. Early the next morning, Marin began to attack the North Gate. His routine is very simple: let the artillery concentrate on bombarding the North Gate first. This approach made the princes sneer, knowing that you have artillery, so we put tinplate on the city gate. Although it can't hold up after all, it can hold up for a long time. But soon, Marin let them see how powerful it is. He once again offered his trump card, Aqua Regia. Marin once again sent out a chariot wrapped with a tin roof, and let the soldiers wearing gas masks come to the North Gate under the protection of the chariot with a tin roof, and corroded a large area of tinplate wrapped on the city gate with Aqua Regia. Then, he piled up firewood under the city gate, sprinkled sulfur on it, and poured gasoline mixed with it. The reason for spreading sulfur was that Marin intended to use the sulfur dioxide gas produced by the burning of sulfur to confuse everyone's attention. Everyone is familiar with the smell of burning sulfur, so everyone thought that he mainly used sulfur and oil to burn the city gate, and ignored the gasoline. The temperature of gasoline burning is as high as thousands of degrees. After the tinplate of the oak city gate was corroded, the wooden door inside could not withstand the power of gasoline. Then, the North Gate of Basel was burned. The demolition team of the North Sea Kingdom took the opportunity to stuff gunpowder barrels into the city gate of Basel's North Gate, blowing away all the debris. The entire North Gate was suddenly wide open. The princes were terrified, thinking that the North Sea army was going to launch a general attack. As a result, Marin stopped the attack and sent people over. "Our Grand Duke asks you, gentlemen, have you thought about it? If you haven't thought about it, we will launch a general attack. The North Gate is already destroyed, so what's the point of defending it? Even if it is repaired, it can't withstand the explosion of the North Sea army." In desperation, in order to protect themselves, the princes finally surrendered. Chapter 1372 Goal achieved. The German princes in Basel knew very well that if there were city walls blocking them, they still had hope to fight against Marin. After all, they had 37,000 people in their hands. Although they could not beat the North Sea army in the wild, they could survive by relying on the city walls. However, once the city was broken, the city walls would be useless. At that time, it would depend on the actual combat effectiveness. The princes' coalition knew this very well and knew that the coalition was definitely not an opponent. What's more, there were 20,000 Habsburg troops in the south of the city. In desperation, Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, had to take all the princes out of the city through the blown-up North Gate and come to Marin's front again to ask for peace talks. Of course, to say peace talks is actually to ask for peace. Looking at the dozens of princes present, Marin had the urge to tie these people up as hostages. However, he still suppressed this idea. If he really did that, those church princes would have no choice but to turn against each other. In addition, the French would definitely stop the Italian plan and deal with him first. At this time, Marin had no ability to fight against the union of French and German princes. Even if Marin survived the enemy's crazy counterattack, he might not be able to swallow those principalities. At that time, it might be a bargain for the Habsburg family. After all, Maximilian I has the title of emperor and has more advantages than Marin. In addition, Frundsberg also learned the training methods of the North Sea Kingdom. Once there is enough money and food to expand the army, the Habsburg family will become a strong rival of Marin. Therefore, Marin suppressed his ambitions and greeted the princes politely with a smile on his face. "Oh, what a genius! It's a pity that he is not one of us." Looking at Marin with a warm smile on his face, Frederick III was full of emotion. After both parties sat down, Brandenburg Elector Joachim I suddenly asked, "Grand Duke Marin, I want to know how you destroyed the North Gate. We covered the gate with tinplate, so it is difficult to deal with artillery fire. Also, how could the gate be burned so easily? The Hohenzollern family has always been martial. Joachim I was puzzled by the fact that the north gate was broken so quickly, so he simply asked before the negotiation began. Marin rolled his eyes when he heard it. You idiot, I would tell you such a secret. So, Marin gave a false answer. Well, maybe the tin plate covering the north gate is too thin. I sent people to the gate under the cover of a car with a tin roof, and used a pickaxe to chisel the iron sheet on the gate. Then, use flammable weeds, oil, and sulfur, right? We all smelled it. Joachim I said firmly. After all, sulfur has a strong smell when it burns. Standing on the top of the city wall, you can smell it from a distance. Marin nodded, but he was very happy in his heart. This assist is good. I just want you to pay attention to the sulfur and ignore the types of oil. Of course, I won't tell the truth. As for the nonsense of using a mining pick to chisel the iron sheet, Marin is not worried about being exposed. Because after the city gate was burned by the fire, the tinplate iron sheets had long been deformed under the high temperature, and it is impossible to see how they were damaged before. Even if the princes wanted to verify, it would be difficult to do so. Then, in order to further fool the princes, Marin said with a lucky look, maybe it's luck. You know, it's winter now and it's relatively dry. After the iron sheet on the city gate was chiseled open, the fire was so big that the city gate was burned. In fact, I didn't expect that I could really burn the city gate. Maybe the quality of the wood of this city gate is not good. Originally, I planned to use cannons to bombard the city gate after burning it for a while. Wait for the hole to be blown out and then plug the gunpowder barrel to blow up the door, but I didn't expect. The dozens of princes present were immediately angry paralyzed. Our luck is really bad. Then, they thought again. It seems that the iron sheet for the city gate should be thicker in the future, otherwise, it will be bad if it is easily chiseled open. They don't know that no matter how thick the iron sheet is, it's useless, and the pure iron door is useless. In front of Aqua Regia, all metals are floating clouds. Then, the negotiations were much easier. Because they were afraid of being eliminated by Marin, the princes didn't dare to pretend this time. As for Marin's desire to annex the 8 principalities, they only protested symbolically, and then nothing happened. After all, death of friends is better than death of poverty, is also common in Europe. Of course, Marin promised that he would not abolish the titles of the 8 princes and retain their status as great nobles. However, their fiefdoms will have nothing to do with them in the future. Then, it was time to fight for treatment. According to the agreement, Marin was only willing to give a small amount of funds to support the nobles at the beginning. That little money is probably not enough for the general baron family. At this time, Frederick III, the leader of the princes, stepped forward and argued with Marin. In the end, Marin was convinced by Frederick III's righteousness and agreed to increase the treatment tenfold, so that the 8 princes who lost their rights could continue to spend their money in the future. Of course, their scope of activities will definitely be limited to prevent them from making trouble in the future. There is only one exception, that is Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, the brother-in-law of Frederick III. After discussing the treatment of the 8 princes, Frederick III suddenly proposed to buy the land of the former Gelden county with 200,000 gold coins to settle the family of his brother-in-law, Duke Henry, who had lost the duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg. Moreover, it was the Gelden county that was not controlled by Marin's North Sea kingdom. Marin pretended to be very unhappy at first, but after Frederick III's earnest persuasion, he finally agreed to hand over the control of the Gelden county to Duke Henry for 300,000 gold coins. Some other princes originally wanted to intercede for the other 7 captured princes. After all, the nobles were married to each other, and the other 7 princes also had many in-laws. However, seeing that it would cost so much money, they all backed off. You know, the reason why Frederick III became the leader of the princes, in addition to his status as an elector, was that the Saxon electorate had a developed business and was relatively wealthy, which was also an important reason. They didn't have that much money to buy fiefs for their relatives, so they could only secretly bless their unlucky relatives. Of course, they didn't know that Marin would never accept Frederick III's money in private. After the 2 sides reached an agreement, Marin left the army and took a group of nobles, under the protection of 1,000 lancers, to ride north to Worms to attend the imperial conference temporarily convened by Archbishop Uriel of Mainz to discuss the annexation of the 8 principalities by the North Sea Kingdom. Of course, because Frederick III helped his brother-in-law by the Gelden county, now it was Marin's turn to annex the 7 countries. Because everything had been discussed, there was naturally no ripples at this meeting. Even the secular princes who opposed Marin compromised. What else could the neutral church princes say? As for the Imperial Free City Federation, mainly the Hanseatic League, which belonged to the third-party forces, its chief and vice-chief were allies of the North Sea Kingdom, so how could they oppose it? Even though there were a few Hanseatic cities such as Bremen that opposed it, most of the imperial cities supported Marin. Then, at the temporary imperial meeting held in the winter of 1512, the princes approved Marin's occupation of the fiefdoms of the other 7 princes except the county of Gelden, 7 princes, 8 fiefdoms. Because Count Antonios also owned the county of Schomberg and the county of Ravensburg. Moreover, Duke Henry, who obtained the county of Gelden, was paid 300,000 gold coins by Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony. After obtaining the approval of the imperial parliament, Marin truly completed the annexation of the 8 fiefdoms of the 7 princes. In the future, if someone makes trouble again, Marin can use the written documents recognized by the imperial parliament to make a fuss. After the goal was achieved, Marin did not waste time and began to withdraw his troops after returning to Basel. Next, Marin's primary task was to complete the digestion and absorption of the 8 principalities and make them an inseparable part of the North Sea Kingdom. At the same time as the North Sea Army retreated, the 20,000 Habsburgs in the south of Basel also retreated. Without the North Sea Army, these people could not defeat the 37,000 princes' coalition forces anyway, so it was better to retreat to Aarau. Chapter 1373, Charlie's Advice. Shortly after the North Sea Army in Frundsberg's 20,000 troops withdrew, the princes of the Princes' Alliance also began to discuss the withdrawal. Why? Because they didn't have enough funds. In addition, it was already December, and Christmas and New Year were coming. These princes didn't want to spend Christmas and New Year in Basel. At the princes' meeting, Frederick III said with regret, "Since the French are unwilling to send troops, it makes no sense for our army to continue to stay here, and it will only waste money and food. After all, the Habsburg family's annexation of Switzerland should be the most anxious France, not us. Since they are not anxious, why should we be so anxious? Go back." Duke Anthony of Lorraine said worriedly, "But, if you leave, what will His Majesty the Emperor do to me?" The Duchy of Lorraine is considered the initiator of the Princes' Alliance's troops this time, and it has always been very close to France. If the allied forces of the princes left, he was very afraid that the Habsburg army would come to attack him. Frederick III thought about it and said, "Let's do this. After we go back, most of the mercenaries will be dismissed anyway. Before we go back, we will select the most elite 10,000 from the more than 20,000 elite mercenaries to stay and help you protect the Duchy of Lorraine. These 10,000 elite mercenaries, together with the more than 4,000 veterans of the Duchy of Lorraine, should be enough for you to defend Nancy. If the Habsburg family really retaliates against the Duchy of Lorraine, we will gather troops to rescue again. But I can't afford to support so many standing troops." Duke Anthony of Lorraine was full of bitterness. Although the Duchy of Lorraine used the Lorraine iron mine, the largest iron mine in Western Europe, and its fiscal revenue was not bad. However, because Europe did not have industry at that time, there was little demand for steel. Even if there was an iron mine at home, Duke Anthony of Lorraine did not have the money to support 10,000 or so people. Frederick III thought that the Duchy of Lorraine was indeed not very rich. So, he thought about it and said, "How about this, we will support you secretly, and you can go to France to ask for some more, at least you can hold on for a few months first." Then, the Princes' Alliance sent another envoy to Paris to inform King Louis XII of the decision of the Princes' coalition to withdraw. Louis XII was immediately anxious. Without the cooperation of the 37,000 princes coalition, the more than 20,000 Swiss resistance forces he supported would probably not be able to defeat the 35,000 troops of the Habsburg family. At this time, Charles, the former Count of Gelden, who had been in Paris for a long time, gave Louis XII an idea. After Charles, the former Count of Gelden, escaped from Gelden by boat, he went down the Rhine all the way, the ship entered the North Sea, and then sailed along the shore to the mouth of the Seine, and successfully arrived in Paris. King Louis XII of France originally didn't like Charles, a loser, and thought he was incompetent, and didn't want to pay attention to him. But Charles was very cunning, because he ran away early, so he brought out a lot of property. When leaving Gelden, Charles basically emptied the treasury of the county of Gelden and took out all the gold and silver of the county of Gelden. Moreover, among these gold and silver, there are dividends from the county of Gelden that were robbed from the North Sea. The total amount is as high as about 300,000 gold coins. In particular, more than half of them were robbed from the North Sea. Less than half of them originally belonged to the county of Gelden. Seeing that Louis XII did not like him very much, Charles simply sent Louis XII 150,000 gold coins and bluntly stated that he wanted to buy a fiefdom in France and become the lord himself. The lords of France are different from the lords of Germany. The great lords of Germany can make their own decisions, which is equivalent to princes. The great lords of France are just the equivalent of the king's senior henchmen. Therefore, the price of the French lord is not expensive. A bribe of 150,000 gold coins gave Charles the title of Count of Nantes. Of course, Louis XII could not give a big city like Nantes to Charles. Instead, he only gave Charles some rural areas near Nantes as fiefdoms. The size of the territory was only slightly larger than that of an ordinary barony. However, Charles was also very satisfied. Because he was now a count after all. Although the French counts did not have as much power as the German counts, they were recognized by all of Europe after all. Although there was no real benefit, at least there was some face to go out. After buying the title of count, Louis XII finally looked at Charles in the eye. After all, the money from Charles made it much easier for Louis XII to prepare for the Italian War. So, as a newly promoted French count, Charles became a frequent visitor to the Paris palace. This time, after hearing the news that the coalition of princes was going to withdraw, the newly promoted Count of Nantes, Charles, who had always been more opinionated, asked to see Louis XII and offered a plan. "Your Majesty, I think that since the coalition of German princes is going to withdraw, then the mercenaries, who account for more than half of the number, will definitely be disbanded afterwards. Why don't we send someone to contact the German princes and ask them to keep those mercenaries and then merge them into the Swiss Resistance Army? In this way, the number of the Swiss Resistance Army will reach 30,000 to 40,000, and there is no need to worry about the 35,000 troops of the Habsburg family." After listening to Count Charles's suggestion, Louis XII's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, anyway, those German princes don't need those mercenaries. If the 20,000 mercenaries vacated by those princes are hired to join the Swiss Resistance Army, they can completely compete with the 35,000 Habsburg army. Even, we can have a slight advantage. However, Count Duarte, a favorite of Louis XII, objected. "Your Majesty, if we hire the 20,000 German mercenaries who were laid off by the German princes, we can certainly withstand the offensive pressure of the Habsburg family. But, Your Majesty, have you thought about the cost? The daily cost of a German mercenary is several deniers, French silver coins, and the daily cost of 20,000 German mercenaries is more than 100,000 deniers. If Your Majesty does not plan to use troops in other places, this cost is naturally nothing. However, Your Majesty plans to use troops in Italy, and this expense will be difficult to come up with." Louis XII calculated carefully, and then he was a little scared. The daily commission of each German mercenary, according to the price on the German side, is at least 3 pfennigs a day. The daily commission cost of 20,000 people is 60,000 pfennigs, which is about 1,000 gold coins. If the war lasts for a year, it will cost 365,000 gold coins. What's more, among these 20,000 mercenaries, many cavalry and officers have higher commissions. In this way, the annual expenditure of these 20,000 mercenaries is as high as more than 400,000 gold coins. And the annual royal fiscal revenue of the Kingdom of France is only about 1.2 million gold coins. If these 20,000 German mercenaries are to be hired, the annual expenditure will consume 1/3 of the French treasury. So, Louis XII decisively backed down. Seeing that the plan was unsuccessful, Count Charles did not give up. After thinking about it, he suddenly had an idea and said, "Your Majesty, I have a good idea. This time, Your Majesty will not have to spend any commissions, but can get tens of thousands of the most elite warriors to help fight against the Habsburg family. Is there such a good thing?" Louis XII was a little unconvinced. However, after Count Charles explained, Louis XII suddenly realized. Chapter 1374 Swiss Mercenary Prisoners of War. It turned out that Count Charles was talking about the 17,000 captured Swiss mercenaries who were sold to the Habsburg family by Marin. A few years ago, after defeating the 50,000-strong army of the Bossa coalition, Marin captured about 18,000 Swiss mercenaries with strong combat effectiveness. Then, these 18,000 Swiss mercenary prisoners of war were captured by Marin as coolies to dig the canal. After the Munster Canal was dug, Marin released the 18,000 prisoners of war, as promised. However, secretly, Marin quietly notified Emperor Maximilian I and asked him to send cavalry to intercept the 18,000 Swiss mercenary prisoners of war who were ready to go home but unarmed. After a conflict, only 17,000 people were left and were imprisoned in the Parson concentration camp in the Duchy of Brabant. Later, Charles, who was still the Duke of Guedes at the time, sent a large army to attack the Parson concentration camp, trying to rescue these 17,000 powerful Swiss mercenary prisoners of war for his own use. But what was unexpected was that this was clearly a trap set by Marin for the Duchy of Guedes. The real Swiss mercenary prisoners of war had been transferred long ago, and only the trap remained. Then, the Duchy of Guedes, which was once extremely powerful and defeated the powerful Duchy of Saxony, lost the fertile Lower Guedes region because of its defeat. This matter has always been a thorn in Count Charles's heart, and he can't let it go. However, later he was demoted to Count Gelden, and his strength became much weaker, and he no longer had the ability to rescue the 17,000 Swiss mercenary prisoners of war. But when he fled from the Rhine by boat this time, Count Charles suddenly heard that the 17,000 Swiss mercenary prisoners of war were currently being sent by the Habsburg family to the vicinity of Mordic at the mouth of the Rhine to dig drainage ditches there. Because there is a large swamp along the Rhine near Mordic. Maximilian I's son, the handsome King Philip, planned to have the 17,000 Swiss mercenary prisoners dig several drainage ditches, and use Dutch windmills to pump the accumulated water in the swamp into the drainage ditches and drain it to the Rhine River. Then, this swamp can be transformed into fertile farmland. This trick was learned by Prince Philip and Marin. At the beginning, Marin mobilized tens of thousands of civilians to dig many drainage canals in East Frisia and introduced a large number of Dutch windmills from the Netherlands for pumping water and drainage. Then, East Frisia, which was originally full of swamps, had tens of thousands of ugrams of arable land. And Marin, relying on these extra arable land, can produce a lot of food every year and is rich. Prince Philip is naturally unwilling to lag behind. It just so happens that he has these 17,000 Swiss mercenary prisoners who do not need to be paid in recent years. So, Prince Philip sent people to take these 17,000 Swiss mercenary prisoners to reclaim wasteland everywhere in the Netherlands, adding almost 100,000 acres of arable land to the Habsburg family. If the swamp near Mordic on the south bank of the Rhine estuary is transformed, the Habsburg family can add another 20,000 acres of arable land. However, this matter was inquired by Count Charles, who happened to escape, and things changed. According to Count Charles, because the war in Switzerland is tight, Maximilian I has drawn troops from Austria and the Netherlands to reinforce Switzerland. Now, the Habsburg family has only 8,000 soldiers in the entire Netherlands. Among them, 5,000 people stayed in the capital Ghent to protect Prince Philip and Princess Juana, Mad Juana, as well as Prince Charles, the future Charles V, etc. In addition, there are 1,000 troops stationed on the border between the southern Netherlands and France to monitor the movements of France. The remaining 2,000 soldiers were in Mordic, supervising the work of the Swiss mercenary prisoners of war in shackles. Count Charles believed that this was a rare opportunity. Taking advantage of the current lack of troops in the Netherlands, France could send cavalry to quickly raid Mordic and rescue the 17,000 Swiss mercenary prisoners of war. Those Swiss mercenary prisoners of war were not ordinary people. Most of them were veterans who had been hired by France and participated in the Italian War. If France could send troops to rescue the 17,000 Swiss mercenaries and return them to Switzerland at this time, then these veterans with rich combat experience would immediately become the main force against the Habsburg army in Switzerland. Moreover, with the torture of these Swiss mercenary prisoners of war by the Habsburg family in recent years, they must hate the Habsburg family to the bone. At that time, they would definitely spare no effort to fight against the Habsburg family's Swiss front under Frundsberg. In addition, France would not pay these people salaries to fight against the Habsburg family. Because, joining the Swiss resistance to fight against the Habsburgs is not for France, but for the Swiss themselves. Therefore, France does not have to pay them any commission, just provide some food. It saves money and is fierce in combat. In addition, these people hate the Habsburgs, and when the war starts, they will explode. This idea is great. Louis XII slapped the table in surprise and stood up. Yes, most of these 17,000 people are the most elite veterans. I almost forgot the existence of these warriors. If they join, the Swiss resistance will never lose. Louis XII said happily. Count Duarte also echoed, yes, we don't have to pay commission. The commission of Swiss mercenaries is not a joke. The commission they paid for fighting for France was 3 times the commission of ordinary mercenaries, which is 9 pfennigs per day. 17,000 people, the commission per day is more than 2,500 gold coins. However, after they returned to their country and joined the Swiss resistance, because they were fighting for themselves, the French did not need to pay commission this time, which was very cost-effective. After these veteran Swiss mercenaries returned to join the war, the French no longer had to worry about the situation in Switzerland deteriorating. Even if they could not defeat the Habsburg invasion, at least they would not be defeated again. Even with these 17,000 people returning to join the war, France would not have to keep tens of thousands of elite French soldiers in the Swiss resistance army. These people were the elite of the French army. In order to prevent the Habsburg family from annexing Switzerland, they were specially sent by Louis XII to pretend to be Swiss to fight against the Habsburg family. If the 17,000 veteran Swiss mercenaries went back, Louis XII could completely take back the tens of thousands of elite French veterans. Then, take them to Italy to participate in the war, so as to fight for the volcanoes on the Italian peninsula. But Louis XII obviously had other ideas. After rescuing the Swiss mercenaries, I plan to select 7,000 of the most elite veterans from them, follow my army south to Italy, and fight a decisive battle with the Spaniards. The Spanish army is powerful, and although the French cavalry is strong, it lacks elite infantry. The Swiss mercenaries are one of the best mercenaries in Europe. Louis XII didn't want to add one of, but thinking of the combat effectiveness of the North Sea infantry, he had no choice but to add one of. If we have 7,000 of the most elite Swiss mercenaries, combined with the French cavalry, I don't believe we can't beat the Spanish army in Italy. Count Charles obviously also knew the reason why Louis XII conquered Italy, because the 8 princes knew the secret that volcanic ash is fertilizer. He thought about it and supported Louis XII's decision to focus on conquering Italy first. Your Majesty is wise, but first, we have to rescue the 17,000 Swiss mercenary warriors who have been tortured by the Habsburg family for several years. Okay, I will mobilize tens of thousands of elite cavalry and head straight to Meerderk to ensure that the 17,000 Swiss mercenary prisoners of war can be rescued. Chapter 1375 Christmas Rescue. Christmas in 1512 was not peaceful. 2 days before Christmas, 7,000 French cavalry suddenly gathered and appeared on the northeastern border of France. Then, they quietly passed through the silent Ardennes forest, passed the county of Namur in the Netherlands, entered the heart of the Duchy of Brabant, and continued to the north, heading straight to Moerdijk on the south bank of the Rhine estuary. At this time, the people in the Netherlands were unaware. Because everyone was busy celebrating the most solemn festival in Europe, Christmas. The Christmas raid plan was proposed by Count Charles. After studying Marin's war thinking, he concluded that if troops were sent out during major holidays, the enemy would basically be unprepared, and our army would be more likely to win easily. But, sending troops on a major holiday like Christmas, wouldn't it be disrespectful to Jesus? Louis XII hesitated after hearing this. Count Charles asked back, Your Majesty, what are you worried about? Worried about the Pope's blame? It seems that the King of France doesn't have to look at the face of the Pope of Rome, right? Louis XII reacted immediately, yes, when has the King of France ever been afraid of the Pope? Back then, the King of France had kidnapped the Vatican and created the Pope of Avignon, but nothing happened. If it were an ordinary European monarch, or even the Holy Roman Emperor, they would have to worry about offending the Vatican. But who is the King of France? He is the top boss in Europe. If he doesn't like the Vatican, he can even send troops to Rome to force the Pope to bow his head. Therefore, sending troops on Christmas is nothing. Moreover, as Count Charles said, other countries are not as arrogant as France, so they naturally dare not send troops on sacred holidays easily, except for Marin, because he is the Pope's son-in-law and is not afraid of the Vatican's blame. In this way, the 2,000 Habsburg soldiers guarding 17,000 Swiss mercenary prisoners of war would definitely not have thought. In order to create surprise, Count Charles suggested that the 7,000 French heavy cavalry sent out should all take off their plate armor pants and only keep their breastplates and helmets. Then, one person has 3 horses to enhance mobility. In this way, the 7,000 French heavy cavalrymen with greatly enhanced mobility arrived near Moerdijk on the afternoon of Christmas Day and dismounted to rest. When night fell, the 7,000 French heavy cavalrymen who had rested turned on their horses and rode close to the temporary concentration camp in Moerdijk. At this time, the Dutch soldiers under the Habsburg family who were guarding the Moerdijk concentration camp were holding a grand dinner to celebrate Christmas. As for the unlucky 17,000 Swiss mercenary prisoners of war, they had already finished the hard black baguette for dinner and were locked in the simple barracks to rest. After approaching the Moerdijk temporary concentration camp, the French knights did not charge on horseback, but dismounted and led their horses on foot so as not to scare the 2,000 defenders inside with the dense hoof sounds. The reason for this is that the French are afraid that the desperate enemy will massacre the unarmed Swiss mercenary prisoners of war. If that happens, even if they kill all the defenders, it will be in vain. After all, their purpose was to rescue the 17,000 Swiss mercenary prisoners of war. When they arrived at the gate of the temporary concentration camp, the French were surprised to find that there was no one guarding the gate. It seemed that the gatekeeper had also gone to the concentration camp cafeteria to eat Christmas dinner. So, the French knights sent knights who were proficient in climbing walls to climb over the wall, quietly opened the bolt, and pushed open the gate of the concentration camp. At this time, the atmosphere in the concentration camp cafeteria was very lively. Because it was Christmas, the food tonight was very rich. There was soft bread in front of each soldier, usually the soldiers often ate black stick bread to save money, and on the table, there were a lot of roast geese and roast suckling pigs, as well as roast lamb and so on. Well, don't blame the Europeans of this era, the French meal has just sprouted, all of Europe is eating dark cuisine, only the food in Italy is slightly more exquisite. At the same time, the concentration camp also took out a lot of wine today to reward the sergeants. In order to let the soldiers drink to their heart's content, a row of wine barrels were moved into the canteen, officers drank wine, soldiers drank beer. It was a rare opportunity to drink freely, and all the soldiers were very excited. A group of soldiers gathered in front of the wine barrels, lined up to scoop out the wine from the barrels with wooden spoons, poured it into wooden cups, and then drank heartily. Because they drank too much, they didn't even notice that the gate of the concentration camp was opened. After all, these soldiers would not have thought that the enemy would attack on Christmas. However, in the camp where Swiss mercenary prisoners of war were held, they left 10 soldiers on duty to monitor the actions of the Swiss mercenary prisoners of war at any time. After all, these Swiss mercenaries were considered dangerous terrorists by the soldiers of the Habsburg family. They were not worried about foreign invasion, after all, this was the heart of the Netherlands, but they were worried about the imprisoned Swiss mercenary prisoners escaping. After entering the concentration camp, Baron Lavoisin, a French soldier, waved his hand and ordered, "Baron Pierre, you take 2,000 people to control the Swiss prisoners' dormitory area to prevent the enemy from slaughtering Swiss warriors or burning the houses in the dormitory area in desperation. Everyone else, follow me." After that, Baron Lavoisin drew out his two-handed sword and led the charge to the large canteen of the Moerdijk temporary concentration camp. At this time, the Habsburg soldiers in the canteen were drinking and toasting. The 10 night watchmen in the Swiss prisoners' dormitory area first discovered the enemy's invasion. They drew their weapons and shouted loudly to warn. However, how could 10 people be the opponent of 2,000 people? What's more, these 2,000 people were all French knights with strong martial arts. Soon, the 10 Habsburg night watchmen were all chopped down by the two-handed swords and fell in a pool of blood. Afterwards, Baron Pierre personally used his two-handed sword to cut open several door locks and entered the dormitory to contact the Swiss prisoners of war. In the cafeteria, the Dutch soldiers who heard the warning were stunned at first, and then their faces changed drastically. They threw away the wooden wine glasses and hurriedly looked for weapons in the cafeteria. But unfortunately, because they were not on guard, they did not bring many weapons. In addition, in order to facilitate dining, they basically took off their armor and wore civilian clothes. When Baron Lavoisin led 5,000 French knights to the door of the cafeteria on foot, only a few hundred Dutch soldiers in civilian clothes came out with weapons. Some people even hurriedly took the chef's kitchen knife to meet the enemy because they could not find weapons. Kill. After saying that, Baron Lavoisin rushed up with a two-handed sword and chopped fiercely. The French knights behind him also rushed up with swords. How could hundreds of Dutch defenders in civilian clothes be the opponents of the French knights with high martial arts skills? In just a few rounds, nearly 2,000 Dutch soldiers in the entire canteen area were either killed or captured. Later, Baron Pierre also ran over happily and reported that the Swiss warriors were all safe and sound. However, their shackles were not unlocked at night. Obviously, the Habsburg family was afraid that these Swiss mercenaries would make trouble in the middle of the night. After Baron Lavoisin occupied the entire Moerdijk temporary camp, he soon found a large number of shackle keys in the office of Diven, the leader of the concentration camp. Then, 17,000 Swiss mercenary prisoners of war finally escaped from several years of miserable hard labor. Chapter 1376, The Beast Out of the Cage. Oh my God, we have finally ended our damn slavery. Sieg, the leader of the Swiss mercenaries, moved his feet and felt a little uncomfortable walking without shackles. Sieg is a mercenary leader among the Swiss mercenaries. In the entire Swiss mercenary system, he is a middle-level general. He has a mercenary group of 1,000 people with good combat effectiveness. Moreover, in his early years, Sieg was hired by Marin and ambushed the army of the then West Frisian noble republic. Later, he was hired by the Duchy of Guedes and attacked the army of the Duchy of Saxony. However, in the Battle of Lübeck a few years ago, he and 20,000 Swiss mercenaries were collectively defeated and captured by Marin as prisoners. He also helped dig the Munster Canal. However, this was just the beginning of the suffering. When Marin agreed to let them go, they soon encountered the cavalry of the Habsburg family. Unarmed, they could only surrender and were captured again. Afterwards, Sieg and his compatriots worked as laborers in the Netherlands, helping the Habsburgs dig many ditches and reclaim a lot of farmland. This lasted for several years, and they could not see the future. During these years, the Habsburgs were not polite to these former rebels. A group of senior generals at the boss level, such as the corps commander and deputy corps commander, were persecuted to death by the Habsburgs under various excuses. Even several phalanx commanders were killed. Then, when the 17,000 Swiss mercenaries escaped, they were shocked to find that the highest-ranking commander who survived among them was the former phalanx commander Sieg. Well, then I will take the responsibility and serve as the temporary commander of this army. After saying that, Sieg changed into a set of armor snatched from the prisoners of war and dressed neatly, and followed Baron Lavoisin to the platform. Commander Sieg, we must evacuate the Netherlands and go to Switzerland as soon as possible. We must not let the Habsburg army occupy Switzerland. After Baron Lavoisin said that, he also introduced the current situation in Switzerland to Sieg in detail. Where is Marin from the North Sea? Where is their army now? After listening to Baron Lavoisin's introduction, Sieg suddenly asked. They seem to have withdrawn back to their country. Now, they should be busy celebrating Christmas. Before setting off, the French must confirm Marin's movements. Because, in the eyes of the French, Marin is an unstable factor. Returned home. That is to say, the main force of the North Sea Kingdom has returned to East Frisia. Oh no, East Frisia is not far from the Duchy of Brabant, only West Frisia is in between. General Lavoisin, we must leave here as soon as possible and cannot be entangled by the North Sea Kingdom's army. Sieg said with some concern. Baron Lavoisin was also a little nervous after hearing this. Indeed, East Frisia, the homeland of the North Sea Kingdom, is not far from here. If light cavalry is dispatched, it will arrive soon. But the two did not know that this is a different time. At the beginning, Marin was worried that the Habsburg family was too weak to conquer Switzerland, so he detained them and would not let them leave. Now, the Habsburg family has established a firm foothold in the eastern part of Switzerland, and its military strength has begun to double. Therefore, even if he heard that these Swiss mercenaries had escaped, Marin would not interfere. What should we do now? Commander Sieg, please give the order. Sieg thought for a while and ordered, everyone go find enough clothes and shoes first to ensure that they will not be frozen on the march. The Swiss mercenaries in the audience responded loudly, indicating that they understood. Secondly, find enough weapons. For this, they only seized the long hair and swords of 2,000 defenders, which were not enough for 17,000 people. For this reason, Sieg thought for a while and said, in this case, then I order, the first phalanx leader Zaka and the second phalanx leader Baramy to each take their own troops and receive the existing 2,000 weapons and attack immediately. Attack? Now. It's Christmas Eve now. Zaka and Baramy were a little dumbfounded, they had never done this before. We must act tonight, so that our target will be unprepared. Obviously, Sieg was inspired by the French's easy access to the camp. So, Commander, where are we going to attack now? Divide into 4 groups, 500 people in each group, and attack the nearby noble manors. Remember, give priority to attacking those noble manors, and don't attack the manors of civilian landlords for the time being. Sieg ordered. Why? Zaka was puzzled. Because civilian manors are much easier to attack. Noble manors usually have a few warriors, which are more difficult to deal with. Sieg explained, noble manors have many horses and will store some weapons. We are most in need of weapons now, and secondly horses. If we capture those noble manors, we can quickly get a lot of weapons and horses. This will help us get back home safely. In addition, tonight is Christmas, and those nobles will basically get drunk, which will facilitate our attack. Suddenly, all the men were convinced. Even the 2 French officers, Lavelsong and Pierre, agreed with Sieg's judgment. That. Commander Sieg, the brothers haven't had a drink or eaten meat for several years, nor have they touched a woman. Baramy, the acting commander of the second phalanx, suddenly said shyly. No wonder, these 17,000 Swiss mercenaries were imprisoned and tortured as slaves for several years, and they really haven't eaten meat or slept with a woman for a long time. You know, European mercenaries in those days were not good people. When they are not fighting, they love to drink and eat meat, and talk about their ideal life with female soldiers. Many mercenary groups are followed by female soldiers who specialize in mercenary business. Sieg thought for a while and said, wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow we will let you drink, eat meat and find women. Tonight, we will focus on collecting enough horses and weapons. Jacques frowned and said, it is difficult to get all the weapons. We are most proficient in using spears. But now we can't find 15,000 spears. Sieg also thought of this and nodded, if there are not enough weapons, others can use the shovels we usually use to dig rivers. These 17,000 Swiss mercenaries have been using shovels to dig ditches in recent years, and their skill points for using shovels have been maxed out. Moreover, in this era, European farmers mainly use all-wood farm tools, and shovels are rare. The reason why the Netherlands has 17,000 shovels is that Prince Philip personally ordered them from the North Sea Kingdom. After all, Marin has an iron-making blast furnace that can mass-produce iron farm tools. With shovels, these 17,000 Swiss mercenaries can easily dig ditches and canals. Sieg's plan is to bring all 17,000 shovels back to Switzerland if possible. Even if he and others don't use them in the future, they can give them to the people in his hometown for farming. After all, iron farm tools are still in short supply in Europe at that time. In order to obtain accurate information, Sieg specially found living prisoners of war and obtained a lot of information about nearby manors through torture. Then, according to the information provided by the prisoners, he assigned tasks. After the tasks were assigned, Zaka and Baramy led two phalanxes with a total of more than 2,000 Swiss mercenaries, divided into 4 groups, and rushed towards the target. Although they have been farming for the past few years, most of these people are veterans with rich experience in battles, and they are all ruthless people with blood on their hands. Now that they have escaped from the trap, they are like beasts out of the cage, rushing towards the target manor with great momentum. Chapter 1377, Post-War Reconstruction. Sieg's judgment was correct. In this day and age, no one would have thought that someone would send troops to cause trouble on Christmas. Except for Marin, who had the Pope as his backer, only a powerful country like France, which dared to kidnap the Pope, dared to do such a mess. Therefore, the local nobles of the Duchy of Brabant would never expect that there would be an enemy attack this night. Many people got drunk and slept like dead pigs because of celebrating Christmas. When the 4 groups of people arrived at the target manor, they basically encountered no resistance. Only a few loyal dogs raised by the nobles came out and barked a few times, and then they were unfortunately stabbed to death by the brutal Swiss mercenaries with spears. Afterwards, this group of Swiss mercenaries who had not eaten meat for a long time actually left people on the scene to skin the dogs that were stabbed to death, and then put them on the grill. Europeans in this year were not as hypocritical as later generations, and there were no animal protectionists. It was good enough for people to survive, who would protect dogs. Moreover, Christianity did not have the doctrine of not eating dog meat, so a group of Swiss mercenaries who had not eaten meat for a long time had a delicious meal of roasted dog meat. As for the nobles and servants in the noble manor, facing 500 fierce and experienced Swiss mercenaries, they had no resistance at all. Fortunately, the officers knew that they were in a hurry, otherwise, these villains who had not drunk wine and eaten meat for a long time would insist on drinking and eating meat, and then harm women. Before leaving, these Swiss mercenaries robbed all the gold and silver coins in the manor and took away a lot of food and clothes. As for the captured nobles, although they could not be killed because of the common practice in Europe. But these Swiss mercenaries beat the captured nobles severely to vent their anger. Even some noble ladies were harmed. In one night, more than 2,000 Swiss mercenaries looted more than a dozen noble manors and robbed 200 horses and hundreds of weapons. Of course, there were also a lot of food and clothes. Early the next morning, Sieg summoned everyone and distributed food and clothes. Then, let everyone form a team and follow 7,000 French knights south. The French knights were also very cunning. In order not to give the Vatican a handle, they deliberately played the Black Bear flag of Geneva in western Switzerland. In this way, the rescue of Swiss mercenaries makes sense. The Swiss rescued the Swiss. Originally, Louis XII wanted to fly the flag of the Habsburg family. But that was too ridiculous, and no one would believe it. Although Louis XII was not afraid of the Pope, it would be very troublesome to anger the Pope and be excommunicated. So, he simply asked his men to fly the flag of the Swiss canton of Bern. In this way, even if the Pope was angry with them for making trouble on Christmas, he could pass the blame. And the Holy See certainly did not want to completely fall out with France, so the Holy See would eventually go to blame the scapegoat. As for the canton of Bern that took the blame, how would the Holy See punish it? Excommunicate everyone in a state? It seems unrealistic. As the army marched south, Sieg kept dividing his troops to plunder the manors along the way. The French knights also sent cavalry to help, mainly to rob horses from the manors along the way. With horses, the marching speed can also be faster. Also, they could get some weapons and food. In addition to the manor, the small towns along the way were also attacked by this army. Especially those small towns along the way without walls, none of them were spared and were looted. When the army passed through the Duchy of Brabant and entered the territory of Namur, the army's weapons had been basically equipped, most of them were long-haired. In addition, they also robbed 4,000 horses. Although they were all draft horses, they were perfect for carrying the food and supplies looted by the army along the way. After entering Namur, this Swiss mercenary army, which gradually recovered its combat memory, also tried to attack a small town. As a result, they really took it down. While they were wreaking havoc in the territory of Namur, the handsome King Philip of Ghent did not make any movement. There was no way. At this time the Habsburg family had only 6,000 soldiers and horses left in the Netherlands, and only 5,000 in Ghent. According to the spy's report, the enemy had as many as 6,000 or 7,000 cavalrymen who came to rob the prison. There were also 17,000 experienced Swiss mercenaries who were rescued. Unless he was crazy, he would send 5,000 Ghent garrisons out of the city to die. Therefore, Prince Philip could only watch more than 20,000 enemy troops all the way south and into France. As for Marin, who was able to intercept them, Prince Philip sent people to ask for help. However, Marin did not want to rescue. So, Marin cleverly fell ill. Of course, it was estimated that the group of people had almost left the Netherlands, so Marin took 2,000 cavalry to the Netherlands. At the same time, he brought some gifts of comfort, which was also an explanation. Although Prince Philip was very angry, he did not dare to turn against Marin. After all, the Habsburg family could not afford the consequences of falling out with the North Sea Kingdom. After sending away the envoy of the handsome King Philip, Marin immediately recovered from his illness and started a very important task: post-war reconstruction. In this war, the social order and economy of the Oldenburg region, the North and South Munster regions, and the Ruhr region, which were the main victims of the war, were severely damaged by the coalition forces of the Eight Kingdoms. Many houses in the manor were burned down by the coalition forces, and many ordinary people were also persecuted by the coalition forces of the Eight Kingdoms. So, what Marin has to do now is to appease those people and help the affected people rebuild their houses to survive the cold winter. To this end, Marin is now mobilizing food and distributing disaster relief in the Oldenburg region. Then, Marin also forced the tens of thousands of captured coalition soldiers and civilians to help the affected people build adobe houses in this cold winter. The construction of adobe houses is very simple: just use the mixed yellow mud and wrap some weeds as tendons and bones. Then, using the method of plate building, the stirred yellow mud wrapped with grass tendons was pressed between the two plywood boards, and then compacted, and dried by fire. The cost of this kind of house is very cheap. After all, only yellow mud and weeds are needed to build a house. At most, some wood is needed for doors, windows and fixtures in the house. The only trouble is that it takes a lot of labor to build this kind of house. Fortunately, after Marin won the war, he obtained tens of thousands of captives, which were just used in the construction of adobe houses. In addition to the post-war reconstruction in the areas of the former North Sea Kingdom, Marin also attached great importance to the post-war reconstruction of the newly annexed Duchy of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg, the Duchy of Saxony-Lauenburg, the County of Ravensburg, the County of Schaumburg, the County of Lippe and the County of Tecklenburg. After all, these areas are now considered to be the ruling areas of the North Sea Kingdom, and they are no longer foreign countries. Naturally, they must be treated equally and given the same relief. Otherwise, it will be difficult to make the local people return to their hearts. Chapter 1378, Cavalry School. In addition to post-war reconstruction, the most important thing for Marin is probably the demolition of the old nobles of the Eight Principalities. Gelden was removed, but Schaumburg was added. It is definitely not possible to let these old nobles stay in place, otherwise, these local snakes will control the place and greatly reduce Marin's control over the newly included territories. Therefore, Marin's method is very simple and crude. The nobles of the original 8 countries were forced to move to Bremen province to facilitate centralized management and monitoring. However, these local nobles who are used to being the boss will definitely not easily submit. For this reason, during this period, Marin divided 20,000 troops and went to various places to supervise the relocation of the nobles of the 8 countries by force. This posture is very similar to the forced demolition in some places in China in later generations. Moreover, it is simpler and more crude. After all, the forced demolition in China in later generations generally controlled people and then used machines to force houses, but generally did not dare to hurt people. Marin is much simpler and more crude here. Are you unwilling to move? Well, if you don't move, you will die. You can choose. If you don't move, you will die, and beating people is the basic operation. Therefore, the original noble manners of the 8 principalities were in chaos. Seeing that resistance was ineffective, the old nobles became selfish and had to move their families to move all their valuables onto carriages or boats, transported by boats on the canal, and move their families to Bremen province. However, there were a lot of old nobles in these 8 principalities, more than 200 of them, more than the original 150 in Bremen province. These were still nobles with fiefs, and there were also hundreds of nobles without fiefs. They also moved, but to different places. The fiefs of more than 200 nobles with fiefs were replaced in Bremen province. Because the number of more than 200 nobles far exceeded the 100 noble manors that were vacated before, Marin had to urgently negotiate with other local non-noble landlords in Bremen province, buy the manors from them, and then distribute them to the replaced nobles. Although this purchase was a forced purchase, Marin did not let those civilian landlords, in fact, most of them were from aristocratic families, but because they were not the eldest sons, they failed to inherit the noble title, suffer losses. Marin replaced the manors left by those nobles after their relocation. Moreover, the land exchanged was no more than that. And those nobles without fiefs, Marin also concentrated them for resettlement. The city of Las Vegas, located on the east bank of the Elbe estuary, became the preferred resettlement area. In addition, some people were resettled in the small town of Salzhausen near the Lüneburg wasteland. The reason why some of the nobles of the 8 countries without fiefs were resettled in Salzhausen near the Lüneburg grassland was because Marin intended to use them. These nobles accounted for about 1/3 of the landless nobles, with more than 30 families. They were not valued in their original country. So they didn't feel much when the princes of the 8 countries were unlucky. When Marin sent people to take over the 8 principalities, these more than 30 nobles took the initiative to come to the door and ask to serve the North Sea Kingdom. But Marin was a little scared by the betrayal of the noble children of the 3rd and 6th legions, so he did not dare to accept them into the regular army of the North Sea. However, if someone takes the initiative to surrender, he cannot let them down. So Marin thought of a way to settle them in Salzhausen, a small town on the Lüneburg grassland. Salzhausen is 15 kilometers west of Lüneburg city, on the edge of the Lüneburg grassland. Marin plans to turn the Lüneburg grassland, which covers an area of 7,200 square kilometers, into a cavalry base and move all 5,000 Cossacks. For these more than 30 old landless nobles who surrendered to him, Marin's arrangement for them is very simple: learn the characteristics of the Cossack cavalry, combine the martial arts characteristics of the old European knight families, and develop a regular light cavalry. It's the kind that doesn't wear heavy armor, but charges in a very disciplined group. In order to develop future regular light cavalry, Marin specially built a cavalry school in Salzhausen. And the more than 30 landless noble families will send their family children to this school as instructors. The students of the school are from the children of civilians who have a talent for riding. Even, they are the children of Cossacks. Why do you do this? Because Marin had observed carefully. He found that although the Cossacks were very fierce, they were very informal. For example, the martial arts of those Cossacks were not very systematic. They were completely learned by the Cossacks from fighting on pony horses. Although such martial arts are very practical, they are too wild and rely more on talent. Moreover, these Cossacks must be very powerful when they are in groups, but if they fight alone, they are generally not the opponents of knights. After all, the knights have practiced formal martial arts for more than 10 years. In addition, the children of those knight families are all educated. Unlike those Cossacks, they are all illiterate and only have a bravery. However, if they serve as officers, they can't even understand the order book and cannot serve as officers. Therefore, after the war, Marin, after careful consideration, decided to establish a cavalry school on the edge of the Lüneburg grassland to train powerful and educated cavalry for the North Sea Kingdom. The most basic instructors of the cavalry school are the children of the more than 30 landless noble families. Their task is to teach the students the martial arts of infantry and horse warfare in the traditional way of training children of knight families. However, because it is a school for training light cavalry, the martial arts of using heavy lances will be skipped, and the focus will be on learning the martial arts of using one-handed swords on horseback. Of course, noble swordsmanship in infantry combat is also compulsory. In addition to teaching noble martial arts to the children of more than 30 noble families, Marin will also select some Cossack masters who are good at taking apprentices from the Cossacks to teach the children how to use Cossack riding and sabers. After all, the one-handed weapons used by European knights are mainly knight straight swords, not sabers. When it comes to the use of sabers, authentic Cossacks are more powerful. In addition to learning these two martial arts, Marin will also let the students learn cultural knowledge. Of course, daily prayers and brainwashing to pledge loyalty to Marin are also indispensable. As for the source of students, Marin had already thought about it: select a group of strong primary school scum from the elementary school graduates every year and send them to the cavalry school in Salzhausen for martial arts training. Elementary school graduates are generally only 12 or 13 years old, which is a good age to start practicing martial arts. Because, generally, knights also start to practice riding and martial arts formally at the age of 14. Before the age of 14, the knights who were still servants could only be regarded as servants, mainly learning etiquette, and even serving as servants for the knights who followed. Only after being promoted from servants to servants at the age of 14, they would start to practice martial arts formally. Therefore, Marin selected students from the cavalry school from the students who graduated from elementary school, and that was the right age. After several years of traditional knight and Cossack mixed education in the cavalry school, these children will grow into senior cavalry with strong martial arts. Even, they are capable of serving as grassroots cavalry officers. In the future, Marin will definitely form a large-scale cavalry corps. And this cavalry school is the cornerstone of building a large cavalry corps. Chapter 1379, Aftermath of the War. As a time traveler, Marin knew that in the future, light cavalry would be the mainstream. Plate armor knights will eventually be eliminated, and large-scale light cavalry groups will be the mainstream of future combat until machine guns appear. After the emergence of guns and cannons, plate armor has become a chicken rib, and the same is true for horse armor. In the future, plate armor knights will probably be able to bully those natives who don't have guns and cannons. But the loading speed of muskets in this era is too touching, and the range is also rubbish. If a large number of light cavalry rush over, they can rush into the enemy formation during the gap between the opponent's musketeers loading, and then cut and kill as much as they want. Of course, that is the situation after muskets become the mainstream. But for now, spearmen are the mainstream. Therefore, cavalry schools currently need to learn not only to use sabers and knight straight swords, but also to learn to use spring lances in order to impact infantry spearmen. Otherwise, light cavalry with knives will definitely not dare to attack the spear formation. In the North Sea Kingdom, many schools have now popularized military education. Students usually have to contact standing in line, and even practice aiming with guns. In fact, they usually practice with wooden sticks, not real muskets. However, these are all infantry projects. In the future, it is obviously impossible for Marin to rely solely on infantry to conquer the world. Light cavalry with strong mobility is obviously necessary. As for the cavalry, Marin originally planned to use wandering knights as officers. However, this time a large number of nobles from wandering knights rebelled, which made Marin feel chilled. So he simply established this cavalry school to train cavalry officers himself. At least, the loyalty of these cavalry officers who have been trained since childhood is more guaranteed. After all, they grew up brainwashed every day. In order to cooperate with the cavalry school to train talents, Marin ordered to organize manpower to clean up the heather on the Luneburg grassland. Broom heather. Luneburg grassland is a famous flower sea grassland in later generations, and Marin will not feel sorry for the destruction of any scenery. After all, this kind of grass is not an excellent forage grass. In the future, the Luneburg grassland will be used to raise war horses, not for tourists to travel. Therefore, what broom heather is useless, and planting alfalfa is the kingly way. Besides, alfalfa flowers are also beautiful, and bees can be raised to collect alfalfa honey. The most important thing is that alfalfa is very good for raising horses. In order to provide enough war horses, Marin specially placed a large order of 10,000 horses with the Crimean Khanate, which made the Crimeans smile crookedly. You know, on the steppes of Eastern Europe, the thing that is least lacking is probably horses. Even if the Crimean Khanate does not have enough horses to sell, they can choose to rob the horses of the neighboring Astrakhan Khanate and Kazan Khanate, and exchange them for money and spirits with the North Sea Kingdom. Because of Marin's funding, the current Crimean Khanate has become a standard overlord on the steppes of Eastern Europe. Once upon a time, the Crimean Khanate was a standard poor guy. Their only source of financial income was to rob people from Eastern European countries such as the Grand Duchy of Moscow to sell. But even so, their income was not much. Because, at this time, the neighbors of the Crimean Khanate, such as the Grand Duchy of Moscow, were mostly poor, and there was nothing to rob. And the population that was robbed could not be sold because it could only be sold to the Turks. As for selling horses, cattle and sheep. Don't joke, the surrounding countries are all developed animal husbandry countries, who to sell to? After Marin made his move, the Crimean Khanate could not only happily sell the stolen goods, robbed population, but also make a profit by selling horses, cattle and sheep. What is the cost of horses, cattle and sheep? Just put them on the prairie and they will grow up. And the East European prairie is not short of fertile grassland. Now, the men of the Crimean Khanate are mainly responsible for going out to rob. The women, on the other hand, herd cattle and sheep at home. When the cattle and sheep grow up, they will be exchanged for money and wine with the North Sea Kingdom. Therefore, the current Crimean Khanate has become the first rich man on the East European grassland. Most of the Crimean cavalry are equipped with chain mail that they could not afford before. Plate armor is not unavailable, but too heavy and not suitable for Crimean light cavalry to wear, and the knives in their hands are all steel knives produced in the North Sea Kingdom. Even the bows and arrows are carefully made by the German bow and arrow masters. Now on the East European grassland, the Crimean cavalry is equivalent to the big man in purple clothes in later games. Compared with them, the cavalry of the neighboring Astrakhan Khanate and Kazan Khanate are like losers in white suits, not at the same level at all. The power of money is strong. In the face of money, the once fierce Crimean Khanate has to bow down in front of Marin's Beihai kingdom. Because Marin trades with them, the current Crimean Khanate is no longer the poor one it once was. But once it leaves Marin's trade orders, the Crimean Khanate will immediately be beaten back to its original form. Therefore, the current Crimean Khanate is equivalent to a group of powerful thugs controlled by the money of Beihai kingdom. These powerful thugs can not only provide Beihai kingdom with a large number of cheap horses, cattle and sheep, but also help Marin loot Mauzi and snatch Maumei. For example, this time Marin not only ordered 10,000 horses, but also ordered a batch of Maumei from the Crimeans to reward meritorious soldiers. Speaking of which, Maumei's appearance is really good. Although it is easy to become a fat woman after middle age, that is not a problem. After all, they were young and beautiful. Moreover, in Marin's opinion, women are already middle-aged, why do they need beauty? No matter how beautiful middle-aged women are, they are still aunties. At most, aunties are more beautiful, so uncles can pay more public grain. But after all, they have slept together for so many years, and every hair on their bodies is clear. Therefore, the beauty of aunties in middle age is meaningless, and uncles are tired of it. Then, the beauty of aunties in middle age has only one use: to hook up with Lao Wang next door. After all, Lao Wang has never tasted the taste of beautiful aunties. Therefore, Marin thinks that it's okay for Mao Mei to become a fat woman in middle age. At least, she has been beautiful. Moreover, after becoming a fat woman, she doesn't have to worry about the covetousness of Wang next door. Moreover, Marin thinks that the hype of Mao Mei becoming a fat woman in middle age on the internet in the future should be the work of Chinese women. They are worried that Mao Mei will flood into China and rob them of their favor. After all, those loser men surround them and treat them as goddesses, which those women are unwilling to lose. Therefore, some female editors on the internet are desperately criticizing Mao Mei, saying that Mao Mei will become fat women when they reach middle age. Marin was puzzled: are all Mao Mei like this? This is obviously racial discrimination. If it were just that, it would be fine, but some female editors on the internet not only criticize Mao Mei, but also criticize Chinese men, saying that this is not good, that is not good, and foreign men are better. For this kind of editor, Marin only wants to say one thing: bitch, why are you still hanging around in China? Why don't you go abroad to have fun? Don't why in China? No wonder those foreign losers say that Chinese women are easy to get along with, because there are many Chinese women who kneel down and lick foreigners when they see them. Before crossing, Marin figured it out: Mao Mei is fine. After all, domestic girls in the future are also open. If we go back a dozen years, domestic girls are conservative, and they are much better than Mao Mei, and they are definitely the first choice for marrying a wife. But if everyone is generally wild, it's okay to find a Mao Mei. After all, Mao Mei has a better figure. As for becoming a fat woman after marriage, part of it is due to lifestyle problems, and part of it is the slander of ugly female editors who are afraid of having no men around them. Besides, why do middle-aged women need to be so good-looking? Cheap Uncle Wang next door. And foreign men are not that good, it's just some foreign-worshipping female editors who are talking nonsense on the internet. Moreover, these so-called foreign, good men, are just losers in their own countries. They come to China to pick up girls, not to take them back to marry, but just use those Chinese girls who actively approach them as a bucket to vent their semen. Just like a news story that Marin had read before traveling through time, a group of Chinese girls helped their Mauritian boyfriends carry drugs, and then were caught by the Malaysian police and sentenced to death. Marin was speechless about these women. If you want to find a Swiss or Swedish man, that's fine. After all, you get all kinds of high benefits after becoming a citizen. But, finding a Mauritian man who also helps to sell this brain. I'm too lazy to comment. Okay, I'm getting off topic. For these soldiers who came from poor peasant families, it's good to have a partner. What's more, young Mao girls are really beautiful. For these big-headed soldiers, it's absolutely pie in the sky for Marin to buy Mao girls for them to be wives. And Marin also intends to use this method to tell those brave young people in Germany, come on, come to the North Sea Kingdom to serve as a soldier, and you will get Mao girls for free. Chapter 1380 Auction and Paper. After the new year, Marin was busy with post-war reconstruction while sending invitations to nobles from various European countries to invite them to participate in the auction. As for what was auctioned, it was naturally the silk and porcelain shipped back from the Ming dynasty. In this war, although Marin successfully seized the territories of 8 vassal states, the losses were also astonishing. In particular, tens of thousands of ugrams of rye fields in the earldom of Oldenburg were burned after maturity, which was an astonishing loss. In addition, because of the war, the economic losses of the provinces of Oldenburg and North and South Munster, plus the Ruhr province, which were destroyed by the war, were also astonishing. Therefore, Marin continued to use large sums of money to rebuild. At the same time, it was used to stabilize the newly conquered areas. Therefore, Marin naturally put the auction of silk and porcelain on the agenda. In addition to silk and porcelain, Marin also launched the sale of paper. Because of the use of modern chemical pulping technology and the endless forest resources in Canada, the papermaking industry of the North Sea Kingdom on Cape Breton Island is very developed, and the cost of paper is also very cheap. It is even much cheaper than the papermaking cost of the Ming dynasty. But before, Marin couldn't explain the source of paper. He couldn't tell others that he had mastered a new papermaking technology, right? Therefore, even if he had a serious backlog of paper, Marin couldn't dump white paper in Europe. But now it's different. He has been to the Ming dynasty. With the excuse of the Ming dynasty, he can take out the paper openly. At present, the price of paper in the Ming dynasty is not expensive, about 0.1 taels of silver per 100 sheets of paper. That is about 3.73 grams of silver, which is worth about 4.5 pfennigs. This is ordinary bamboo paper, which is a mid-range paper. But in Europe now, paper still uses the technology of China hundreds of years ago. It is made of hemp skin, rags and fishing nets. It is expensive and rare. At present, the price of paper in Europe can almost reach 1 pfennig per sheet of paper. 100 sheets of paper is 100 pfennigs, equivalent to 1.66 gold coins. Its price is 22 times more expensive than the bamboo paper of the Ming dynasty, but the quality is not as good as bamboo paper. And Marin's papermaking cost in Canada is terribly low. Because trees in Canada are free, they can be cut at will. And the cost of coal is also very low, so at the Cape Breton Island paper mill, the cost of making paper is less than 0.5 pfennig per 100 sheets. This is because the labor cost in Europe is high. If cheap Ming dynasty craftsmen are used, the cost is estimated to be half as low. In other words, the cost of 100 sheets of paper at the Cape Breton Island paper mill is only 1/9 of the market price of Ming dynasty bamboo paper. Even if the cost of Ming dynasty bamboo paper is only half of the market price, the cost of papermaking in Cape Breton Island is only 1/4.5 of that of Ming dynasty papermaking. But the quality of Cape Breton Island paper exceeds that of Ming dynasty bamboo paper. Because Marin asked the craftsmen to use modern papermaking technology and add some current papermaking additives, such as fluorite powder, kaolin, etc., plus the original caustic soda or sodium sulfate has a certain bleaching effect, making the paper made by the Cape Breton Island paper mill not only whiter than ordinary paper, but also smoother, which is conducive to writing and printing. Of course, because there was no overbearing chloride bleach in later generations, the paper was not as white as the white paper of later generations. However, compared with the yellowed paper of this era, it was white enough. The key is that the cost is still low. For example, in Europe today, a piece of paper costs 1 pfennig. A 1,725-page Bible consumes hundreds of large sheets of paper. The cost of paper alone is more than 1 gold coin. In addition to the cost of printing and binding, it costs several gold coins per book. Therefore, ordinary people in Europe today can't afford to buy books. The Bible, which consumes a lot of paper, can only be afforded by nobles and missionaries. Because of the high cost of paper, it is impossible to popularize European knowledge at the moment. The real takeoff of science and technology and culture in Europe is based on two events. One is that during the Qianlong period, the French missionary Jiang Yuren, who sneaked into the Qianlong court, drew China's papermaking technology in the form of pictures and sent them back to Paris. The French are famous for stealing technology. Before, the glass mirror manufacturing technology in Venice was stolen by the French. Later, they repeated the same trick and stole papermaking technology from China. In addition to stealing glass mirror technology and papermaking technology, the French also sent missionary Yin Hongshu to sneak into Jingdezhen in 1698 and stole porcelain manufacturing technology. Later, in the 18th century, Europe had its own porcelain production. Another is based on the Chinese papermaking technology brought back by Jiang Yuren. In the 19th century, Europeans invented machine pulping and chemical pulping methods, which greatly reduced the cost of paper and made books and newspapers affordable for ordinary people. Take the simplest example, for example, British newspapers. Before the invention of modern papermaking technology, each copy cost as much as 1 shilling, or 12 pence. But after the cost of papermaking was reduced, the price of newspapers dropped to 1 penny per copy, a drop of up to 12 times. Of course, Marin is not so kind as to let European countries use cheap paper. His purpose of selling paper this time was just to cover up the Canadian paper mill. In the future, Marin plans to promote the use of books and paper invoices throughout the country. Now, it has been promoted in central institutions. The next step is to promote it to the people. However, rashly spreading the use of paper throughout the country will make other countries suspicious. Therefore, Marin simply took out a batch of paper this time and sold it together with the silk and porcelain bought by Daming. He wanted to use this auction to tell other countries I bought a lot of paper in the Ming dynasty, and the price was not high. In this way, no one would doubt that Beihai Kingdom would generally use paper in the future. After all, it is reasonable to buy paper from Daming. As for the price of paper, Marin was not polite. Although the cost of his 100 sheets of paper was less than 0.5 pfennig, he planned to sell it at a price of 0.3 pfennig per sheet in this auction, which is 30 pfennig per 100 sheets, equivalent to half a gold coin. This price is more than 6 times more expensive than the bamboo paper of Daming, but it is less than 1/3 of the market price in Europe. Moreover, the quality of paper is better. With such a cheap price and excellent quality, there is no worry about not being able to sell it. Moreover, Marin can make a fortune. After all, the cost of each sheet of paper at the Cape Breton Island paper mill is only 0.005 pfennig, and if it is sold at 0.3 pfennig per sheet, the price will increase by 60 times. Like the last auction, Marin still does not plan to auction in only one place, but to auction in several places. Moreover, this time, Marin does not plan to put the local auction venue in Emden or Aurich, but in Las Vegas at the mouth of the Elbe River. The reason for choosing Las Vegas to hold the auction is that Marin intends to promote the gambling city of Las Vegas to various countries. After all, Marin established Las Vegas not for his own people to play, but to make money. If there are no guests, how can he make money? Therefore, Marin set up the local auction venue in Las Vegas this time. When the people who participated in the auction arrived in Las Vegas and felt the developed gambling industry there, they would definitely linger. Then, these people may come back next time. Even if they don't come, the spread of word of mouth can also drive others to come and consume. In addition to Las Vegas, Marin also plans to hold auctions in Paris, London, Rome, Barcelona and Lisbon to take care of consumers from various countries. As for Germany, a special southern show will be held in Nuremberg in the south to facilitate customers in southern Germany. Chapter 1381, Count of Ukraine. After sending out the invitations, the next step is to prepare for several auctions. But Marin will not take care of these specifically. After all, his men are not idle. For Marin, the most important thing is to control the 8 principalities smoothly. However, shortly after the new year, Simon, the lazy guy, suddenly appeared in Marin's palace, staying in Marin's office all day long. What is Simon doing here? It turned out that Simon remembered that Marin had told him that he would go to Kiev on the Ukrainian steppes to be a count. In particular, Marin fooled him and said that he would make him the king of the Cossacks. Simon is a muscular man with a head full of fighting, and he doesn't care much about the title of count. However, he is very yearning to lead the cavalry across the Ukrainian steppes. In the North Sea Kingdom, Simon's existence is a bit embarrassing. Why? Because Marin is afraid that his brothers will become the new Richard III and threaten Caesar's safety. Therefore, even if Simon is very warlike, Marin never lets him lead the army, so as not to be too big to fall off. In this way, Simon's muscles are useless. For a battle maniac, this is more painful than death. So, when Marin fooled him and told him to lead the cavalry on the Ukrainian steppe, Simon remembered it firmly in his heart. When the war was over, Simon felt that it was almost done, so he came to Marin to make trouble and asked Marin to fulfill his promise. Simon fully demonstrated his shameless spirit and pestered Marin. Marin was helpless by him, and he really needed Simon to help him gather population and train Cossack mercenaries in Ukraine, as well as raise livestock on the Ukrainian steppe to supply the North Sea Kingdom, so Marin finally agreed to start helping Simon do this. So, Marin sent an envoy to Krakow and proposed to Sigismund I that he was willing to pay 200,000 gold coins to help Simon buy the city of Kiev and the surrounding areas of Kiev as Simon's fiefdom. Of course, there is also a title of count. Sigismund I didn't have any objections, but Ukraine did not belong to the Kingdom of Poland at this time, but to the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Therefore, Sigismund I made a special trip to Vilnius, the capital of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, to discuss with the members of the Great Sejm, the name of the Lithuanian noble parliament, that actually ruled Lithuania. The Grand Duchy of Lithuania, like the Kingdom of Poland, is a country where the nobles are in power. As the King of Poland and the Grand Duke of Lithuania, Sigismund I did not actually have much real power. Of course, his power was certainly much greater than that of the Queen of England in later generations. After all, this was still the era of monarchy, and the king had not yet become a mascot. But at this time, both Poland and Lithuania had the shadow of constitutional monarchy. In later generations the king rarely managed state affairs, and general state affairs were managed by the Great Sejm. Sigismund I himself agreed that Simon became the Lord of Kiev. Simon himself was a man with strong limbs and a simple mind. Sigismund I did not think that this third uncle had the ability to threaten his rule. Moreover, Poland and Lithuania had complex political systems and the nobles were in power. Sigismund I himself did not have much real power. If Simon could grow into a great noble of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, he would be a helper to himself at the meeting of the Great Sejm. Therefore, he was happy to see it happen. But whether to accept Simon as the Lord of Kiev depends on whether the members of the Great Sejm agree. Therefore, Sigismund I made a special trip to Vilnius. What? Grand Duke Marin of the North Sea Kingdom wants to buy Kiev and the surrounding areas as fiefdoms for his brother? Duke Jogaila of the Zywębitis family, the current speaker of the Great Sejm of Lithuania, was surprised. The other members of the Sejm who attended the meeting also looked at each other, wondering why Marin bought Kiev. Why can't Kiev be sold? Sigismund I was a little unhappy. The Ukrainian region is the southern border of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and is not taken seriously. Although the climate there is warm, because of the threat of the Crimean Khanate, most people are not willing to cultivate there. Because, if you cultivate the land well, the bandits of the Crimean Khanate may come to rob. In the past, the situation was most serious when the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Golden Horde united to fight against the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Because, at that time, the Crimean Khanate was allied with the Grand Duchy of Moscow. The Grand Duchy of Lithuania allied with the main branch of the Golden Horde, which was the enemy of the Crimean Khanate, a branch that split from the Golden Horde. Therefore, in the past few years, the Crimean Khanate, which was affiliated with the hostile forces, caused great harm to the Ukrainian region, so naturally no one was willing to care about the Ukrainian region. Even with Marin's mediation, the Crimean Khanate gave up its hostility with the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and became an ally against the Grand Duchy of Moscow, but no one was willing to care about the Ukrainian region. Because, a bandit country like the Crimean Khanate, who knows whether it will abide by the covenant? Perhaps, if Ukraine is well developed, it will attract the covetousness of Crimean bandits. Duke Jogaila was stunned, but quickly reacted. It's not that we can't sell it, Your Majesty, we want to know why Grand Duke Marin wants to buy the Kiev area. If we don't know the reason, I think everyone will be worried. After Duke Jogaila finished speaking, many Sejm members nodded in agreement. If ordinary nobles wanted to buy it, they might not care. But Marin is a famous and capable prince in Europe. His actions must have attracted much attention and made people more vigilant. Sigismund I explained Marin's reasons. It's like this, his younger brother Simon is brave and warlike, and hopes to lead the army to fight. However, Grand Duke Marin is afraid that he will grow into the second Richard III, so he has never allowed him to become the leading general of the North Sea Kingdom. But Simon strongly demands the opportunity to lead the army to fight, and Marin has no choice but to help him buy a fiefdom on the Ukrainian grassland and let him come here to fight. Richard III. The Lithuanian Grand Sejm members were all stunned. Of course, they all knew who Richard III was, and the cause of Edward V's death was also widely circulated in Europe. After all, it was less than 30 years ago. They could understand Marin's concerns. However, putting Simon in the dangerous Ukrainian steppe. Isn't he worried about the bandits in Crimea? Asked a member of the Grand Sejm. Sigismund I said indifferently, what is there to be afraid of? The Crimean Khanate is now an ally of the North Sea Kingdom. Will the Crimeans offend the brother of the Grand Duke of the North Sea Kingdom? Moreover, Kiev is in the north of the Ukrainian steppe, and it is still some distance away from the Crimean Khanate. Then who will Prince Simon fight in Kiev? Isn't he going to lead the army to fight? Marin said that Simon will raise a group of Cossack cavalry, and then make trouble for the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Make trouble for the Muscovites. Suddenly, the eyes of many members of the Lithuanian Grand Sejm lit up. The Grand Duchy of Moscow is the mortal enemy of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. If someone can make trouble for the mortal enemy, they will be happy to see it happen. Then what's the price? Asked Duke Jogaila. 200,000 gold coins, to be distributed by the Great Sejm. In addition, if the Grand Duchy of Lithuania goes to war against the Grand Duchy of Moscow, Simon will also send troops to help. Duke Jogaila discussed with other members of the Great Sejm for a while and replied, Your Majesty, we agree in principle to sell Kiev and the surrounding areas to Prince Simon. However, the price. 250,000 gold coins. Sigismund I pretended to hesitate, then nodded in agreement. In fact, the bottom line given by Marin was 300,000 gold coins. In this way, after the approval of the Grand Sejm of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, Simon will officially become the Ukrainian Count of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania after paying a fee of 250,000 gold coins. His fiefdom is the city of Kiev and the surrounding areas, covering an area of about 10,000 square kilometers. Of course, most of the fiefdom is uncultivated grassland. Chapter 1382 Germanization of Ukraine. In the Slavic language, Ukraine means border area. Compared with Lithuania in the north, or even Moscow, Ukraine is the southern border area of the Slavs. Therefore, the Ukrainian count that Marin bought for Simon means border area count in the Slavic language. People in later generations may find it incredible that Ukraine, which is warm and fertile on the Black Sea in the south, is actually a border area. Yes, it is true. The Slavs originated in the Vistula River basin in Poland. Once, during the Roman Empire, the distribution area of the Slavs started from the Oder River in the west, reached the Dnieper River in the east, reached the Carpathian Mountains in the south, and bordered the Baltic Sea in the north. The Dnieper River is the central river of Ukraine. Therefore, it is not impossible to say that Ukraine is the border area of the Slavs. Later, the Slavs expanded in Europe, and the southern branch occupied the Balkan Peninsula, which was the Yugoslavs. To the north, well, because there was the Baltic Sea, they migrated along the coast to the Livonia region, which is the area of Estonia and Latvia in later generations. Needless to say, the Mauzi was the one that developed eastward. As for the westward, they were blocked by the German knights and stopped in the Czech region. As for the Ukrainian region in the southeast, there were originally states such as the Principality of Kievan Rus, which should have developed into an important civilization area for the Slavs. But unfortunately, when the Mongol Batu invaded the west, the Principality of Kievan Rus was destroyed, and the civilization process of Ukraine was interrupted, and it became a poor border area. Later, although the Grand Duchy of Lithuania took advantage of the decline of the Golden Horde to seize Ukraine from the Golden Horde, because there were fierce bandit states such as the Crimean Khanate in the south of Ukraine, it was difficult for Ukraine's economy to develop. Therefore, the current Ukrainian region, in the eyes of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, is a poor border area. But the irony is that this poor border area is the warmest and most fertile place in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Because the land is too fertile, and there are rivers such as the Dnieper River, this area of Ukraine still feeds 2 to 3 million Ukrainians. The so-called Cossacks are actually just a minority of Ukrainians who are more sturdy. Most Ukrainians are ordinary herdsmen, and a few are engaged in agriculture by the big rivers. However, agriculture in Ukraine is generally concentrated in the northern region. Because farms in the south are easily looted by the Crimean Khanate. The Galicia region of Poland was actually originally part of Ukraine. After the decline of the Golden Horde, Poland took the opportunity to seize the Galicia region. Lviv in the Galicia region is now a famous granary in Poland. It also belongs to the Ukrainian region and was also black soil, but because the Lviv region was protected by Polish knights and was located in the northwest of the Ukrainian region, it was basically not harassed by the Crimean Khanate. Therefore, local agriculture has developed. Therefore, in the current Ukrainian region, only the north has a relatively stable agricultural area. For example, Kiev, because it is located in the north of Ukraine, the local area is relatively safe, so agriculture has also been developed. Under the threat of the Crimean Khanate, the land in the southern region is basically abandoned. Or, some Cossack villages are grazing. The reason why the Cossacks and ordinary Ukrainians in the south chose to graze was that they were afraid that the Crimean Khanate would come to rob them. The reason is simple, you see, we are also poor herders, and we usually eat cheese, and there is nothing to rob. Crimean heroes, please don't rob us, the equally poor herders. Not to mention, the Crimeans really have no interest in the villages of the same herders. At most, they will rob some people. In addition, it is convenient for herders to relocate. If they heard that the Crimean Khanate had invaded, they would move their tents and other things onto the carriages, and then drive the cattle and sheep and run away immediately. The Ukrainian grassland is so large that it is not easy to be caught by Crimean robbers. If it is a farming village, the monk can run away but the temple cannot. Of course, Marin asked Simon to go to Kiev to be a count, not to let him open up wasteland and farm, but to take advantage of the Ukrainian population. After all, there are 2 to 3 million people in the Ukrainian region. For countries in the world before the Industrial Revolution, population is labor and productivity. Although Marin encouraged childbirth in the North Sea Kingdom, it takes time to have children. If Marin waited for domestic women to give birth and grow up slowly, he might die. Therefore, the simplest and quickest way is to plunder the population. Ukrainians who do not have their own country have become the object of Marin's covetousness. Although they are both Slavs, Ukrainians and Muscovites are different. The Mauzi has formed a strong and unified country at this time, with a strong sense of national identity. Moreover, the Mauzi are also accustomed to using their own language and writing. As for Ukrainians, because they do not have their own country. Although they have their own language, they mainly use the Ruthenian language of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, roughly the language of the Belarusian region and Lithuania, in writing. Usually, Ukrainians want to communicate with the outside world, they must use Ruthenian, or even German, Latin and Polish. Even the legal provisions of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania are written in Ruthenian, Latin and German. This gave Marin the opportunity to absorb and integrate Ukrainians. The Ukrainian nobles and upper class all speak German. The main reason is that the German missionaries made great contributions to the conversion of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania to Catholicism. In addition, the Teutonic Knights, the #1 rival of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, is a German-speaking country. For religious and diplomatic needs, Lithuanian nobles generally learn Latin and German. In this way, when Simon becomes the Count of Ukraine, it will not be a problem to promote German in the local area. At that time, Marin plans to pay for the construction of a number of church schools in Ukraine to teach Ukrainian children German and eventually Germanize the Ukrainians. What are the benefits of Germanization of Ukraine? Of course, it is convenient for immigration. These people can speak German, and it will be easier for Marin to recruit them. Even Ukrainians who can speak German can be recruited in the North Sea Army. Once Ukrainians are accustomed to speaking German, they will be completely Germanized and integrated into the Germans, just like the East Prussians in history. It should be pointed out that the Prussians are not Germans, but authentic Slavs. But as the Teutonic Knights from Germany invaded the Prussian region and Germanized the Teutonic state, the Prussians, who were originally Slavs, were integrated into the German Empire and became Germans. Obviously, Marin also planned to use the same routine to promote German education in Ukraine. He even spent money to set up church schools with free tuition to Germanize Ukrainians. In this way, after a few generations, these Ukrainians will be integrated into the North Sea Kingdom like the Prussians, and will be silently assimilated by the Germans. And the North Sea Kingdom can at least have an extra million people, which can alleviate the problem of labor shortage when Marin develops America. Chapter 1383 Old Trickster Taylor. In fact, there were more Russians in this era. The population of the Grand Duchy of Moscow was estimated to be more than 6 million at this time. However, Marin would rather choose to recruit Ukrainians than Russians. Why? Because of religious issues. Although Ukrainians and Russians at this time were both Eastern Slavs and believed in the Orthodox Church, the two ethnic groups had different beliefs in the Orthodox Church. Not to mention the Grand Duchy of Moscow, it was a staunch Orthodox country, and most of the residents were staunch Orthodox Christians. The situation of Ukrainians was more complicated, because the Grand Duchy of Lithuania was a Catholic country. Under the rule of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, Ukrainians still maintained their Orthodox beliefs, but because Catholicism was the state religion of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, Ukrainians did not reject Catholicism. After all, it was the state religion. Even some Ukrainians converted to Catholicism in order to mix into the upper class of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. The Russians were different. They were Orthodox Christians who were determined to do it. After the fall of Constantinople, the Grand Duchy of Moscow became the only remaining sovereign state with Orthodoxy as its state religion. Moreover, the current Grand Duke of Moscow, Vasily III, also regarded himself as the heir of the Eastern Roman Empire because his mother was a member of the Byzantine imperial family. Even in the Grand Duchy of Moscow, he advocated that the Grand Duchy of Moscow was the Third Rome, which made the Russians more determined in their belief in Orthodoxy. Unlike Ukrainians who are accustomed to Catholicism, the Russians' Orthodox faith is extremely firm and difficult to change. Therefore, Marin is not willing to recruit Russians as citizens, but is more willing to recruit Ukrainians who are accustomed to Catholicism. What? You said that Ukrainians' beliefs are difficult to change. This is too simple. After Simon became the Count of Ukraine, Marin would find a way to send a large number of German missionaries to Ukraine and find ways to transfer Orthodox missionaries in Ukraine. At that time, do you want to worship? The church is full of Catholic missionaries, advocating Catholicism all day long. If it doesn't work for 1 or 2 days, what about a lifetime? If you don't believe it, you won't be fooled. Then, Marin learned the trick of holding meetings in rural China in later generations, convert to Catholicism and distribute welfare. The welfare doesn't need to be too good. Catholics distribute food and salted fish, even ergot liquor, during festivals, but Orthodox Christians don't. In addition, the church is full of Catholic missionaries. Humans who are naturally seeking benefits and avoiding harm will know how to choose. It is not advisable to use violence to force ordinary people to change their beliefs. However, if there are no tricks, verbal persuasion alone will not be effective. Therefore, on the one hand, Marin sent away those Orthodox missionaries, so that Orthodox Christians could not find Orthodox priests when they went to church. After that, he used the popular food and salted fish in this era to lure, as well as the Eastern Europeans' favorite liquor, and there must be many people who fell. If there is one, there will be two, and then it will be much easier. And the Russians, because they are not used to the dominance of Catholicism, it is too difficult to seduce them. Therefore, Marin does not recruit Russian men now, but is only willing to accept Mao Mei. Mao Mei is a woman, and it is much easier to persuade than a man. Even in this era, there is no need for patient persuasion, domestic violence will make them obedient. Although this practice may be criticized by feminist leaders in later generations, it is not uncommon in this era. Not to mention that it is not uncommon in this era, even in later Russia, beating wives is not uncommon. After these Mao girls were bought by Marin, most of them married soldiers in the army. At that time, can the children born convert to Orthodoxy? Not to mention that Mao girls dare not explode in front of their husbands in this era, and they dare not in later generations. As for Mao men, Marin has no intention of recruiting them at present. At most, he will buy castrated Mao men from Crimean slave traders. Well, they should not be called men, but Mao eunuchs. Mao eunuchs cannot give birth to offspring, and most of them serve as domestic servants or slaves, which naturally will not affect religious issues. Don't underestimate religious issues. In this era, people can fight each other for religious issues. Which religious war was not a sea of blood? Therefore, Marin would rather accept Ukrainians who are accustomed to the existence of Catholicism than Mao. Otherwise, there will be religious conflicts in the country in the future. In order to prepare for the temptation of Ukrainians to convert, Marin specially summoned Bishop Taylor of the North Sea Kingdom. This man is a big liar, and he has also helped Marin to train a lot of small liar. This time, Marin still found him and asked him to prepare a group of missionaries who are good at deceiving the people and send them to Kiev to deceive the local Ukrainians to convert to Catholicism. In order to facilitate communication, Marin specially sent people to the Ukrainian church to hire missionaries who know German to serve as Ukrainian teachers in the Department of Theology of Oric University, where Bishop Taylor is the principal. When the students of the Department of Theology of Oric University learn Ukrainian, they can be sent to Ukraine to deceive the locals to convert. Moreover, as a teacher, he can teach local children to speak German for free. Today's Bishop Taylor is no longer the same as before. Not to mention his own strong ability to deceive, now he has trained several students with strong ability to deceive for Marin, and they have been sent to various places and the army by Marin to promote the greatness of Marin and call on people to be loyal to Marin. When Marin approached Bishop Taylor, hoping that he would train another group of small fools to fool the Ukrainians, Bishop Taylor waved his hand and said, "Grand Duke, I don't need to do this kind of thing myself." "What? You don't want to help me?" Marin's face suddenly changed, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Bishop Taylor felt the danger and immediately explained, "It's not that I don't want to, but that my students can take on this important task." It turned out that Bishop Taylor's first batch of students had been dedicated to the position of fooling for more than 10 years. 10 years of experience in fooling people has given these first batch of Bishop Taylor's disciples extremely rich experience in fooling people. Therefore, Bishop Taylor believes that it is entirely possible for his early batches of disciples to come forward and train new small fools to complete Marin's mission. Although these early disciples of Taylor are not as powerful as Bishop Taylor, they are better in number. Bishop Taylor recommended dozens of his earliest batches of disciples to Marin, intending to let them help train the foundation. Dozens of veteran disciples, each with dozens of people. In this way, more than 1,000 people can be trained at one time, which is better than Bishop Taylor only being able to train dozens of people at a time. Marin thought it was right, Bishop Taylor alone could not train too many people. So he agreed to Bishop Taylor's plan, intending to reuse the dozens of veteran disciples recommended by Bishop Taylor to help him train a new generation of little fools. But at the same time, Marin also asked Bishop Taylor not to rest. At that time, Marin will select dozens of the most talented little fool apprentices and hand them over to the old fool Taylor for personal training. These people will be a powerful weapon for Marin to appease the people. You know, Marin is in urgent need of a large number of little fool missionaries. In addition to the need to fool Ukrainians, the 8 vassal states newly incorporated into Marin's rule also need a large number of little fool priests to help appease the people. Chapter 1384, Liquidation of Bremen. It is easy to find the little fool missionaries sent to the 8 principalities, because Bishop Taylor has been training disciples in the seminary of Oric University for many years, and there is no shortage of talents. After all, the 8 principalities are all German states, and they just need to speak German. Only in Ukraine, because ordinary people speak Ukrainian, it is more difficult to deal with. Therefore, Marin needs to send people to the Kiev area to hire a few missionaries who can speak Ukrainian to help train the little fool missionaries sent to Ukraine in the future. However, it is estimated that it will take at least 2 or 3 years for the little fool missionaries to learn Ukrainian. This is because it is necessary to select some of the people with the highest language talent. If the qualifications are average, it is estimated that it will take several years to learn Ukrainian. Therefore, things in Ukraine cannot be rushed, and can only wait. But there is one thing that Marin can't wait. Soon, Johnny, the envoy sent to Lübeck and Hamburg, came back. As soon as he came back, Johnny came to Marin to report on his work. "How is it? What do Lübeck and Hamburg say?" Marin asked anxiously. Johnny nodded and said, "Both Lübeck and Hamburg agreed, but they have conditions." "What conditions?" Marin was not surprised. He would be surprised if there were no conditions. "They asked you, the Grand Duke, not to use force against Bremen, but to blockade and force it instead. Then, they will send people to recruit Bremen's wealthy businessmen to leave Bremen and settle in Lübeck and Hamburg." Of course, you, the Grand Duke, must not stop the wealthy businessmen of Bremen who agree to immigrate to Lübeck and Hamburg, nor can you rob their property. Johnny told the result of the mission. Yes, after the war, Marin sent Johnny to the Hanseatic League's chief and vice-chief Lübeck and Hamburg to discuss how to deal with Bremen. Marin is a man who holds grudges. Before, when the Eight Princes invaded the North Sea Kingdom, Bremen stood on the side of the Eight Princes alliance and tried to prevent the Third Army from crossing the Weser River, which angered Marin. Obviously, the Hanseatic city of Bremen chose to stand on the side of the North Sea Kingdom's mortal enemy when the North Sea Kingdom was facing life and death, and hoped to see the North Sea Kingdom perish. How could Marin not be angry? Therefore, after the war, Marin began to consider liquidating Bremen. In addition to this hatred, Bremen's geographical location is also very important. The city of Bremen is located in the southeast of the earldom of Oldenburg and the southwest of the province of Bremen. Originally, it was not in the territory of the North Sea Kingdom. But after Marin annexed the Duchy of Lüneburg, the city of Bremen became a country within a country in the North Sea Kingdom. Moreover, it is located in the core area. No one is happy to have an unregulated area in their own confident position, not to mention that it is a Hanseatic commercial city with developed trade. How developed is Bremen? In the Hanseatic League, in addition to Lübeck and Hamburg, the king and queen of the Hanseatic League, Bremen is next, and big cities such as Cologne are slightly inferior. However, the city of Bremen has a fatal flaw: unclear status. What is unclear status? It means that Bremen does not have an independent political status. Although Bremen is a veteran city of the Hanseatic League, its political status is really average. Unlike Lübeck and Hamburg, which have their own seats in the Imperial House of Princes, Bremen has not yet had an independent legal status. It should be pointed out that Hanseatic cities and Imperial Free Cities are two concepts. The Hanseatic Free City only means that the city has joined the Hanseatic League, a commercial alliance, and has no special political rights. The Imperial Free City is a city that can send representatives to vote in the Imperial Parliament. In other words, the Hanseatic Free City only represents the economic status of the city. The Imperial Free City represents the political status. Among them, the status of the Hanseatic Free City is determined by the representatives of the cities of the Hanseatic League voting on whether they agree to join. Of course, this city must be an important trading port city along the coast or river. The Imperial Free City is a free city authorized by the emperor. Of course, the premise is that these cities themselves have become independent from their lords and are already free cities. Then, the emperor authorized them to be imperial cities and have seats in the imperial parliament. The so-called free cities refer to those cities that have separated from their original lords and gained autonomy. Generally speaking, the autonomy of these free cities is purchased by the merchants and citizens of the city from the original lords through spending money, and they are no longer subject to the jurisdiction of the original lords. The free cities are the basis for the Hanseatic Free Cities and the Imperial Free Cities. Generally speaking, this kind of free cities are mostly church princes. Because most church princes are greedy for money, they are more likely to be bribed and allow cities to be autonomous. For example, the city of Bremen is such a case. Originally, the capital of the Archbishop of Bremen was in Bremen. However, later, the commercially developed city of Bremen spent a lot of money to buy back the autonomy of Bremen from the Archbishop of Bremen. The Archbishop of Bremen also moved the capital of the Archbishop of Bremen from Bremen to Bremervord. The same is true for the Archbishopric of Cologne. After receiving money from the city of Cologne, the Archbishop of Cologne also moved the seat of government from Cologne to Bonn. But this is not enough. This kind of free city can only be recognized by the relevant principalities and has no independent status in politics. The so-called imperial free city also requires the authorization of the emperor. Once the emperor authorizes a free city as an imperial free city, this city immediately becomes an independent individual in politics, with the same status as a principality, and has its own seat in the imperial court of principalities. This is probably one of the few privileges of the Holy Roman Emperor. However, the emperor generally does not easily grant the status of imperial city to a free city. Because granting a free city the title of imperial city means that the sovereignty of this city has been lost from the original principality. This is a very embarrassing thing for those princes, and it is particularly offensive. Although those free cities have redeemed the right to autonomy from their respective lords. However, their sovereignty still belongs to the original lords. Sovereignty cannot be given up easily. Granting a city the title of an imperial city is equivalent to depriving the sovereignty of the city from the hands of the original lord, which is particularly embarrassing. Therefore, under normal circumstances, unless the emperor has a bad relationship with the lord, he will not easily grant the title of imperial city to the free city within the lord's jurisdiction. Under normal circumstances, the emergence of an imperial free city is generally the product of a power struggle between the emperor and the lord to whom the free city belongs. For hundreds of years, the emperor and the princes of the Holy Roman Empire have been fighting for power and fighting each other, and then a group of imperial cities have emerged. But the granting of an imperial city is not free. To obtain the title of an imperial city, the city generally has to give money to the emperor. The steps are as follows: a free city borrowed a lot of money from the emperor, and the emperor couldn't pay it back. In addition, the emperor had a bad relationship with the princes to whom the free city belonged. Then, he wanted to default on his debts and at the same time wanted to strike at the princes to whom the free city belonged, so he granted the free city the title of imperial city. For example, Lübeck and Hamburg had previously obtained the status of imperial free city by spending money to buy it. However, Hamburg originally belonged to the Duchy of Holstein under Danish control. Although Hamburg had long been authorized by the emperor, Denmark had always denied Hamburg's status as an imperial city, believing that Hamburg was a city under the jurisdiction of the Duchy of Holstein. Historically, it was not until 1768 that Denmark finally recognized Hamburg's status as an imperial free city. But in this time and space, because Marin had already taken the Duchy of Holstein from Denmark through war. Therefore, the imperial free city of Hamburg had long been widely recognized after Denmark was defeated. However, as a big city of the Hanseatic League, Bremen has never been awarded the title of imperial city. Because the Archbishop of Bremen, to which Bremen belonged, was one of the two archbishop states in Germany, the other was the Archbishop of Magdeburg. From the perspective of the Church, the status of the Archbishop of Bremen and the Archbishop of Magdeburg is higher than that of the Archbishop of Mainz, the Archbishop of Cologne and the Archbishop of Trier. But the latter three archbishops have the title of elector, and their secular power is much greater than that of the Archbishop of Bremen and the Archbishop of Magdeburg. But in any case, the Archbishop of Bremen and the Archbishop of Magdeburg are the top bosses in the Church. Therefore, even the emperor dare not offend them easily. Therefore, even though Bremen and Magdeburg have long been the leaders of Hanseatic commercial cities, they have never been granted the status of imperial city by the emperor. In history, Bremen was granted the status of imperial city only during the 30 Years' War in the 17th century, when Emperor Ferdinand III issued the Linz Proof to confirm Bremen's status as an imperial city. But at that time, the Archbishop of Bremen was already a Lutheran Protestant principality. Ferdinand III was a staunch Catholic emperor, so he was naturally not afraid of offending the Archbishop of Bremen. Because the Archbishop of Bremen at that time was already a Protestant prince and a mortal enemy of the Catholic camp. Recognizing the imperial city status of Bremen was to strike at the Archbishop of Bremen at that time. Of course, that was a matter of history. In this time and space, after Marin exchanged the Stendal county ceded from the electorate of Brandenburg with the Archbishop of Bremen for territory, the sovereignty of Bremen was actually still in the hands of the Bremen province of the North Sea state. In other words, although Bremen is the big boss among the Hanseatic cities, but the sovereignty of Bremen is actually still in the province of Bremen. To put it more directly, the sovereignty of Bremen is actually in the hands of the North Sea Kingdom. And Marin can be regarded as the sovereign owner of Bremen. Before, Marin didn't care about this, but the people of Bremen did. The reason why Bremen stood on the side of the 8 princes this time was because the princes of the 8 countries promised that Bremen would be allowed to obtain sovereignty after the war. At that time, Bremen could pay the emperor to buy the status of imperial city by itself, and the princes of the 8 countries who obtained the North Sea Kingdom would publicly express their support. In addition, the princes of the 8 countries also promised that most of the future commercial orders would be given to the Hanseatic merchants in Bremen. In this way, the commercial oligarchs in Bremen were immediately tempted. You know, Marin did not mean to give Bremen sovereignty. In fact, Marin did not notice this. At the same time, Marin's orders were basically given to Hamburg and Lübeck, rather than to Bremen, which was closer, which had long caused dissatisfaction among Bremen merchants. Therefore, this led to the city of Bremen finally standing on the side of the 8 princes. Of course, under the circumstances at that time, the North Sea Kingdom had no chance of winning on the surface. After all, the people of Bremen did not expect that this was a trap set by Marin, and thought that the North Sea Kingdom would lose. So, they stood on the wrong side. Standing on the wrong side, but they will be settled afterwards. No, Marin plans to settle accounts with them. But Bremen is the top city in the Hanseatic League. To settle accounts with Bremen, Marin cannot bypass the Hanseatic League. Otherwise, at the future imperial conference, Marin will lose the support of dozens of imperial cities headed by Lübeck. Therefore, Marin sent Johnny to Lübeck and Hamburg to secretly discuss with the 2 cities about the annexation of Bremen. Of course, it is not called annexation. Because the sovereignty of Bremen is in Marin's hands. At best, it can only be regarded as Marin taking back the autonomy that the Archbishopric of Bremen originally granted to the city of Bremen. As for the two leaders of the Hanseatic League, Hamburg and Lübeck, their attitudes are quite different. Hamburg wholeheartedly agrees with Marin's annexation of Bremen, while Lübeck is very hesitant. Why? Because the two Hanseatic cities of Hamburg and Bremen are both in the northwest of Germany. Although the two cities belong to the Hanseatic League, they secretly compete with each other for the commercial dominance of the northwest of Germany, mainly the North Sea coastal area. Although Hamburg has a greater location advantage, Bremen is not weak either. Therefore, Hamburg is eager for Marin to help them get rid of Bremen as a competitor. They naturally agree with Marin's desire to move Bremen. But Lübeck is different. Lübeck is a commercial city in the Baltic Sea region, and the commercial hegemony on the North Sea coast has nothing to do with them. Therefore, the people of Lübeck have an ambiguous attitude towards Marin's annexation of Bremen. Finally, Hamburg came up with a killer move, uniting with Lübeck to recruit Hanseatic merchants from Bremen. You know, for a Hanseatic city, its most core group is those Hanseatic merchants. Without those Hanseatic merchants, Bremen would be no different from ordinary German cities. Therefore, Hanseatic merchants are the core of Hanseatic cities. Because Hanseatic merchants control the main wealth of Hanseatic cities, as well as business channels. These two are the most important for Hanseatic cities. In order to eliminate Bremen, a competitor, Hamburg proposed that the two companies jointly poach the main Hanseatic merchants in Bremen, which eventually moved Lübeck. Therefore, they proposed to Marin to poach Hanseatic merchants from Bremen. Although Marin was also envious of the wealth of the big Hanseatic merchants in Bremen, he also knew that if he robbed those Hanseatic merchants in Bremen, he might offend the entire Hanseatic League. Therefore, he finally agreed to the request of Lübeck and Hamburg to poach Hanseatic merchants from Bremen. Anyway, for him, the future Bremen should be the territory of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce under his name. It was good that those Hanseatic merchants from Bremen were poached, which made room for Marin's North Sea Chamber of Commerce. In this way, Marin privately reached an agreement with Lübeck and Hamburg to divide Bremen without the knowledge of the people of Bremen. According to the agreement, Lübeck and Hamburg will poach the main Hanseatic merchants from Bremen. However, the merchant ships and sailors that originally belonged to Bremen will be left to Marin. Of course, Marin will pay to buy those merchant ships. The merchant ships and sailors that originally belonged to Bremen are the strategic resources that Marin values most. Chapter 1385 Rogue Behavior. Although Marin was not allowed to use force against Bremen, which limited Marin's performance. However, Marin should not use too many means to deal with a force in his own territory. In the final analysis, Bremen is just an inland port city. The construction of Bremen seaport, Bremerhaven, was not started until 1827 in the 19th century, and the first phase of the project was completed in 1830. The reason for building the port of Bremerhaven was that the Weser River was like the Yellow River in the 19th century. Due to siltation, the water depth became shallower, which affected the navigation of ships. In addition, merchant ships in the 19th century were much larger than merchant ships of this era, and the requirements for waterways were different. In the 19th century, the displacement of merchant ships at sea started from more than 1,000 tons, or even several thousand tons. The Weser River alone could no longer meet the needs of the waterway, and coupled with the siltation of the river channel, it was naturally necessary to trim a seaport. But in this era, mainstream merchant ships in Europe were only about 200 tons. As the second longest river in Germany in later generations, the Danube and the Rhine are transnational rivers and are not included in the ranking. The Weser River is fully capable of sailing merchant ships in this era. Moreover, the inland ports of this era have greater advantages. Apart from other things, the fact that the moored ships in the inland ports do not worry about shipworms is something that pure seaports cannot compare to. Most of the large ports of this era are inland ports or ports at the mouth of freshwater rivers. For example, London is an inland port on the Thames River. Hamburg and Bremen are also inland ports. Of course, Hamburg has a Cuxhaven, but it is also at the mouth of the Elbe River. Lübeck is also an inland port, and the famous Spanish port of Seville is also an inland port. Inland ports are not afraid of shipworms eroding the bottom of the ship, nor are they afraid of coastal storms ravaging the port. However, if someone blocks the estuary. That's what Marin did. You don't want me to attack the city of Bremen, right? No problem, I'll block the estuary of the Weser River. But it seems too strong and overbearing to directly block the Weser River. After all, you have to have a legitimate reason. Therefore, we have to think of a way to make the people of Bremen feel miserable. This problem may be a difficult problem for people of this era. But for the time traveler Marin, it is a piece of cake. It's just to embarrass a resident in his own country. The demolition office in later generations is an outstanding representative of embarrassment for residents. Nail households, right? I won't beat you or scold you. I will cut off the water and electricity, and I will dig up the road for you to go out in the name of maintenance. Let's see if you collapse. Marin did the same thing, Bremen, right? Inland port, right? Sorry, because of the siltation of the Weser River, the wise leader of the North Sea Kingdom, Grand Duke Marin, decided to urgently meet the needs of the people and organize the North Sea Kingdom to unite as one to carry out centralized dredging of the silted Weser River. During the dredging period, the Weser River waterway was temporarily closed. Closure time, 1 year. Marin sent people to Bremen to post notices, and then he really started to clear the silt. This was not a whim, nor was it to deal with Bremen, but Marin really intended to clear the silt. The Weser River has a high degree of development due to the existence of the Hanseatic city of Bremen. And the high degree of development naturally brings about the problem of soil erosion. The vegetation along the river has been destroyed a lot due to frequent human activities. Without vegetation, soil erosion is naturally serious. Of course, this problem of the Weser River is not very obvious at present, but there are certain signs. Marin plans to kill this sign in advance and clean up the Weser River in advance. On the one hand, Marin plans to organize the population to dig the silt at the bottom of the Weser River. On the other hand, Marin considers introducing the weeping willows of the Ming dynasty and planting them on the river bank to maintain water and soil. The means of digging silt is very simple, that is, using a very long wooden stick connected to an iron shovel. People hold long wooden sticks, extend the iron shovel to the bottom of the river, and dig up the silt. Then, it is piled in a cabin first. After docking, it is transported ashore and spread into the fields. Silt is very fertile soil, because there are usually some algae crops growing on the bottom of the river. After these algae die, they are deposited on the bottom of the river and decompose, making the river mud fertile. Moreover, there are not only algae in the river, but also many fish that feed on algae. After these fish die, their bodies naturally sink to the bottom. Fish are rich in phosphorus, and the fish bodies are mixed into the silt, making the silt contain phosphorus, which can become an important auxiliary fertilizer. Of course, there is also fish feces, which contains both phosphorus and nitrogen. There is an agricultural technology in later generations called rice field fish farming. It relies on the feces and bones of fish in the rice fields as an important natural fertilizer for rice fields. In addition to clearing the waterway, Marin's organization of dredging this time is actually a way to fertilize the fields. After all, silt is a natural fertilizer. In the Ming dynasty, people in the south of the Yangtze River like to dig silt to fertilize the fields. In addition, because rice is often introduced into the river, the nitrogen and phosphorus dissolved in the river water also fertilize rice. Therefore, the rice yield in Jiangnan is high, and it was the granary of the Ming dynasty. Of course, not all silt can fertilize the fields. Try to get the silt polluted by the sewage discharged by chemical plants in later generations. It will definitely kill the rice seedlings. In addition, the silt of the Yellow River is not very useful, mostly mud and sand. As for planting willows on the river bank to protect the embankment, it was an important measure in ancient China with a very long history. The earliest record of planting willows on the river bank was in Guanzi. Dudi, plant with thorns to consolidate the land, mix with cypress and poplar, willow, to prepare for flooding. Therefore, since the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, the ancient Chinese knew how to plant willows to protect the embankment. Therefore, under the deliberate influence of the government, there were many weeping willows on the riverside in ancient China. Why was there a custom of breaking willows to say goodbye in ancient times? To say goodbye to friends, you naturally have to say goodbye to them outside the city. And there are weeping willows everywhere along the moat outside the city. It is naturally unhappy to say goodbye to friends. When babies are unhappy, they will vent their anger. There is a weeping willow over here, so I took it out on it. Then, I broke off a willow branch and felt much better. My friend was surprised. My good friend, why did you break off someone else's willow branch? Did the willow tree provoke you? I can't tell the truth, otherwise it would seem a bit LOL. So I had an idea and gave the willow branch to my friend. Look, this is a willow branch from my hometown, my good friend, bring a willow branch from my hometown, and seeing the willow branch is like seeing my hometown, like seeing me, your good friend. Then, this saying spread, and there was a custom of breaking willow branches to say goodbye. The reason for breaking willow branches is that the government arranged to plant willow trees along the moat outside the city. If you want to break off other trees, you can't break them. In addition, the branches of other trees are too high, and you have to be good at light work if you want to break off branches. I don't want weeping willows, and the willow branches hang down for you to break. Planting willows to protect the embankment is not only because the roots of willow trees can fix the soil, but also because willow trees have strong vitality. In spring, if you just plant a willow branch in the wet ground by the river, a big tree will grow. Even when the spring breeze blows, the catkins fly away and fly to a wet land, willow trees can grow one by one. Unlike other trees, it is extremely difficult to cultivate and very troublesome. Therefore, willow became the first tree for embankment protection in ancient China. However, it seems that in the Ming and Qing dynasties, the willow trees on the river bank suffered large-scale destruction. The reason is speechless: making gunpowder. In the Ming and Qing dynasties, the charcoal in the gunpowder formula was mostly willow charcoal. Therefore, the willow trees suffered large-scale destruction and were used to burn willow charcoal. Marin wanted to use willow to protect the embankment, and he also valued the advantages of willow trees, that they are very easy to survive and spread. In addition, willow bark seems to contain salicylic acid. According to legend, the magic drug aspirin that Germany later developed was originally extracted from the bark of willows transplanted from Asia by Europeans. Of course, it was later artificially synthesized. But the initial discovery and research of aspirin started with willow bark. How to synthesize salicylic acid into the magic drug aspirin Marin didn't know, after all. He was not a professional chemistry student. However, he could let those children who studied chemistry specialize in salicylic acid extracted from willow bark in the future. In this way, generation after generation, aspirin will be produced one day. Bremen reacted extremely strongly to Marin's blockade of the Weser River. However, Marin didn't care how they reacted. While deploying a group of land forces around the city of Bremen, Marin also set up cannons on both sides of the Weser River. If the Bremen merchant ship dared to force its way in, it would be sunk directly. The Bremen people were very angry about Marin's almost rogue behavior. But they couldn't beat the North Sea Kingdom, so they could only choose to seek help from outside. But unfortunately, Bremen was not a sovereign city. Even if they wanted to appeal to the imperial parliament, they were not qualified. As for asking for help from the Hanseatic League, the Hanseatic leader Lübeck and the deputy leader Hamburg remained silent. So, the Bremen people understood they were abandoned. Chapter 1386, Starve to Death or Negotiate. Why did Lübeck and Hamburg covet the Hanseatic merchants in Bremen? At first, Marin thought that they were mainly attracted by the wealth of the Hanseatic merchants in Bremen. After all, commercial activities in this era were subject to taxation. But after Marin learned in detail, he realized that the reason why Hamburg coveted the Hanseatic merchants in Bremen and tried desperately to recruit them was not for wealth and taxes. Of course, wealth and taxes are also part of the reason. The real reason is the business channels of the Bremen people. The two cities are both important Hanseatic cities on the northwest coast of Germany, and they are both big guys, and the two sides are full of competition. However, the advantages of the two are different. Hamburg's base is mainly in the German region, including the inland Elbe River basin. For example, the Saxony region in the Elbe River basin and the Archbishopric of Magdeburg and other places, the import and export of goods must go through Hamburg. Therefore, the northwest coast of Germany and the Elbe River basin belong to Hamburg's base. The city of Bremen is different. In addition to the Weser River basin and parts of the northwest coast of Germany, their base also includes England and the Netherlands. Even the overseas markets in England and the Netherlands are no less profitable than local markets. The main force of the Hanseatic League in London and Antwerp is the Hanseatic merchants in Bremen. Although Hamburg also has its own power in the London and Antwerp markets, it is far less than Bremen. The main reason is that Bremen originally regarded overseas as the main development direction. Therefore, in the overseas markets of London and Antwerp, Bremen is the most respected. As a result, the three big brothers of the Hanseatic League, Lübeck, Hamburg and Bremen, Lübeck's base is the Baltic Sea region, Bremen's base is mainly England and the Netherlands, and its interests exceed local interests, and Hamburg, although the deputy leader of the Hanseatic League, also has power in the Baltic Sea, England and the Netherlands, but they are all second. It's just that Hamburg's strength in the local area is strong, relying on the trade rights in the Elbe River basin, it barely suppressed Bremen and became the second strongest in the Hanseatic League. This time, Marin wants to move Bremen, and Hamburg is the most excited. Because the people of Hamburg really want Bremen's interests in England and the Netherlands. In other words, whoever swallows up those Hanseatic merchants in Bremen, then the original commercial channels of Bremen in England and Antwerp in the Netherlands will belong to him. If Hamburg digs away the Hanseatic merchants who control the commercial channels in England and the Netherlands from Bremen, it can be said that Hamburg's strength in the North Sea region will increase greatly. Maybe, it will rely on these channels to surpass Lübeck. The people of Lübeck obviously knew this, so they did not agree at first. However, in order to achieve its goal, Hamburg did not hesitate to share these benefits with Lübeck, so that Lübeck finally agreed to swallow Bremen together. In addition, Lübeck was unwilling to offend Marin for Bremen. After all, Bremen was courting death and took the initiative to be hostile to the North Sea. But Marin knew that the Hamburgers' proposal was actually a trap. Although Hamburg proposed to divide the Bremen Hanseatic merchants equally, the Bremen Hanseatic merchants were not goods, and they would have their own choices. After all, the core interests of the Bremen Hanseatic merchants were in the North Sea, while the core interests of Lübeck were in the Baltic Sea. If Lübeck and Hamburg recruited Bremen merchants at the same time, then the Bremen merchants would definitely give priority to Hamburg for the sake of interests. After all, Hamburg is also a port in the North Sea. And if they rely on Lübeck, where will the ships be anchored? The Baltic Sea. In that case, it would be inconvenient to go to England and the Netherlands. But Lübeck is not without benefits. After all, as long as there are merchants willing to go, they will inevitably bring a lot of capital. How important is capital? You can understand it by looking at the various goodwills of local officials in China to investors in later generations. Apart from anything else, the taxes generated by commercial activities every year are free. These days, there is no agricultural tax in Europe, only commercial tax and import and export tariffs. For wealthy Hanseatic merchants, import and export trade is a basic activity. If a Hanseatic merchant is persuaded to live and do business in Lübeck, the annual tax revenue will definitely increase a lot. In order to make Lübeck support the North Sea Kingdom to annex Bremen, Hamburg also put forward conditions that Lübeck could not refuse. No matter what the intentions of the Bremen merchants are, as long as Hamburg recruits half of the Bremen merchants, it will stop immediately. Then, encourage the remaining Bremen Hanseatic merchants to go to Lübeck. In view of the wealth and tax revenue brought by half of the Lübeck merchants, Lübeck finally agreed. In fact, Marin was also quite envious of the business channels in England and the Netherlands controlled by Bremen merchants, and he also thought about keeping those Hanseatic merchants. However, after thinking again and again, Marin gave up recruiting those people. Why? Because these Hanseatic merchants have too much political influence on the city of Bremen. In Bremen, these Hanseatic merchants are not only local tycoons, but also political leaders. They called for a call, and many people responded in Bremen. If Marin wants to keep these people, then it is not certain who will have the final say in the future of Bremen. Even if these people dare not openly oppose Marin, it is very easy to secretly instigate the citizens of Bremen to confront Marin. Don't underestimate the citizens of this era. The early revolutions were all caused by the citizens. King Louis XVI of France was also sent to the guillotine by the citizens. Of course, the citizens are stupid, and they are often bewitched and led by the rhythm. However, if the Bremen Hansa merchants who are capable of bewitching them and leading the rhythm are driven away, these citizens will be leaderless. After all, although the citizens are the main force of the revolution, they are by no means the leaders of the revolution. Therefore, for the long-term stability of Bremen in the future, Marin had to reluctantly give up the business channels of those Bremen merchants and let them be recruited by Hamburg and Lübeck. In fact, it is difficult for Marin himself to recruit those Bremen merchants. Because the two sides have long had a grudge. At the beginning, after Marin established the North Sea Chamber of Commerce, he began to mainly deal in grain and salt, but he lived in peace with the Bremen merchants. But as the territory of the North Sea Kingdom expanded, the conflict between Marin and the Bremen merchants intensified. This was mainly because, in order to keep domestic agricultural technology confidential, Marin prohibited foreign merchants from entering and leaving the North Sea Kingdom at will. However, the original several principalities of the North Sea Kingdom were originally the commercial sphere of influence of the Hanseatic merchants of Bremen. Marin's prohibition of foreign merchants from entering and leaving at will was equivalent to cutting off the financial resources of many Bremen merchants. Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. It would be strange if those Bremen merchants could live in peace with Marin. The North Sea Kingdom is not a small principality. With an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers, it ranks among the top in Germany. Before, most of these territories were the commercial sphere of influence of the Hanseatic merchants of Bremen. After Marin took control of these areas, he not only expelled all the Bremen merchants who were foreign merchants, but also established the North Sea Chamber of Commerce to compete with the Bremen people. It would have been fine if the North Sea Chamber of Commerce had monopolized the trade of the North Sea Kingdom, but it also extended its tentacles to London and established a branch that was no less powerful than the Hanseatic League's merchant house, which had already driven the Bremen merchants crazy. If they had not been defeated, the Bremen merchants would have already made a move against Marin. Therefore, it was not surprising that they turned to the Eight Kingdoms after seeing the opportunity. After Marin blocked the Weser River, although the commercial activities in Bremen city suffered a huge blow. However, out of hostility and hatred towards Marin, the Bremen people did not give in. Marin sent people to contact those Bremen merchants many times, but they were all rejected. Many Bremen merchants even swore that even if they did not do business, they would never leave Bremen city. As for the fact that merchant ships could not enter and exit the Weser River, the Bremen merchants decided that at worst, the merchant ships would not return to the Weser River. As for the merchant ships trapped in the Weser River, they would rather abandon them. Then, they would purchase ships from the outside world to run sea routes. After all, a ship is very expensive for ordinary people, but it is not a big problem for those Bremen merchants. Therefore, even if the Weser River is blocked, Marin's early contact with Bremen merchants was not successful. In conjunction, Hamburg's contact with Bremen Hanseatic merchants was not smooth. Even some radical Bremen Hanseatic merchants have raised the banner of, "I would rather not do business than give up Bremen city." Marin was so angry when he saw this banner. So he decided to use more advanced means to cut off food. Indeed, although merchant ships cannot go out to sea to do business, Bremen people can change ships to avoid Marin's blockade. The basic base of Bremen merchants is mainly in England and Antwerp in the Netherlands. As long as they don't return to the home port of Bremen city, Marin can't do anything about them. However, Bremen city is such a big city, people in the city always have to eat, right? Bremen has a population of nearly 20,000, and the daily consumption of food and vegetables is an astronomical figure. However, Bremen is a purely commercial city and has no farmland at all. Therefore, Bremen's food needs to be transported in from other places. And the largest food supplier is naturally the North Sea Kingdom. Even if the North Sea Kingdom does not provide food, food transported from other places to Bremen must pass through the North Sea Kingdom. Therefore, Marin decided to cut off Bremen's transportation route. The method is also very simple: to block the waterway leading to the outside of Bremen. To this end, Marin suddenly announced that he would strengthen the construction of infrastructure near Bremen. So he ordered the blockade of the waterway upstream of Bremen city for centralized dredging. At the same time, the land routes around Bremen city were also completely blocked by the North Sea Kingdom army. The reason is to build roads. This time, Bremen city was immediately unlucky. In the past, relying on the Weser River, even if the North Sea Kingdom did not sell food to Bremen city, Bremen could still transport food from other countries through the Weser River. Even if Marin blocked the mouth of the Weser River, the people of Bremen could still transport food from Hesse and Thuringia upstream of the Weser River. However, once Marin blocked the route upstream of the Weser River, Bremen city immediately panicked. Because this meant that Bremen had no channel to transport food. Starve to death or negotiate, you choose. Marin gave the final ultimatum. Chapter 1387, Negotiations begin. Thanks to the Swedes for their stupid move this time, depriving me of half of my shares. This also gives me the opportunity to draw a clear line with Sweden. Otherwise, if I abandon Sweden and support Denmark, I will be despised. Marin said with emotion. Tagfact and Heisenberg both laughed. Indeed, the Swedes made a stupid move this time and offended Marin for no reason. Otherwise, with the support of Marin, the fighter, on land, the Danes would not dare to attack Sweden. What should we do in the future? Whoever is stronger will help the other side to attack. Will this be despised? Heisenberg asked. Marin thought about it and knew that they were afraid of being despised, so he gave a suggestion. This time, the three of us can also participate in the signing of the contract and declare that in order to ensure the peace in Northern Europe, we promise that as long as one of the two parties has any action to destroy the peace, we will join the other party to strike. In this way, we can balance between the two countries in the future. Whoever wants to dominate alone can't do it. Good idea, it can achieve the goal of balancing the two sides and be open and aboveboard without being despised. Good. The two speakers nodded and praised. Then, they went back with satisfaction. The next morning, the two negotiating parties, including the heads of the three countries of North Sea, Lübeck and Hamburg who participated in the mediation, will meet at the old city hall in Lübeck to hold the first round of negotiations. However, Marin was deliberately late. Originally, the 5 representatives participating in the negotiations should have gathered at the old city hall of Lübeck at 8 o'clock in the morning. However, Marin dragged it until 8 o'clock before leaving the VIP hotel. Then, he arrived at the old city hall at 8:20. Of course, the old city hall is a term used in later generations. Now, it is called Lübeck Town Hall. The old town hall was built in 1447, which is only a few decades old. For stone buildings, decades of buildings are really not that old. After all, stone buildings can be preserved for a long, long time. This time, Marin was deliberately late for two main purposes. First, the most important person is naturally the last to arrive. Being late for a while is really nothing. Do you dare to be dissatisfied? Second, let Conn pretend by the way, and at the same time put a little pressure on the Danish and Swedish parties participating in the talks. So, when Conn proudly led more than 400 guards in lobster soldier uniforms to the tense and rhythmic accompaniment of the Grenadiers' March of Scottish bagpipes and military drums, he walked in front of the gate of Lubeck town hall, which immediately caused a huge sensation. The people of Lubeck have not seen the neat and uniform march of the North Sea Army. The last battle of Lubeck, Marin led the army and fought side by side with the people of Lubeck. That time, the people of Lubeck had seen the strict military discipline and neat military appearance of the East Frisian army. However, Marin's army still wore white vests with black crosses. Except for the vest on the outside, everyone's clothes were actually quite mixed. But there was no way, it was to save costs. The North Sea Guards who came to show off this time were different. In order to show off, Marin specially asked the tailors to make a full set of fitted lobster soldier uniforms for the soldiers, black tricorn hats, red tops, all with copper buttons, white pants, black leather boots. A set of clothes costs a lot. Just the row of copper buttons on the red top costs a lot of money. You know, the current copper price is much more expensive than in the 18th century. In addition, red dyes are also very expensive in this era. But fortunately, this time Marin only bought a set of expensive lobster soldier uniforms for hundreds of guards. Otherwise, if we buy it for the whole army, it would cost a lot of money. It's cheaper to wear a white vest with a black cross. Just draw a black cross on the white wool vest with ink. In addition, ordinary soldiers wear straw sandals, which are very cheap. Unlike the cowhide boots worn by the guards, which are very expensive. Even the knives used by the guards are all polished and plated with zinc. Therefore, the sabers of the guards looked glittering, simply blinding the audience's eyes. The passionate and rhythmic Grenadiers' March, the uniform stomping of black leather boots, the visually impactful red uniforms of the lobster soldiers, and the shining sabers. Well, not only the ordinary citizens of Lubeck were stunned, including the Grand Speaker of Lubeck and the Grand Speaker of Hamburg, as well as King Hans and King Eric of Sweden, were all stunned. Beautiful and cool, but also full of oppression, this is also unique. In fact, Marin prefers to use Soviet March as background music, which makes the oppression stronger and more domineering. However, the Soviet March requires the accompaniment of a whole symphony orchestra, and also requires many instruments that are not available in this era. Therefore, Marin can only give up and choose the accompaniment song, Grenadiers' March, that requires the least instruments. This song can be solved by a Scottish bagpiper and a drummer. Although Marin is not very satisfied, he can't stand the bumpkins of this era. In their opinion, the performance of the North Sea Guards was simply amazing. Oh, my God! Ah, Jesus! The citizens of Lubeck exclaimed in the street. In fact, even the nobles who participated in the negotiations were shocked. It's just that they knew how to be patient better than ordinary citizens and didn't shout out loud. Sure enough, as Marin guessed, after this episode, the two monarchs of Denmark and Sweden, the two main parties participating in the negotiations, were suppressed. At the beginning of the negotiations, they were not so aggressive. It was because, after the previous episode, the momentum that they had been holding back in their hearts was suddenly released. However, the appetizer before the negotiations, mutual accusations between the two negotiating parties, was still inevitable. The Danes are too shameless. They shamelessly invaded Swedish land. We strongly demand that the Danes get out unconditionally. The new Swedish King Erik Johansson took the lead. King Hans of Denmark glared and retorted, "Please pay attention to your attitude, Count Erik. You should know that I am the true monarch of Sweden. You are a bunch of traitors who took advantage of Denmark's difficulties and launched a rebellion. This time, the action is just the king taking back the land that originally belonged to him. But no Swede likes you to be their king. So, they chose me. And I am now the king of Sweden. On an equal footing with you." Erik Johansson retorted. "You are the king. Who recognizes you? Excuse me, your so-called king, how many countries have established diplomatic relations with your pseudo-government? Has the Holy See recognized it?" King Hans retorted disdainfully. Erik Johansson really had nothing to say, because the Kingdom of Sweden has not yet been officially recognized. Originally, Marin's North Sea Kingdom, Lubeck and Hamburg were the most likely to recognize the Kingdom of Sweden. Unfortunately, the Swedes committed suicide and offended Marin, and then. In fact, Lubeck and Hamburg almost recognized the Kingdom of Sweden, but were persuaded by Marin. Moreover, even if Lubeck and Hamburg recognized the Kingdom of Sweden, it would be useless. Why? Because although Lubeck and Hamburg are extremely wealthy, their political influence is really not great. After all, Lubeck and Hamburg are just independent cities, belonging to the second-level independent individuals. They may be very rich, but politically, they may not have more say than those poor earls of independent counties. Therefore, even if Lübeck and Hamburg recognized the Kingdom of Sweden, it would be useless. After all, without the recognition of other king-level monarchs and the recognition of the Holy See, the so-called King Erik Johansson's identity is really a bit empty. Chapter 1388 Expensive Real Estate. In fact, it was agreed in advance between Marin and the two Hanseatic cities that Lübeck and Hamburg would be the first to scold the Bremen representatives. The Bremen representatives came to Oldenburg with a lot of anger, and if they started negotiations directly, it would be difficult for the other party to calm down. Therefore, Marin let Lübeck and Hamburg take action first, and seized on Bremen's violation of the alliance law to dampen the other party's enthusiasm. Then, he would take action himself. As expected, after Lübeck and Hamburg silenced the Bremen representatives, Marin showed up with a kind face and a smile. "What's wrong, my lords? Did you have an unpleasant conversation?" Then, he turned his gaze to Hector, the Grand Speaker of Bremen, and said, "My lord Hector, you from Bremen stabbed the North Sea Kingdom in the back when it was in danger. If I don't take action against you, it will be difficult to explain to the country. Therefore, Bremen must be destroyed. However, for the sake of the two Grand Speakers of Lübeck and Hamburg, I can allow you to leave with all your wealth. Anyway, you are all businessmen, so you shouldn't have any plot of being hard to leave your hometown, right? Isn't it just changing the place to do business? Hamburg and Lübeck are also the two most prosperous commercial cities in Germany. You can do business there and make money anyway." Hector snorted coldly and said, "You mean easy, take all the property away. Those gold, silver, treasures and goods can be taken away easily. But what about our houses and land? Those account for a high proportion, and we can't take them away. If we move away like this, the loss of real estate wealth will be a huge sum of money." At this point, several other Bremen representatives also nodded. This is the core reason why the Hanseatic merchants in Bremen are unwilling to leave easily. For a businessman, although the proportion of real estate is much smaller than that of those landlords who mainly rely on land, it also occupies a considerable proportion. Generally, when businessmen have money, most of them will build mansions. This is also very common in China. For example, the super-wealthy Yangzhou salt merchants built luxurious gardens such as Guyuan and Heyuan in Yangzhou City for their own enjoyment. Although the Shaanxi merchants are stingy, they have also built many mansions similar to Qiao's courtyard. In Europe, the Hanseatic merchants are similar. After those big Hanseatic merchants became rich, they also built many mansions. Of course, their mansions are mainly villas and buildings made of stone. In Europe today, the rich generally live in large and exquisite houses built with stone. The poor generally live in simple wooden houses. Some even live in straw huts. People in later generations may think that wood is expensive and stone is cheap. But in this era, Europe is full of forests, and wood is cheaper. Stone, because it consumes the labor of stonemasons to grind and process, is much more expensive than wood. Moreover, it is much more difficult to build a house with polished stones than with wood, so the cost is naturally more expensive. Of course, the middle class between the rich and the poor likes to build houses with bricks and wood. But bricks are less solid than wood, and the color is not as beautiful as stone. Therefore, in European cities, generally only churches and rich people's houses use all stone structures. The houses of the middle class are more mixed, some use stone, some use bricks, and some use wood. But more often, the three are mixed. As for the poor, they live in simple wooden houses. In addition, it should be pointed out that the houses of the rich are not only built with stone. On the exterior of the house, the rich people would often hire carving craftsmen to carve a lot of stone carvings on it to make the house look more artistic. And this is also very costly. And these stone houses full of stone carvings are still standing after hundreds of years and have become famous cultural relics in Europe. So, these Hanseatic merchants are also very reluctant to give up the houses full of stone carvings and artistic atmosphere that they spent a lot of money to build. After all, these houses can't be taken away. At this time, Marin finally understood why these profit-seeking Bremen merchants were unwilling to move. It's not that it's hard to leave the hometown, but that they are reluctant to abandon those stone mansions that cost a lot of money in vain. After knowing the concerns of these Hanseatic merchants, it's easy to deal with. After thinking about it, Marin asked, "What if I pay for your house?" Hector and several Bremen parliamentarians were stunned. "You want to buy my house?" "My house was built at a cost of 5,000 golden gold coins." Hector said. 5,000 gold coins. Marin's eyelids twitched. Then, he remembered something and asked, "How many houses in Bremen are as valuable as yours?" Hector thought for a moment and said, in addition to large buildings such as churches and town halls, there are about dozens of mansions of the same level as my house. Marin took a breath of cold air. If one house is worth 5,000 gold coins, wouldn't dozens of houses be worth 200,000 or 300,000 gold coins? No wonder they were unwilling to leave. It turned out that the house was so valuable. You know, he only spent 10,000 gold coins to build a castle for Adler. These 5,000 gold coins are equivalent to the cost of half a castle. Moreover, these are only the residences of the top Hanseatic merchants in Bremen. If the houses of the middle-class Hanseatic merchants are included, this demolition fee seems a bit high. And according to the estimates of Hector and others, the total cost of the houses of the Hanseatic merchants in Bremen is estimated to be more than 1 million gold coins. Marin suddenly didn't want to talk. If he bought all the real estate of the Hanseatic merchants in Bremen at this price, this is a lot of money. It's not that Marin can't afford it, but if he does, he will be short of money. After all, he just took over 8 principalities, and it was a time when money was needed everywhere. At this time, spending millions of gold coins to buy real estate in Bremen. Marin cast his eyes on Bernard, the speaker of Hamburg, and Heinrich, the speaker of Lübeck Old Iron. You guys also pay a little. As a result, the two of them avoided Marin's eyes directly. Obviously, they are not willing to pay to share this huge expenditure. It's not that they can't afford it, but that their parliament is responsible to the citizens. Spending so much money to buy a house in Bremen. It will definitely not be approved in the parliament. This is just the residence of the Hanseatic merchants in Bremen. If the houses of the citizens of Bremen are included, the total value of the real estate in the entire city of Bremen is estimated to be 2 to 3 million. Marin, who was originally confident that he wanted to solve the problem by spending money, suddenly felt guilty. Damn it, the landlords don't have any surplus food. Spending 1 million gold coins to buy these people's second-hand houses? Am I crazy? Marin's heart was filled with 1,000 horses roaring through him. He really didn't expect that the real estate of these Hanseatic merchants was so expensive. Chapter 1389, Paying with Salt. In fact, Marin was full of evil thoughts at this time. He planned to expel the Hanseatic merchants from Bremen without paying a penny. In this way, at least 1 million gold coins could be left. However, after thinking about it, he still endured it. If he was only content to be a prince in a corner, it would be understandable to do so. However, Marin wanted half of Germany and learned the Prussian route of later generations. Therefore, he couldn't be too ugly. Otherwise, if he set a bad example, no one would believe him in the future. In addition, at this time, Marin still needed the political support and economic cooperation of the Hanseatic League, and he couldn't turn against others easily. What city is Bremen? That's the third of the Hanseatic League. It's good that the eldest Lübeck and the second Hamburg can agree to Marin to move it. If he does it too much, he will lose the ally of the Hanseatic League in the future. In Germany, it is difficult to get along without allies. Moreover, if these Bremen merchants go to Hamburg and Lübeck, because of their strong financial resources, they will definitely mix into the high level of the two cities in the future. It's a good time to force them out now, but they will definitely be in trouble if they get into the high-level positions in Lübeck and Hamburg in the future. Therefore, Marin forcibly suppressed his evil thoughts and chose to solve it peacefully. Only by resolving this matter peacefully can we ensure a good relationship with the Hanseatic League. At the same time, it also sets an example for conquering other regions and cities in the future. I am a reasonable person. However, if I really pay millions of gold coins in real money and silver, Marin will not be willing to do so. After all, that's millions of gold coins. Even if Marin is financially strong, it hurts to take it out. As for paying for food, Marin has thought about it. However, unfortunately, because of the war this year, the North Sea Kingdom has suffered a large-scale grain crop failure. Especially in Oldenburg, Marin personally ordered the burning of wheat fields, and the losses were extremely heavy. In addition, Marin now needs a lot of grain for brewing every year, so even if there is a lot of grain in the warehouse, Marin is not very willing to pay with grain. You know, in this chaotic era, grain is sometimes stronger than gold coins. Therefore, Marin hesitated. At the reception banquet in the evening, Marin specially held a grand welcome ceremony, mainly to welcome the two great speakers of Lübeck and Hamburg. At the beginning of the dinner, the beautiful Maumee waiter brought up bread and salt, which represented the highest welcome etiquette. Serving bread and salt is actually the etiquette of the Slavs. After being introduced by Marin, the Maumee also brought this custom. Marin thought it was very interesting, so he chose this welcome banquet as a reserved program. Otherwise, according to the Germans' habits, it is estimated that a plate of sausages or 2 large elbows would be served. The Germans' habits are more practical, but it looks a bit discordant. After all, sausages, not to mention the use of pig intestines, the meat used is mostly smashed. In this era, guests from other countries may not be able to adapt. If too large elbows are served, it may scare the guests. Therefore, Marin introduced the Slavs' etiquette of bread and salt. After all, bread and salt look much cleaner and more elegant. Moreover, the key point is that the girl holding the bread and salt is very pleasing to the eye. The two great speakers are not unfamiliar with this kind of Slavic etiquette, because both cities have close trade relations with the Baltic Slavs, and naturally know this etiquette. So, they naturally picked up a small piece of bread, dipped it in salt, and took a bite. Then, Heinrich, the great speaker of Lübeck, praised, well, not bad, better than the salt of Lüneburg. Heinrich himself is a big salt merchant in Lübeck. Their family's business is mainly to transport the mineral salt of Lüneburg to the Baltic region for sale through the Stecknitz Canal. This business is very profitable, so Heinrich's family is also a wealthy family in Lübeck and has occupied a seat in the Lübeck parliament for a long time. Heinrich's words were unintentional, but they sounded like thunder in Marin's ears. Yes, Lüneburg salt. Marin suddenly became excited. He was busy with this and that during this period, and almost forgot about the disposal of the salt mine in Lüneburg. Dealing with the Lüneburg salt mine is like dealing with the Hanseatic merchants in Bremen. The original salt merchants need to be treated differently. For example, the shares of the salt merchants from Lübeck and Hamburg cannot be moved. As for the share that originally belonged to the Welf family, where the Duke of Lüneburg was, Marin naturally swallowed it up. However, due to the short-sightedness of the former Duke of Lüneburg, the Welf family only owned 1/3 of the salt mine. The remaining 2/3 of the shares were either sold by the former Duke of Lüneburg or divided up by other nobles in the duchy. Fortunately, Marin violently dealt with the Welf family this time and annexed the original nobles in the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg. After all, in this war, these original nobles in the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg must have participated in the war. Since they participated in the war, they must be losers. As for losers, it is natural that their shares in the salt mine are robbed. In this way, Marin has collected nearly half of the shares of the Lüneburg salt mine. The Lüneburg salt mine produces more than 10,000 tons of salt each year. At a wholesale price of 4 shillings per quarter, 12.7 kilograms, each ton of salt is worth 315 shillings, equivalent to 63 gold coins. In this way, the annual output value of the salt mine shares in Marin's hands is as high as 315,000 gold coins. However, Marin's ambition is obviously more than that. As a ruler, he is not satisfied with only occupying half of the salt mine. In the future, Marin plans to kick out most of the mine owners after the situation stabilizes, and monopolize most of the benefits. After all, in this era, salt is a hard currency that can stand shoulder to shoulder with gold coins and food. How can Marin allow others to get involved in such strategic resources? Of course, some mine owners are very powerful, and Marin can't easily move them. Therefore, Marin's ultimate goal is to occupy 80% of the shares of the Lüneburg salt mine. In this way, the salt mine can bring him an output value of 500,000 gold coins every year. As for the profit, it should be able to reach 400,000 gold coins. Moreover, the production capacity of the salt mine in Lüneburg seems to have not been fully explored. Marin had read European history before, and there was an article saying that the annual output of the Lüneburg salt mine was as high as more than 20,000 tons at its peak in the 16th century. In other words, Marin could double the salt production. But Marin did not intend to really increase the production by that much, because he just intended to use the Lüneburg salt mine as a cover. The salt production of his salt boiling base on Cape Breton Island was not lower than that of the Lüneburg salt mine. Moreover, the quality was better. However, because it was difficult to explain the source, Marin could only control the salt production now. Although he had secured some sales in Eastern Europe, he still did not dare to enter the German salt market in a big way, fearing suspicion. But with the Lüneburg salt mine, it was different. With the Lüneburg salt mine as a cover, Marin could pretend to expand the scale of salt mine production. But in fact, it was just expanding the scale of salt boiling on Cape Breton Island. Then, under the name of Lüneburg mine salt, he dumped salt to the German states. Of course, that was all later. At the moment, the first thing Marin had to solve was the problem of purchasing the real estate of the Hanseatic merchants in Bremen. Since they were unwilling to pay with cash or grain, then using salt to pay was also a good choice. So, Marin said to Hector and other Bremen representatives, "I agree to spend money to buy your properties in Bremen, but I plan to pay with salt." Chapter 1390, Salt and Salted Fish. Pay with salt. The Bremen representatives and the two speakers from Lübeck and Hamburg were all stunned. Then, Lübeck Grand Speaker Heinrich's face changed and he said, "Do you want to pay with salt from Lübeck salt mine?" Marin nodded and said, yes, I plan to pay with Lübeck salt. I disagree. If you pay the salt to the Bremen people, what will happen to our Lübeck merchants? Heinrich's face changed drastically. You know, the salt trade in the Baltic region is one of the core interests of the city of Lübeck. Heinrich's family relies on Lübeck salt. If Marin gave the salt to the Bremen merchants, the Lübeck salt merchants would suffer heavy losses. Marin waved his hand and said, don't get me wrong, I'm not giving the salt to the Bremen merchants to sell, but using the salt to pay for the purchase of real estate. What's the difference? Heinrich was puzzled. Marin explained, what I mean is to use the salt from Lüneburg as collateral for the funds to buy a house. However, I will not give the salt directly to them. In order to protect the interests of Lübeck, my plan is this: next, I will issue a certificate called salt permit. If you want to sell salt in the Lüneburg salt mine, you must use this certificate to get the salt. But even if they get the salt, they can't transport the salt away. I plan to only allow Lübeck salt merchants to transport the salt. In other words, this certificate called salt permit can only guarantee that the holder can get salt from the Lüneburg salt mine. But if you want to transport the salt from the salt mine, it must be the Lüneburg salt merchants who transport it. For this reason, I will provide the Lüneburg salt merchants with bills of lading. At that time, the salt merchants in Lüneburg will find the Bremen merchants holding the salt permit with the bill of lading and buy salt from them. Heinrich's brain was a little insufficient. He scratched his bald head, thought for a long time, and then said, you mean, only with the salt permit and the delivery note can you get salt from the Lüneburg salt mine? Yes, the salt permit is actually an asset replacement certificate. However, this certificate does not qualify for the distribution of salt. In the final analysis, this certificate is used by me to pay off debts. And the final salt distribution link is still handed over to our friends in Lüneburg for sales. To put it bluntly, it means that Bremen merchants will take salt to you to cash it out. Heinrich asked again, then is there a limit on our delivery notes? Of course, I will provide an equal amount of delivery notes based on the previous purchase accounts of each Lübeck salt merchant. Of course, Mr. Speaker, as the leader of the city of Lübeck, I will give you some extra delivery notes for free distribution. After all, I also plan to expand the salt production in Lüneburg. Marin smiled. Heinrich was immediately dazzled by gold. Yes, gold. Salt, that's white gold. Marin provided more quotas for bills of lading to himself, which was clearly to make himself rich. Moreover, even if he couldn't eat it himself, he could use those quotas as favors to win over political allies. Seeing Marin and Heinrich singing the same tune and flirting with each other, the Bremen merchants next to them were depressed. Originally, they were happy to hear that Marin was going to give them salt. Because if the salt was sold to the Baltic region, it would double the money. However, in the end, the salt was just passed through their hands, and it was sold to the Lübeck merchants, which disappointed them too much. In fact, they didn't think about it. Would the Lübeck people allow others to intervene in such a big business as selling salt to the Baltic region? This is the core interest of Lübeck to become the leader of the Hanseatic League. If others dare to hand over their claws, they will definitely be hit hard. In addition, it should be pointed out that the Lübeck people transported the mineral salt from Lüneburg to the Baltic region, not to sell it to the people in the Baltic region, but to pickle salted fish. Yes, pickled salted fish and fresh meat. According to historical records, the top 3 commodities of the Hanseatic League were salt, herring, and fresh meat. Among them, herring does not refer to live fish, but to pickled herring. Specifically, it is salted fish. In this era, the North Sea fishery, one of the 4 major fisheries in later generations, was not actually formed. At this time, the Baltic Sea region in the northern waters of Europe was the center of fisheries. In this era, the Baltic Sea region was rich in herring. Herring is a sea fish which will die quickly and rot and deteriorate if it leaves the sea water. Therefore, a large amount of salt is needed to pickle herring into salted fish. And pickling salted fish obviously does not require too high-grade salt. As long as the salt is non-toxic and non-bitter, it can be used to pickle salted fish and bacon. Therefore, the mineral salt produced by the Lüneburg salt mine, although the purity is not as good as sea salt, a few mineral salts are also of good quality, but they are fine products supplied to nobles and wealthy businessmen, is more than enough for pickling salted fish. Coincidentally, because of the existence of the Stocknitz Canal, Lüneburg's mineral salt can be easily transported to the Baltic Sea region. Therefore, such unique conditions have led to the rise of Lübeck and the prosperity of Lüneburg. However, salted fish is the reason for success, and salted fish is the reason for worship. After 1560, when the herring-producing area was transferred from the Baltic Sea region to the North Sea region, Lübeck and Lüneburg declined together. And because of the arrival of the herring-producing area, another region has completely risen, that is the Netherlands. If the herring fishing grounds are not transferred to the North Sea region, it will be very difficult for the Netherlands to rise. Moreover, you have to ask Lübeck whether it agrees or not. But with the transfer of the herring-producing area to the waters near the Netherlands in the North Sea region, the sea coachman has the conditions to rise. Therefore, it was history that chose the Netherlands, not the Netherlands that created history. Don't listen to the nonsense of the rise of great powers that the Dutch invented a fish-cutting knife and rose. It's really nonsense. The Dutch invented the fish-cutting knife in the 14th century. However, the real rise of the Netherlands was in the late 16th century. Because, after 1560, the herring fishing grounds moved to the vicinity of the Netherlands. With only fish-cutting knives, but not enough fish, the rise of the G8. If it really relied on fish-cutting knives, the Netherlands should have risen in the 14th century. However, this cannot be blamed on the central bank's lack of knowledge. Because this is what the Dutch themselves promote. In order to show the superiority of their nation, the Dutch must have boasted about the Dutch people's awesomeness, such as inventing fish-cutting knives. As for the transfer of herring production areas to the North Sea in 1560, they deliberately ignored it. Otherwise, how can their ancestors be shown to be awesome? How can the Dutch nation be shown to be so great? Of course, although the main production area of herring is in the Baltic Sea, there are actually quite a few fish in the North Sea. This is mainly because there are too few fishing boats in this era and the degree of sea development is low. Therefore, the catch of the North Sea Kingdom of Marin is actually quite considerable. In particular, Marin vigorously promoted modern fishing technology such as winch trawling, which made the catch of the North Sea Kingdom still considerable. Moreover, Marin also implemented a system of loaning money to buy large and medium-sized fishing boats, which greatly facilitated the fishing industry in the North Sea. You know, with large and medium-sized fishing boats and a winch trawl, fishermen in the North Sea have the ability to fish in the deep sea. In the Baltic Sea, there are too many herrings, and people can get a good harvest just by casting their nets. Herrings have the habit of intensively migrating to the nearshore during the spawning season. Experienced fishermen don't have to go deep into the sea at all. They just need to wait at the seaside during the fishing season and cast their nets directly when they see the migrating herrings. The so-called rise of the Dutch was that herrings came to the North Sea after 1560. They just had to wait at the seaside during the fishing season for herrings to come to their doorsteps for fishing. That fish-cutting knife had to wait for 200 years before it could be used. Of course, that fish-cutting knife was not useless. At least, it did make it easier for Dutch fishermen. However, because there were not many herrings before 1560, the Netherlands had been tepid. It was not until the fishing grounds were moved to their doorstep that this knife came into play and made the Netherlands soar. Marin was much more advanced than them. When Europeans were still waiting for herrings to migrate offshore, Marin had already asked fishermen to drive large and medium-sized fishing boats and use winches to trawl to fish in the deep sea. Because of the high efficiency of winches and trawling, the North Sea Kingdom has never lacked salted fish. The serfs on the farms under Marin's command can get a lot of salted fish as a nutritional supplement every year. After all, eating bread alone is not enough nutrition. Chapter 1391 Betrayal of the Little Hanseatic Merchant. For coastal residents, fish is probably the most easily available meat. After all, the cost of fishing is very low, all you need is a boat, a net, and the labor of the fisherman. Unlike meat, even lambs of grass-eating sheep have to be bought with money. Moreover, it takes a long time to raise sheep. Moreover, people need to be sent to look after the sheep in the middle of the journey to prevent them from being eaten by wild animals or stolen by people, which is very laborious. Fishermen don't have to worry about the growth of fish at all. Their task is to run to the fishing area and cast nets. Of course, fishing is also risky. For example, they are afraid of encountering storms at sea. However, the North Sea in Europe is relatively calm. Unlike the South China Sea, typhoons blow in summer. Therefore, as long as the boat is larger, fishing in the North Sea is relatively safe. Fish is rich in nutrients, and it basically has all the nutrients that meat has. The only thing that is lacking compared to meat is probably fat. But Marin has promoted the cultivation of soybeans in North America. When soybean oil begins to be mass-produced, fat will not be something that people particularly need. In general, salted fish is not only durable, but also nutritious. Moreover, because it is pickled with salt, eating salted fish is equivalent to replenishing salt. Therefore, for Europeans, salted fish is really a god-level food that can provide sufficient nutrition, replenish salt, and is durable. Not only coastal fishermen regard salted fish as an important food, but inland Europeans also regard salted fish as an important food. After all, salted fish is durable and easy to transport. But the price of salt is too expensive, so the Swedes invented the infamous canned stinky herring. The reason why it stinks is that Sweden is in the Baltic Sea region, where salt is not produced and the price of salt is too expensive. Therefore, in order to save salt, Swedish fishermen directly boiled the caught fish in concentrated brine, and then packaged it directly. Because of the insufficient salt content, the herring fermented and became smelly in the container, resulting in the infamous canned Swedish herring. If the cost of salt is not taken into consideration, the correct method of pickling should be to rub salt on the inside and outside of the fish until the salt penetrates into the fish meat. Then, air dry it in the sun. In this way, it is not easy to stink too much. If you want to save salt, you will make something like Swedish canned herring that stinks 10 feet in the wind. Fortunately, the people of Lübeck are not short of salt. There is an adequate supply of mineral salt from Lüneburg. The salt used for salted fish made in Lübeck is enough, which is very popular with consumers everywhere. However, Marin knows in his heart that Lübeck's good days are numbered. When the herring producing area was transferred to the North Sea coast in 1560, Lübeck was destined to decline. Marin used to wonder why the Hanseatic League declined in the late 16th century. It turned out that Lübeck, the leader of the league, declined. Hamburg, the queen of the Hanseatic League, failed to shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing the Hanseatic League. Then, the Dutch took advantage of the situation and rose to replace Lübeck. Later, the trade of salt and salted fish in the Baltic region seemed to have been snatched away by the Dutch. Hector and several other Bremen representatives were very satisfied with the salt permit, but Hector thought of a serious problem. Grand Duke Marin, is there a redemption date for this salt permit? 1 million gold coins is not a small number. I heard that the annual salt output of the Lüneburg salt mine is only worth 600,000 or 700,000 gold coins. Even if you get half of the shares, the annual salt output is only worth more than 300,000 gold coins, which is not enough to pay the bill. Moreover, if the delivery is delayed for 1 year, our losses will be huge. Marin thought about it, and it was true. He couldn't turn out salt worth millions of gold coins all at once. So, he decided, if the delivery is delayed, I will pay the interest, and I will still use salt to pay off the debt. The old rules are 10% annual interest, 5% for half a year, and no interest for less than half a year. In addition, I promise to collect enough salt within a year. But if you don't come to pick up the salt after a year, I won't give more interest, the highest is 10%. Marin was afraid that these people would hold the salt in their hands as stocks waiting for the price to rise. So, he gave the latest time for cashing. If the time is exceeded, it will be useless to hold it for a long time. Hector thought about it and agreed with Marin's method. But in fact, Hector and other Hanseatic merchants would not look down on this little interest of 10% a year. Because if the money can be cashed in for business, the profit obtained will be much higher than the interest. Therefore, Hector and several other representatives asked for priority to cash in their house expenses. Marin pretended to be unhappy, and Marin deliberately proposed to depreciate the houses of Hanseatic merchants worth more than 1 million by half and only give half the price. Several Bremen representatives were immediately anxious. They were all big households in Bremen and their real estate values were very high. If the depreciation is half, the loss will be huge. For example, if the villa of Hector's family is depreciated by half, it is equivalent to a loss of 2,500 gold coins. So, several people began to argue. But Marin believed that the older the house is, the more it will be depreciated. So the two sides were deadlocked. Finally, the next morning, Hector and his friends proposed a new plan. Lord Marin, how about we adopt a new plan? What new plan? It's unlikely that there will be no depreciation. Hector exhaled and said the method discussed by several Bremen representatives last night. What? You said you are willing to help me convince other Hanseatic merchants to sell the house to me at half price. Marin was a little stunned. He proposed a half depreciation, but it was just a sky-high price, waiting for the other party to bargain. His bottom line is actually to buy at a 30% discount. As a result, the opponent directly agreed to this outrageous price. Yes, if Lord Marin agrees to purchase the properties of 23 members of our Bremen Parliament and 30 large households without depreciation, we are willing to cooperate with you and persuade other Hanseatic merchants to accept the 50% discount on the purchase price. Marin thought for a while and asked, so, what is the total value of your 53 properties? About 200,000 gold coins. The remaining 800,000 properties, if depreciated by half, can save you 400,000 gold coins. Okay, let's do it. Marin accepted decisively. After thinking about it, Marin asked again, how can you cooperate with me to persuade those small Hanseatic merchants? Coax and threaten. Coax and threaten. How to do it specifically? Marin became interested. Hector replied, this is easy. Just say that you held a knife to our necks and threatened us during the negotiation, and we had to agree to a half-price discount. Wait. Marin interrupted him and said unhappily, what if those ordinary Hanseatic merchants are completely enraged? What if they bring the citizens of Bremen to resist? Hector shook his head and said, no, because the food in the city can't last for many days. In addition, we, the parliamentarians and wealthy families, plan to pretend to lead the escape and spread the news that you are going to send troops to rob the Hanseatic merchants in the city. You might as well say that I want to massacre the city. Marin said unhappily. But Hector shook his head and said, it's useless to say that we are going to massacre the city. For us businessmen, the loss of money will hurt. As for massacring the city, it may not be more deterrent than robbing them of all their property. Merchants. Marin didn't know what to say. Hector continued, you are worried that those small merchants will incite the citizens of Bremen to resist, but there is no need to worry. Because, in Bremen, there are only more than 50 of us who really have the right to speak. As for other Hanseatic merchants, they basically have no chance to speak, so there is no need to worry that they will lead the people to fight against you. As long as more than 50 of us take the lead in fleeing, the other Hanseatic merchants will be scared and flee without a leader. Very good, let's do it. In order to save 400,000 gold coins in demolition compensation, Marin didn't care about his face. As for Hector and others, for their own interests, they did not hesitate to sell out the small Hanseatic merchants in Bremen. Chapter 1392 Conquering Bremen. On the side, Heinrich, the Grand Speaker of Lübeck, and Bernard, the Grand Speaker of Hamburg, did not have any emotional fluctuations about the dirty deal between Hector and Marin. Why? Because they think it should be so. Moreover, the main target of Hamburg and Lübeck this time is actually the 53 big Hansa merchants in Bremen. Because Bremen's business channels in England and the Netherlands are basically in the hands of these 53 big households. As for other small Hansa merchants, they are either dependent on these 53 big households or they are not a big deal. Therefore, whether it is Bernard, who needs these channels the most, or Heinrich, who wants to get a bargain, they have no opinion on Hector and others selling out the small Hansa merchants in Bremen. Even for them, those small Hansa merchants in Bremen are just adding some taxes. If those small merchants encounter a crisis, they will not only not help, but may also take advantage of the fire to rob. This is the mall, there is no warmth, only interests. A pure businessman, even if he is not bad to puss, is definitely not a good person. Because good people have been cheated to death. If it were in the era of a sound legal system in the future, perhaps there would be good merchants who could survive. But in this wild era, it is difficult for a good businessman to gain a foothold. To give a simple example, in this era, there is no good person engaged in maritime trade. In order to ensure safety, basically every merchant ship will raise a group of desperate people to deal with pirates. If a good businessman who loves peace, he would have been devoured by others without leaving any bones. Therefore, in this era, no businessman who can survive and become big is a good person. In fact, many big businessmen have a lot of lives in their hands. There are pirates, and there are competitors. After the negotiation ended, Marin was busy issuing salt permits and arranging the production and supply of the Lüneburg salt mine. Hector and others did not return to Bremen, but quietly invited the leaders of the 53 large Hanseatic merchant families in Bremen to Oldenburg. The Hamburg Grand Speaker Bernard and the Lübeck Grand Speaker Heinrich did not leave either, because they wanted to stay and divide up the 53 Hanseatic merchants. After the 53 Hanseatic merchants arrived, Bernard immediately took the lead in wooing them, especially those who had channels in England and the Netherlands, who became Bernard's main target. These Hanseatic merchants were actually very reluctant to leave the city of Bremen where they had lived for generations, but they also knew that Marin was ruthless this time. If they refused to leave, not only would their property be taken away by Marin, but they might even lose their lives. Therefore, they could only reluctantly accept the wooing of Hamburg and Lübeck. In the end, Hamburg wooed away 27 Hanseatic merchants. These people were the big guys who dominated the business houses in England and the Netherlands, and they were also what Hamburg needed. The remaining 26 Hanseatic merchants all went to Lübeck. Although some of them had certain business channels in England and the Netherlands, according to the agreement reached by Hamburg to win over Lübeck, Hamburg could only win over half of the Hanseatic merchants. After the deal was done, Marin issued them salt permits to buy real estate. Then, these 53 big men returned to Bremen to pack up their belongings and left. However, Marin had an agreement with them in advance. In addition to the property, they were only allowed to take away the desperate criminals and sailors that their families usually raised. And the shipwrights and sailors in Bremen who were good at inland shipping, including the ships for inland shipping, were not allowed to take away any of them. Of course, those inland ships would be purchased by Marin at the market price. The reason why Marin was plotting Bremen was actually mainly to plot against those shipwrights and sailors who were good at inland shipping. Why? Because Marin repaired the Munster Canal and was planning to use this canal to develop inland shipping from the Ruhr area to Emden. However, Marin was seriously short of shipwrights and sailors who were proficient in inland shipping. In addition, there were not enough ships for inland shipping. In the near future, Marin planned to fully develop coal in the Ruhr area. Therefore, he needs a lot of inland vessels, including boatmen and sailors who are proficient in inland shipping. But if he trains them by himself, the process is very slow. Therefore, snatching them from Bremen becomes the best choice. As it happens, the people of Bremen are courting death, which just happens to be a bargain for Marin. Bremen has a population of nearly 20,000. In addition to a few hundred Hanseatic merchants, most of the rest of the population are related to shipping. Or they are slaves and thugs for the Hanseatic merchants in Bremen. According to statistics, there are about 8,000 boatmen and sailors in Bremen. These people account for nearly half of the population of Bremen. Of course, nearly half of these more than 8,000 boatmen and sailors are not native Bremen citizens, but migrant workers recruited from other parts of Germany. But in any case, most of these boatmen and sailors are skilled workers. If they are won over, they can get started immediately. Even if the Bremen Hanseatic merchants would take away some of the sea vessels and seafaring shipmen and sailors, there would be at least 5,000 inland river shipmen and sailors left. 5,000 shipmen and sailors who are good at inland river shipping are enough to support Marin's inland river shipping empire. After getting the salt permit from Marin, these 53 big families immediately packed up their belongings after returning to Bremen, and moved all the property that could be moved to the seagoing ships, ready to leave. Accompanying them were the desperate criminals and seafaring shipmen and sailors they usually hired. These are the foundation for their future establishment in Hamburg or Lübeck. At this time, Marin also sent statisticians to enter the Bremen dock area under the escort of the army, and interrogated and registered all the shipmen and sailors. Even in order to prevent them from lying, witnesses were required to prove it. In this way, it can be prevented that the Bremen Hanseatic merchants take away inland river shipping shipmen and sailors who have no sailing experience. Afterwards, the statisticians issued passes to the boatmen with sailing experience, allowing them to leave with the Hanseatic merchants. At the same time, considering that the city had run out of food. In order to avoid starvation, Marin began to distribute kohler bread mixed with straw bran to the boatmen and sailor families of inland shipping who were destined to stay. And those Hanseatic merchants and those desperate people who were destined to leave, as well as their families, were destined not to receive bread. After the 53 big Hanseatic merchants evacuated their families, Bremen was in chaos. However, because the usual leaders ran away, Bremen was leaderless at this time. Some stubborn small Hanseatic merchants planned to organize the people to resist, but because Marin began to distribute black bread to civilians, no one responded to the call of these radicals. In desperation, the small Hanseatic merchants who originally planned to organize citizens to resist had to compromise. Although the property was depreciated by half, at least Marin didn't rob it in vain, right? With the salt permits issued by Marin, most of the small Hanseatic merchants gradually evacuated Bremen, with a total of more than 500 merchants. 10 days later, Marin's army successfully entered Bremen without encountering violent resistance. Chapter 1393, New Canal Plan. Not all Hanseatic small merchants are willing to leave Bremen, because some Hanseatic small merchants themselves rely on the city of Bremen for business. If they leave Bremen, they will completely lose their original business channels. Even, their livelihood. After all, there are no developed transportation channels these days. The cost of moving the whole family is very high. The travel expenses alone are quite scary. If the family is a little poor, after a move, the Hanseatic small merchants will become ordinary citizen families. Instead of this, it is better to stay and become an ordinary rich family. Therefore, in the end, dozens of Hanseatic small merchants with very weak financial resources in Bremen chose to stay. Of course, they are not fighting against Marin, but intend to join Marin. What, you want to join me? Marin looked at the representative of the Hanseatic small merchants in front of him, who was also named Simon, with a look of surprise on his face. Simon, a small Hanseatic merchant, said bitterly, "Yes, Grand Duke. We are all the lowest level Hanseatic merchants in Bremen. In fact, we are not much better than the grocery store owner. Moreover, our previous business channels were all local. If we leave Bremen, we don't know how to survive. Therefore, we plan to be loyal to you, Grand Duke, and we have a way to survive." Marin nodded in understanding, but changed the subject and said, "It's not that we can't keep you, but I have to tell you with regret that Bremen City may not let you stay any longer." "Why?" Merchant Simon didn't understand. Marin explained patiently. It turned out that in addition to coveting Bremen's shipwrights and sailors who are good at inland shipping, Marin also coveted Bremen city itself. After all, it is not enough to rely on Emden alone as an important trade center. If you want to develop the North Sea economy, you must have at least multiple economic centers to boost the North Sea economy. And Bremen city is obviously a very good economic center. According to the geographical location of Bremen, it can not only radiate the two provinces of Oldenburg and Bremen, but also affect the newly acquired Duchy of Lüneburg in the south. Moreover, along the Weser River, it can also go up to Hesse and Thuringia. If it is well managed, it can definitely play a leading role and drive the economic development of the entire Weser River basin. In fact, in ancient times, rivers were an important way of transportation. After all, in ancient times, land transportation mainly relied on horse-drawn carriages, and the cost was too high. Switching to shipping can save a lot of costs. Even in later generations, the Yangtze River Basin and the Yellow River Basin are the two most important settlement areas in China. Especially the Yangtze River, which is the main artery of the Chinese economy in later generations. If it were not for the huge location advantage of being at the mouth of the Yangtze River, could Shanghai become the leader of the Chinese economy? Similarly, Guangzhou is also the leading area in the Pearl River Basin. Obviously, if a river is compared to a dragon, Hamburg is the leader of the Elbe River. And Emden is the leader of the Ems River. As for Bremen, it is the leader of the Weser River. Bremen itself has developed very well and has played an important role in driving the economy of the Weser River Basin. Although most of the Hanseatic merchants in Bremen have left, Marin will not abandon Bremen. Because he needs Bremen as the leader to drive the economic development of the entire Weser River Basin. Therefore, even if the big Hanseatic merchants in Bremen have withdrawn, Marin will let the North Sea Chamber of Commerce send a large number of people, carrying a large amount of capital, to reoperate the business of Bremen. It just so happens that he also needs some skilled veterans as pioneers to open up the situation. Therefore, Marin agreed to the participation of these dozens of weak Hanseatic merchants, intending to merge them into the North Sea Chamber of Commerce as the pioneers of his own development of Bremen. Of course, necessary review is necessary. For those who have great reputation in Bremen, Marin will never keep them. Because such people in Bremen can easily incite ordinary citizens, boatmen and sailors. But those people are mainly big Hanseatic merchants, and they have basically left. Therefore, it is not a problem for Marin to absorb a small number of Hanseatic merchants who are in dire straits. Moreover, after joining the North Sea Chamber of Commerce, they will not be able to decide what they want to do in the future. If they find that they are powerful in Bremen, they can be transferred out of Bremen. The North Sea Kingdom is so big that it is easy to arrange a few merchants. In fact, what Marin wants to do most now is to dig the famous Sino-German Canal in later generations. Once the Sino-German Canal is opened, its role will be no less than that of the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal. The Sino-German Canal is an east-west canal that connects the Rhine, Ems, Weser, and Elbe rivers. It is a very important transportation channel for bulk materials such as coal and iron in Germany in later generations. It can accommodate large cargo ships of more than 1,000 tons, and its transportation capacity is considerable. In the era when cars were not yet popular, once the Sino-German Canal was dug, it would immediately revitalize the transportation in northern Germany and give great promotion and stimulation to economic development. But Marin also knew that it was almost impossible to dig the Sino-German Canal now. The main reason is that the Sino-German Canal is too long. The Sino-German Canal is 321 kilometers long, almost spanning most of northern Germany. Its length is about 130 kilometers longer than the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal took 12 years and 120,000 Egyptians died before it was dug with great difficulty. The Sino-German Canal is much more laborious, and God knows what it will cost. Originally, the Sino-German Canal was built from 1905 to 1930, and it took a full 25 years to build. Moreover, it was already the 20th century, and it had entered the era of internal combustion engines, and a large number of engineering machinery were used. With the level of machinery at that time, it took 25 years to build. Marin didn't think he had the strength to build the Sino-German Canal now. Maybe, by the time the Sino-German Canal was built, he would be almost dead. So Marin had to give up the grand plan of building the Sino-German Canal. However, although the complete version of the Sino-German Canal cannot be built, the castrated version of the canal can be built. For example, the Munster Canal built by Marin is a castrated version of an important inland waterway connecting the Ems River and the Rhine River. Although in terms of width and water depth, the Munster Canal is completely incomparable to the canals of later generations. However, it can at least sail. Although it cannot reach the level of ships of thousands of tons in later generations, it can barely sail small and medium-sized cargo ships of less than 100 tons. According to the estimation of professionals, it is most economical to run a 50-ton paddle boat on this Munster Canal. A paddle boat with a displacement of 50 tons has a cargo capacity of more than 30 tons. Such a cargo capacity is equivalent to the level of 3 or 4 Yellow River heavy trucks. Although the speed cannot be compared with that of a truck, its cargo capacity is large. Moreover, inland river transportation does not require burning oil, just hire a few rowing workers. If it doesn't work, you can learn from the Turks and buy a few strong Mao eunuchs as rowing slaves. In this way, inland river transportation is done. The so-called castrated version of the Sino-German Canal in Marin's plan is actually to use the Munster Canal to replace the Sino-German Canal to connect the Rhine and EMS rivers. In addition, Marin will dig a small canal to connect the Weser River and the EMS River. And the location of this canal, Marin had already thought of it. When fighting the eight-power Allied forces, Marin's army passed through two rivers in the province of Oldenburg, the Leda River and the Hunt River. Among them, the Leda River is a branch of the EMS River. It originates in the northern border area of the North Munster region, further south than the southern border of the province of Oldenburg. After flowing from south to north into the province of Oldenburg, it suddenly turns northwest and flows into the EMS River. It should be pointed out that the confluence of the Leda River and the EMS River is the county seat of Leer County, where agriculture is most developed in the southern part of the East Frisian region. At the beginning, Marin defeated the old Duke of Saxony, Albrecht, on the banks of the Leda River outside the city of Leer. The Hunt River is in the southeast of the province of Oldenburg, and its source is in the territory of the bishopric of Minden, further south of the Principality of Brunswick-Lüneburg. Afterwards, the river flows northward, passes through the Principality of Brunswick-Lüneburg, and flows into the province of Oldenburg. After reaching the city of Oldenburg, the river suddenly turns northeastward and flows into the Weser River. The city of Oldenburg is located on the north bank of the bend of the Hunt River. Marin's plan is to dig through the Leda River and the Hunt River, connect the two rivers through the two tributaries of the EMS River and the Weser River, and achieve the purpose of inland navigation. Although the Leda River and the Hunt River are not big rivers, Marin is not going to dig a big canal. The castrated version of the small canal, connecting the tributaries of the EMS River and the Weser River, can fully achieve the purpose of small-scale inland shipping. Once the Weser River and the EMS River are connected, together with the previously dug Munster Canal, Marin is equivalent to connecting the three golden waterways of the Weser River, the EMS River and the Rhine River. In this way, the effect of promoting the economic development of the North Sea Kingdom is absolutely great. Moreover, the most important thing is that if you dig westward from the bend of the Hunt River in the south of Oldenburg, you only need to dig less than 10 kilometers to connect the two tributaries of the Hunt River and the Leda River. The amount of work is much smaller than that of the Munster Canal. As for the labor force for digging the river, what are the prisoners of war from the eight-power Allied forces used for? Marin never wastes the labor of prisoners of war. Chapter 1394, Military Medals and Military Ranks. Previously, in the war with the coalition forces of the Eight Kingdoms, Marin captured a total of 70,000 prisoners of war, including 30,000 civilians. In addition, there were more than 20,000 conscripts. But in addition to these more than 50,000 people, there were about 16,000 mercenary prisoners of war. Originally, the coalition forces of the Eight Kingdoms recruited more than 21,000 mercenaries. Later, 5,000 people were lost in the war, and the remaining 16,000 healthy prisoners of war became Marin's prisoners of war. Now, it is already late February in 1513. It is about to enter March, and then April. Once April comes, spring plowing will be fully launched. At that time, all the captured civilians and conscripts will be released to participate in spring plowing. After all, now that the 8 vassal states have become Marin's territory, there is no reason not to engage in spring plowing. However, the remaining 16,000 mercenary prisoners of war are different. They are all professional soldiers and have long been off duty and not farming. In other words, these people are surplus labor. Logically, after the defeat, these mercenaries should be redeemed by the defeated employers. Or, simply surrender to the party that captured them and fight for Marin. However, now that the 8 principalities have been destroyed, naturally no one will pay them a ransom. And Marin's North Sea Kingdom is not interested in these German mercenaries with low military literacy, and will not be willing to hire them. Therefore, Marin had not thought about how to resettle them before. And now, when Marin was planning the city of Bremen, he suddenly thought of digging a small canal connecting the Weser River and the EMS River, and naturally thought of the 16,000 mercenary prisoners of war. So Marin made a decision: send troops to escort these 16,000 mercenary prisoners of war to help him dig a canal connecting the Leda River and the Hunt River. After all, it is just a small canal of less than 10 kilometers, and it does not require how deep or wide it is. Even if these 16,000 laborers only dig 100 meters a day, 100 days will be enough to dig the canal. Once the canal is opened, Marin will be equivalent to connecting the three major rivers of the Rhine, Ems, and Weser, which is very conducive to inland shipping. In fact, because of the construction of this small canal, anyone with a discerning eye can see the great economic development of the North Sea Kingdom in the future. Heidel even suggested moving to Bremen or Oldenburg. Because once the canal is built, Bremen and the city of Oldenburg on the canal will become busy inland shipping centers. But Marin resolutely rejected this proposal. Why? Because as a military leader, Marin instinctively refused to build the capital on the banks of a big river. After all, in the ancient history of China, there are too many examples of large cities near rivers being flooded. For example, in the Battle of Jinyang, in which the three families divided Jin, the Jin army of the Ji clan and the coalition forces of Han, Zhao, and Wei used water to flood Jinyang and flood the Ji clan camp respectively, laying the foundation for the three families divided Jin. Later, when Qin conquered the Six Kingdoms, Wang Ben besieged the capital of Wei, Daliang, Kaifeng, and also used the method of digging the Yellow River to flood Daliang city and annex Wei in one fell swoop. With these examples in mind, how could Marin dare to put the capital on the river? Although Europeans are relatively backward now and do not understand the flooding tactics. However, Marin thinks they will know it sooner or later. Moreover, he may use this trick in the future. In this way, what if others learn it and use it against his own capital? Therefore, Marin insisted on putting the capital in Auric, where there are no big rivers around, instead of the port of Emden, just to prevent people from flooding his capital. His wife and children are all placed in the capital. If they are drowned by someone, then his struggle will be meaningless. After arranging the relevant matters for digging the canal, Marin returned to Auric. At this time, Kohler and others had calculated the military merits in this war. When Marin returned, he naturally gave the meritorious soldiers medals. The military medal was also Marin's invention. Although there were medals in Europe at that time, only those who were knighted were eligible to be awarded. The lowest medal must be a knight's medal, such as the Order of the Garter and the Order of the Golden Fleece. And the knights were obviously nobles, so in this era, only nobles were qualified to wear medals. But Marin could not only award medals to soldiers who had won the title, because this was not conducive to mobilizing the enthusiasm of the soldiers of the whole army. Therefore, Marin invented the military medal to reward all the brave soldiers in combat. Among them, the lowest level of military medals is made of oak and is called the warrior medal. All brave soldiers fighting on the battlefield, even the lowest level soldiers, may also receive it. Of course, the conditions for soldiers to obtain the warrior medal are relatively harsh. For example, only those who are the first to attack the enemy camp and the first to climb the enemy's city head are eligible to receive such a medal. This oak medal is painted on the surface to ensure corrosion resistance. A lion is carved on the wooden plaque, representing bravery. For any soldier who gets the warrior medal, the status of the whole family will immediately change. For example, in the manor, the family of an ordinary soldier has a higher status than that of an ordinary serf, and enjoys a little priority. But if you get the warrior medal, then the treatment of this family is equivalent to that of the manor manager, and all treatments are given priority, which is very useful. As for officers, Marin also set up military medals, but they are more advanced. The military medals of officers are all made of metal, with eagles engraved on them. But according to different materials, they can be divided into three types: copper, silver, and gold. Among them, the copper eagle medal is mainly awarded to lower-level officers, the silver medal is mainly awarded to middle-level officers, the gold eagle medal is naturally awarded to senior generals. The warrior medal made of oak is rougher and larger, and the hanging method is also very rough, hanging directly on the neck like a work card. The officer's eagle medal is much more finely crafted and smaller, so it can be hung on the chest. Just add a brass button on the chest and it can be hung. Taking the opportunity of retiring the military medal, Marin also took the opportunity to introduce the military rank system. Among them, soldiers are divided into three grades: privates, privates, and privates. Among them, recruits are all privates. And those who have served for more than 1 year are privates. Then, recruits or privates who have won the Medal of Warriors are promoted to privates. If a private first class wins the Medal of Warriors, he will be promoted to non-commissioned officers. Non-commissioned officers are divided into 4 levels: corporal, sergeant, sergeant, and sergeant major. But non-commissioned officers belong to officers of the civilian class, and the highest they can do is squad leader, 25-man squad. Above the non-commissioned officers, naturally, are lieutenants, that is, officers of the aristocratic class. Needless to say, the lieutenants are divided into three levels, namely, second lieutenants, lieutenants and captains, just like in later generations, and there is no captain. Above, there are colonels, which are divided into four levels, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel and colonel. Among them, the second lieutenant and the first lieutenant correspond to the deputy company commander, 250-man company, and the captain corresponds to the company commander. The major and the lieutenant colonel correspond to the deputy phalanx commander, and the colonel corresponds to the phalanx commander. However, although the colonel is also within the scope of the colonel, Marin does not intend to award it to frontline officers, but to award it to future staff and civilian officers. Now, Marin's army is a concentration camp for illiterates. As for staff and civilian officers, there are none. Then, above are the generals. Brigadier generals and major generals are awarded to deputy corps commanders, while lieutenant generals are naturally the rank of corps commanders. As for generals, Marin generally does not award them. Because the largest organization in the North Sea Kingdom is a 10,000-man corps, which is only equivalent to a division in later generations. Only when there is a similar organization to the later military, that is, a 30,000 to 50,000-man organization, will the general be awarded. As for now, Marin only granted himself the rank of a general. Schwartz and several others were all lieutenant generals. As for the higher-level generals and marshals, Marin stipulated that only the emperor or the crown prince were qualified to be marshals, only the king was qualified to be a general, and Marin was now a grand duke, and the highest rank he could only be awarded was the rank of general. While creating military ranks and medals, Marin also promoted the titles of Schwartz, Stade and others, counts. Of course, Marin added the rank of count. The count was also divided into three grades, the lowest being the count from the earl, then the deputy count, and finally the count. And Schwartz, Stade, Kohler and Kahn were naturally awarded the lowest title of count from the earl. Otherwise, there would be no way to upgrade in the future. As for the newly promoted legion commanders such as Wagner and Hinks, they were awarded the title of viscount. After all, they started from a low point. Like Hinks, he is currently only a viscount of the third-class viscount. Steindorf was promoted to the first-class viscount, and the next promotion would allow him to become a count. At the same time, Marin also created the marquisate, which was also divided into three levels, for future awards. But he did not list the duke, because he was a grand duke and was not qualified to be a duke. After all, the Grand Duke was only half a level higher than the Duke, and was still a Duke. Only by being promoted to the position of King could he be on a different level from the Duke, and only then would he be qualified to be awarded the title of Duke. Chapter 1395, Extending the Life of the Pope's Father-in-Law. The reason why Marin set his military rank in this way was obviously that he accidentally revealed his ambitions. He kept the ranks of general and marshal, didn't he imply that he would go further in the future? Otherwise, why did he deliberately leave two levels of military ranks empty? Of course, Marin himself would never admit it. Moreover, in this era when most nobles are dandy boys, very few people can see this. It's not that he is not smart enough, but no one can imagine that Marin, a son of a humble knight, dares to covet the position of king or even emperor. After all, Europe in the 16th century was a region of class solidification, and there was basically no such thing as a civilian counterattack to become king. If it were in China, after experiencing the chaotic 5 dynasties, there would have been princes shouting the slogan, "Is the emperor kind?" The strong soldiers and strong horses are for it. Those who are familiar with history in China must have doubted Marin's intentions. There is currently no case of a small person counterattacking as king in Europe, so generally no one can guess Marin's ambitions. In addition, while developing the military medals and military rank system, Marin also wanted to reform the military organization so that the army of Beihai state would adopt the military division, brigade and battalion organization of later generations. However, when trying to promote it before, it was resisted by the army. Why? First, the soldiers of Beihai state are used to the old organization now, and they are not very happy to change rashly. In addition, the current military tactics are very different from those of later generations. In later generations, because they all used rear-loading burst guns, a team of several people could rely on trenches and fortifications for fire blocking. But this era is different, because smoothbore guns are used, and they are loaded very slowly. Therefore, in order to form combat effectiveness and resist the charge from cavalry, it is generally necessary to arrange soldiers in square formations to meet the enemy. If arranged in square formations, a company of 250 people and a square formation of 1,250 people have become more suitable organizations. Therefore, without changing the general policy of combat methods, the current military organization is the most reasonable. As for the organization of military divisions, brigades and battalions in the future market, it is actually suitable for the organization of the rear-loading gun era. Of course, the organization method of later generations must be more scientific. But under the premise that the grand tactics cannot be completely changed, Marin is too lazy to modify the army organization. In fact, even the military rank system, Marin feels that the 20 levels of military ranks, including private, private first class, corporal, sergeant, sergeant, sergeant major, second lieutenant, lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, brigadier general, major general, lieutenant general, general, general and marshal, are too many. Because the North Sea Army currently has only 4 major levels: squad, 25 people, company, 250 people, phalanx, 1,250 people, and 10,000-man corps, 10,000 people, the number of cavalry is even smaller, and there is no need for 20 promotion levels. Because the 20-level modern military rank system actually corresponds to the needs of the later era of large military groups. Since the beginning of the French Revolution, the French Jacobins took the lead in Europe to come up with a compulsory military system of all people are soldiers. From then on, the size of the European army skyrocketed immediately, and the number of troops in the European powers generally soared from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. In the Napoleonic War period after the Civil Revolution, the number of troops mobilized by Napoleon once reached the scale of 570,000 troops during the expedition to Russia. In the First and Second World Wars in the 20th century, the size of the armies of European countries even generally reached a terrifying scale of millions of people. In this context, the previous system of knights, barons, viscounts, earls, marquises and dukes obviously could not meet the needs of rewarding the military merits of soldiers. Therefore, this 20-level military rank system had to be created to replace the nobility system. Otherwise, with tens of millions of troops and so many officers, there would not be so many titles to reward. What's more interesting is that these 20 levels of military ranks, including private, private first class, corporal, sergeant, staff sergeant and sergeant major, are completely set up for civilian soldiers. These 7 levels alone are enough to fool civilian soldiers. Above that, lieutenants are basically used to deal with the children of nobles. Only the colonel-level officers are considered to be real noble ranks. In this way, so many military ranks are enough for the soldiers to slowly rise step by step, without worrying about the proliferation of high-level nobles. Moreover, there is no need to pay for any fiefdoms. Therefore, although the scale of the North Sea Army does not need 20 levels of military ranks, Marin still implemented a 20-level military rank system to meet the needs of a larger army in the future. By the way, the ancient Qin dynasty in China seemed to have implemented a 20-level military merit system. But Marin thought, it seems that the Qin dynasty also implemented a universal military system, which was more than 1,800 years earlier than Europe. No, since Shang Yang's reforms to establish a 20-level military merit system, it was probably more than 2,100 years earlier than Europe. When the Qin dynasty sent Wang Jian to destroy Chu, under the premise that Li Xian's 200,000 troops were destroyed by Chu, the Qin state could still gather 600,000 troops for Wang Jian. It seems that the number of Qin's troops is well matched with the 20-level military merit title system. In short, the 20-level military rank system was actually created to cooperate with large-scale armies. Although the Beihai Kingdom currently has only a few tens of thousands of troops, it is a precaution to come up with a 20-level military rank system in advance. Even if the army later develops to a scale of more than 100,000 or 200,000, the 20-level military rank system is enough. We must always give soldiers hope. Giving them a 20-level military rank and letting them rise slowly is better than a few-level title system where it is difficult to see the hope of rising. Marin was busy for a long time, and after racking his brains, he finally arranged the modern military rank system of the Beihai army. In particular, Marin promoted this 20-level military rank as a new title system. For example, the lieutenant officer corresponds to the level of noble sons, wandering knights, between nobles and civilians. The colonel-level officers correspond to the baron class. As for the generals, they correspond to the viscount, brigadier general, including colonel, earl, major general, lieutenant general, marquis, lieutenant general, duke, general, king, general, and emperor, marshal. But what's even better is that although military ranks correspond to titles, the military rank system is more rogue. Because having a military rank does not mean that there is a fiefdom that does not need to pay taxes. Relying on the modern military rank system, Marin can get away with large tracts of fiefdom. Even if he has to give fiefdoms, Marin will give the officers fiefdoms to the vast Americas. In this way, there is no need to split the land and seal the borders on the mainland. After finishing the reform of the military rank system and military medals, Marin suddenly received a piece of intelligence from Rome, which surprised Marin. The intelligence said that on February 21, 1513, Pope Julius II fell seriously ill and was rescued by the great Dr. Totoboa, formerly the imperial physician of the Golden Horde, sent by you, the Grand Duke. But after that, the Pope began to become weak. Marin suddenly realized that it seemed that Julius II died at the end of February 1513 in history. In other words, this illness should have killed Julius II. But because Marin sent Totoboa, the imperial physician of the self-destructive Golden Horde, to Rome in advance, he saved Julius II's life. Otherwise, if he was treated by the barbaric quack doctors in Europe at that time, his father-in-law would definitely die. But his cheap father-in-law could not die yet. After all, Marin still needed him to help him withstand the pressure from the German church princes. At least, don't die this year. Otherwise, once the pressure from the Holy See was gone, the German church princes who were unhappy with him might really unite with the secular princes to deal with him. So, Marin decided to extend the life of his cheap father-in-law. Julius II was old and frail. After all, he was almost 70 years old, and there was nothing he could do about his aging body. Therefore, Marin needed a master of medicine to help his father-in-law recuperate. Fortunately, among the imperial doctors that Marin brought back from the Ming dynasty, there was a master who was good at helping the elderly recuperate, Doctor Who. So Marin invited Doctor Who to Rome to help his father-in-law recuperate. At least, he had to get through this year. Doctor Who stroked his goat beard and said, "My lord, it is not difficult to recuperate the Pope. You need a lot of tonic medicine. No problem, you can pick any of the herbs I brought back." Marin did not hesitate. "What I mean is that I need natural treasures." Marin clapped his hands, and his men immediately took out an exquisite wooden box. Ma Lin opened the wooden box, and a wild ginseng with a human shape and many tentacles appeared inside, which shocked Doctor Who's eyes widened. "This is the 100-year-old wild ginseng I bought at a high price from the tribute envoys of the Yeha tribe of Haishi Jurchen in Liaodong when I was in the capital." At the beginning, Ma Lin met the tribute envoys of the Yeha tribe of Haishi Jurchen, the origin of the Yehenera clan of Tsishi in later generations, who came to Beijing to pay tribute in the capital. Ma Lin saw that the tribute envoys of the Yeha tribe carried a sack of ginseng, like carrying a carrot. Then, he spent several thousand taels of silver and bought several 100-year-old wild ginsengs with many tentacles from the envoy. Ma Lin thought he had a good plan, but in fact, the envoys of the Yeha tribe thought he was a fool. Because, in this era, the most abundant thing in the deep mountains and old forests in the northeast where the Yeha tribe is located is old ginseng. Just send some ginseng masters to collect wild ginseng for decades. As for the old ginseng over 100 years old, although there are fewer, there is no shortage. Ma Lin became a monk for several thousand taels, which was almost more than the return gift from the court. After all, in this day and age, the tribes in Liaodong, including the Jianzhou Jurchen tribes and the Haishi Jurchen tribes, were still competing to pay tribute to the Ming court for ginseng. Although old mountain ginseng is expensive, it can be bought for only 1 or 200 taels of silver. It was not until the establishment of the later Jin dynasty in the late Qing dynasty that the channel for Liaodong to attack the Ming court was cut off, and wild mountain ginseng became precious. When Doctor Who saw this 100-year-old wild mountain ginseng, he immediately nodded and said, "I have no problem. With this wild mountain ginseng, I guarantee that the Pope's body will not collapse for more than a year." In this way, Doctor Who took a 100-year-old wild mountain ginseng and a cart of precious medicinal materials, escorted by hundreds of Beihai cavalry, and went south to Rome to extend the life of Ma Lin's father-in-law, the Pope. Chapter 1396, War Reignites. The real century-old wild ginseng is very different from the artificially cultivated ginseng. Artificially cultivated ginseng is shaped like a carrot or a long strip of ginger, with fewer tentacles and not human-like. The real century-old ginseng not only looks more human-like, but also has many more tentacles. When using the medicine, you only need to pinch a tentacle to make a tonic medicine. Dr. Chen said that he could extend the life of the Pope for more than a year, and he had already calculated it. Just pinch some ginseng whiskers after a while, and it would last for a long time. Moreover, when Marin was purchasing herbs in Wuchang before, he met Tibetan merchants from western Sichuan and bought a batch of Cordyceps sinensis. In addition, he also bought a lot of wolfberries from the northwest, as well as common tonics such as astragalus. In addition to these tonics brought back from the east, Marin also recommended to Dr. Chen the magical natural tonic that saved the 78-year-old Pope Pius XII in 1954, royal jelly. In his previous life, in 1954, the 78-year-old Pope Pius XII was bedridden for several months due to diabetes, asthma and heart disease, and was almost critically ill. The helpless Pope's attending physician decided to use the European folk remedy, royal jelly therapy, giving the Pope a large amount of royal jelly every day. Then, the elderly pope's health gradually improved, and he recovered after 3 months, and did not die until 1958. In other words, royal jelly gave him an extra 4 years of life. It is precisely because of this legendary experience that royal jelly, including propolis, later became the darling of the healthcare product industry. It is said that in the 1980s, 10 kilograms of royal jelly could be exchanged for a car in South Korea. Of course, after the 1990s, with the fall of fake health products such as Sanju oral liquid and Chinese turtle essence, the health product market collapsed, and the market for royal jelly was also affected, and the demand was no longer so strong. But then again, most of the domestic bee products are used for export to earn foreign exchange, and most of the honey and royal jelly freeze-dried powder on the domestic market are fake. If you want the real thing, you have to go to the beekeeper's tent and watch the beekeeper make honey and dig royal jelly with your own eyes. Otherwise, who knows what you buy in the supermarket? Marin's instructions to Dr. Chen were, when he arrived in Rome, he used Chinese medicine to prepare tonic medicine while giving the Pope a large amount of royal jelly. I don't ask Julius II to extend his life for 4 years like Pius XII, but he still needs to extend his life for 1 or 2 years. After this year, Marin has digested 8 vassal states, so he doesn't care about the threats from the church princes. But at the same time, in order to prevent the sudden death of the Pope's father-in-law, Marin secretly sent his men to Rome to secretly meet Leo X, who is still an ordinary cardinal. If Julius II unfortunately dies, the Siena Bank controlled by Marin will fully support Leo X's bribery. And if Leo X is elected, he needs to publicly support Marin. In this way, even if the Pope is replaced, the new Pope will help suppress the German church princes to prevent them from joining forces with the secular princes to deal with themselves. Of course, it would be better if my old father-in-law could live a few more years. After all, my father-in-law is always more reliable than Leo X, an ally in interest. In order to get the full support of his father-in-law, Marin even slept with his sister-in-law. Now, my father-in-law has only a cheap son-in-law and no son, so all resources must be tilted towards him. If it were Leo X, the first thing he would consider would definitely be the interests of the Medici family, not his own interests. Leo X would only help himself if it did not affect his own interests. When Dr. Chen and his party went south, in addition to recuperating Julius II, they were also responsible for notifying the Pope's father-in-law of one thing, hoping that the Holy See would remain neutral in the upcoming Italian war. According to the intelligence from Paris, the French had spent a lot of money to compete for the Kingdom of Naples in Italy, which was full of volcanoes. According to intelligence, Louis XII was determined to occupy the Kingdom of Naples this time. Therefore, he planned to dispatch a full 60,000 troops this time. Among them, the plate armor knights alone planned to dispatch 20,000 people, which was the war with the most knights dispatched in recent years. Usually, France can mobilize only 20,000 to 30,000 knights. This time, mobilizing 20,000 plate armor knights basically took out their old bottoms to fight for their lives. Except for the knights in the coastal areas of northern France who were not used because of the need to guard against England, the fief knights and titled knights in the central and southern regions were basically dispatched. As for the infantry other than the 20,000 plate knights, it was not simple either. Among them, 7,000 elite Swiss mercenaries rescued from the Netherlands chose to join the French army in order to repay the French army's rescue. They followed the French army southward to attack the Kingdom of Naples at the southern tip of the Italian peninsula. The other 33,000 infantry, although not as elite as the Swiss mercenaries, were also pretty good. Since last winter, Louis XII has quietly recruited troops across the country to prepare for war next year. But Louis XII also knew that the food and supplies for an army of 50,000 or 60,000 were not a small number, and it was not easy to get them together. So he could only prepare slowly. Although the Kingdom of France is much larger than the Grand Duchy of the North Sea, it may not be comparable to the North Sea Kingdom in terms of war preparedness. Why? In terms of food alone, France's war preparedness is not as good as the North Sea Kingdom. Because Marin mastered the current fertilizer technology, the North Sea Kingdom had a lot of food reserves. Because he was worried that others would know the secret of high grain yields, Marin had piled up too much food in the granary before. Once the war breaks out, the North Sea Kingdom can take out a large amount of food from the cement granary at any time for military rations. However, the huge Kingdom of France, because agriculture is not high-yielding, most of the food grown on so much land is usually consumed in the market. If you want to prepare food for 60,000 troops, you need to draw it from all over the country. Otherwise, it is difficult to get it together. In particular, 20,000 plate knights not only need to consume a lot of food themselves, but their war horses and pack horses also consume an astronomical amount of food. In order to get enough military rations, the French Minister of Finance even sent people abroad to purchase a large amount of food. And the funds used to purchase food were not actually paid by the French, but by the Venetians. This has to be said about the credit of the North Sea spy Baron John Lafitte. In order to gain the trust of Louis XII, the spy John not only presented Louis XII with a lot of Lafitte red wine, but also suggested that Louis XII send people to Venice to seek financial support from Venice. Venice is the country with the best financial situation among European countries, and its financial strength is extremely strong. However, the Venetian army is not strong enough. Before, the spice trade channels of Venetian merchants were cut off by Spain and Portugal in the Indian Ocean, and the Venetians had to endure it. After all, they had no choice but to endure it. Because the Venetian galleys could not go to the Indian Ocean to fight the Spaniards. So, Venice and Spain had actually been enemies for a long time because of the issue of Indian spices. Moreover, after Spain occupied the Kingdom of Naples, it had the ability to blockade the Adriatic Sea from the Strait of Otranto at the east end of Naples. Once the Spaniards blocked the Adriatic Sea, the Republic of Venice at the north end of the Adriatic Sea would be finished. After all, if they couldn't get out of the Adriatic Sea, everything would be over for the Venetians. Therefore, whether in terms of interests and hatred or national security, the Venetians were unwilling to let the Spaniards continue to occupy the Kingdom of Naples. As for France, it is a standard landlubber country, and its navy is not worth mentioning. If the French occupied the Kingdom of Naples, there would be basically no threat to Venice's maritime security. It was for this reason that when Louis XII accepted John Lafitte's suggestion and sent people to Venice to ask for economic support, the Venetian parliament, after discussion, agreed to provide hundreds of thousands of gold coins to France as war funds. After all, this required the Venetians to go to war barehanded. Even if France lost, Venice would not go directly into war with the Spaniards because it did not directly participate in the war. Even in order to avoid suspicion, the hundreds of thousands of gold coins that Venice sent to France were all provided to France by a Venetian financier in the name of loans. But both countries knew that this was just a gift and the French would not be asked to repay the debt. In this way, after Venice provided a large amount of funds, Louis XII used this money to buy a lot of food and supplies for the needs of marching into Italy. Germany had just extinguished the war, and France was about to reignite the war. Chapter 1397, Marin the Troublemaker. However, no matter how much Louis XII wanted to take action against Italy, he would not choose to do it before the spring plowing. After all, this era is an agricultural era, and France is an agricultural country. Louis XII was crazy, so he gave up the spring plowing and went directly to Italy. After all, the logistics of the 60,000 troops require at least 60,000 civilians. Even this time, more than 80,000 civilians may be mobilized. Why? Because the proportion of French knights is too high. 20,000 plate knights, the logistical pressure is no less than that of 40,000 infantry, or even greater. For example, war horses eat 5 times more food and grass than ordinary soldiers every day, and are much more difficult to serve than people. As for the pack horses used by knights to change, they don't need to be fed all the time. However, the food consumed is also more than that of ordinary infantry. Moreover, choosing to send troops after spring plowing is also a logistical consideration. The reason is simple: after spring plowing, the pasture has grown out, which can be described as abundant water and grass. At this time, when sending troops, pack horses can eat green grass as the main food and feed as the supplement. Even war horses can eat some fresh grass, which can replace a lot of food, which is very economical. If a large-scale cavalry is dispatched in the winter when the grass and trees are withered, because grass cannot be used to replace part of the food consumption, the consumption of food and grass is simply unbearable. Such a huge food consumption has led to the fact that although France has a huge potential for explosive troops, it dare not summon too many soldiers to fight. There is no other reason, but there is a shortage of food and grass. If there are more than 50,000 troops, even the King of France will easily go bankrupt. Fortunately, this time the Venetians provided France with a large amount of funds because they hated Spain, allowing Louis XII to dispatch 60,000 troops including 20,000 plate armored heavy cavalry this time. Otherwise, Louis XII really has no confidence. It is not easy to fight a national war. Louis XII has the blood and tears lessons left by his unfortunate predecessor Charles VIII, so he naturally acts too cautiously. In addition to dispatching 60,000 troops to march into Italy, Louis XII also ordered the southwest region bordering the Kingdom of Aragon to prepare to resist the invasion of the Kingdom of Aragon. To this end, the local lords have made plans to recruit more than 10,000 soldiers. Of course, their task is relatively simple. They don't need to repel the Spanish army, but only need to defend the many cities and fortresses in the southwest. After all, in this era, in order to ensure the smooth flow of supply lines, no army will bypass the fortresses, lest the logistic supply lines of the army be cut off. As long as the important cities and fortresses in the southwest are guarded, the possible counterattack of Spain can be delayed. On the other hand, the Venetians were not idle either. In order to delay the 20,000 Spanish troops in Morocco, the Venetians provided a large amount of weapons and supplies to the remnants of the Ouattaz dynasty in Morocco, and encouraged the remnants of the Ouattaz dynasty to attack everywhere, so as to delay the 20,000 Spanish troops stationed in northern Morocco and prevent them from supporting the Italian battlefield. Moreover, the Saad tribe south of the Atlas Mountains in Morocco was also funded. Anyway, as long as Spain dares to withdraw the 20,000 troops stationed in northern Morocco to the Italian battlefield, the remnants of the Ouattaz dynasty and the Saad tribe, two major Moroccan local forces, will take the opportunity to attack northern Morocco, leaving Spain unable to take care of both ends. But so far, the Spanish have not realized that the French are going to take action against them. Why? Because the Spanish intelligence personnel in Paris have been purged. Speaking of which, this matter has an important relationship with Marin. Since a group of formal spies were trained, the intelligence personnel under Marin have become more professional and more powerful. Then, a dozen professional spies sent to Paris suddenly discovered a group of colleagues, Spanish spies, while collecting intelligence. Of course, the Spanish spies are not professional, and their professional level remains at the level of ancient spies, and their confidentiality is not very good. The professional spies of the North Sea easily found out several spy dens of Spain in Paris. In order to prevent the French from being stunned all of a sudden, Marin deliberately let the North Sea Kingdom spies in Paris sell the intelligence of the Spanish spies to Count d'Ette, who was responsible for intelligence in the Kingdom of France, through John Lafitte. In this way, several Spanish spy dens in Paris were uprooted by the French. And the Spaniards, for a period of time, may find it difficult to control the actions of the French. In this way, once the French start to attack the Kingdom of Naples in Italy, the early stage will definitely be smooth. However, in the later stage, when the wealthy Spaniards react, the French will definitely find it difficult to get an advantage. After all, the Spaniards now have enough financial resources to gather a considerable number of troops to fight against the French because of the huge profits from the Indian spice trade. Moreover, the Spanish army is currently very strong. If they are prepared in advance, it will be useless for France to send out more knights. Because the Spanish infantry's musketeers are particularly suitable for defending the city, don't send out a large army to take down a large city. In that case, it will be fun. After all, Marin's original intention was to weaken both France and Spain through this war, and it would be best if the two sides fought for many years. Therefore, one side must not be beaten. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. In this way, Spain would not be able to get intelligence in advance. Otherwise, with Spain's current strength as a land power, Spain is really a bug in this era, with a strong army and a strong navy, and it seems to be the protagonist of destiny, plus famous generals like Gonzalo de Córdoba. The French will definitely be dealt with like grandsons. France, on the other hand, will have a greater chance to go back and forth with Spain only if it takes down the Kingdom of Naples first. After all, once the French occupy the city first, the Spanish will have no choice even if their army is strong. Because the party defending the city is ultimately more advantageous. What? You said you are worried that France will beat Spain? That's unlikely. Although France has a strong military force, its tactical thinking is backward, and it is not very useful to have more people. What's more, Spain now has a lot of money in its hands through the monopoly of the spice trade. Although Spain is currently at a disadvantage in terms of military strength, as long as it is willing to spend money, it is not a problem to gather tens of thousands of troops. Apart from other things, there are tens of thousands of Italian mercenaries waiting to be hired. The existence of the famous General Gonzalo de Córdoba and the Spanish phalanx, now known as the Marin phalanx, has put Spain in an invincible position. Even if it is unlucky in the early stage, it can always get back in the later stage. If it really doesn't work, even if it suffers in the early stage, Marin will help Spain. How to help? Of course, it is recommended that Spain besiege Way to save Zhao. Your French army is strong, right? No problem, if I can't take Naples, I will change to attack the core area of the French mainland. Anyway, the Spanish navy has an absolute advantage over France. At that time, whether it is besieging Marseille or Bordeaux, it will be very convenient. Even if England is willing to cooperate, it can directly send troops to besiege Paris. In this way, the heavy troops accumulated by the French in Naples will lose their meaning if they lose their homeland. What is the point of occupying the Kingdom of Naples? Anyway, Marin has decided to act as a troublemaker. At that time, no matter which side has a greater advantage, Marin will secretly support the weaker side, try to ensure that both sides are evenly matched and fight endlessly on the Italian battlefield, preferably until the end of time. This is the unique skill of the British, who are later known as the European troublemaker, and it has never failed. However, at this time, Marin has become the troublemaker, and the time has been advanced by hundreds of years. Perhaps, the history books of France and Spain in the future will write like this Marin Hoffman, that is a European troublemaker, who does all kinds of immoral things. Chapter 1398, England's Invitation to Visit. As a newly promoted European troublemaker, Marin and the original European troublemaker, England have a special fate. No, King Edward of England suddenly sent an invitation to invite Marin's family to visit London. Invite my whole family to visit London? Why? Marin was a little confused. You know, in later generations, it was very easy for heads of state to visit abroad because of the convenience of flying. The so-called state visit is still very frequent. But that was in later generations, when transportation was extremely developed. But what about this era? Transportation is extremely backward. Especially on the sea, the safety factor is very low. Before, Marin had to arrange his funeral when he sailed to Daming, just because the sea voyage was too dangerous. Although there is no danger in going from the North Sea Kingdom to England through the North Sea, there are generally few kings who cross the sea to visit abroad. After all, on the sea, the military guards on land will be ineffective. Maybe a pirate fleet raid can easily kill a king. Because the knights guarding the king may not be able to beat the pirates at sea. Of course, this is not a problem for Marin. As long as 10 500-ton warships are dispatched and equipped with gunpowder and iron ball shells, they can definitely walk sideways on the sea. As long as they don't take the Atlantic route, the Pacific Ocean and the Indian Ocean with high winds and rough waves, their safety is still very guaranteed. The existence of the British Isles naturally blocks the storms in the Atlantic. When sailing on the North Sea, the storms are only bigger in summer, but there is still no danger in spring. At least, there is no force majeure like typhoons or hurricanes. Therefore, Marin has no objection to visiting England by ship. As for why Edward invited himself to visit England, Kohler soon received the information sent by England. It turned out that there was civil unrest in England. It is said that France intends to march south to Italy, and naturally does not want a fire in the backyard. Therefore, before going on the expedition, France must ensure the safety of the rear. For France, there are three main threats: Spain, Austria and England. Among them, Spain is the strongest, Austria is second, and England is the weakest. However, Spain is far in the southwest and poses little threat to Paris in northern France. In order to threaten Paris, Spain must first occupy the Aquitaine and Roussillon regions in the southwest of France. When the Spaniards took over the southwest, the French were already prepared and began to fight back. Therefore, although Spain is the strongest, the threat is the smallest. Then, there is Austria, which is very strong on land. If it were only Austria, France would naturally not be afraid. However, if the Netherlands were added, the threat to France would be great. Because, from the southern part of the Netherlands, Belgium in later generations, to Paris, it is only more than 200 kilometers. As long as the army crosses the Ardennes forest area on the border, it is a flat land and can drive straight in and attack Paris directly. Therefore, the threat of the Habsburg family to France is too great, so France has to be wary. Before, the reason why King Louis XI of France forcibly annexed the main areas of the Duchy of Burgundy, the Burgundy region in later generations, was because the northwestern part of the Burgundy region was too close to Paris. If the Habsburg family concentrated their cavalry, they could reach Paris within a day. Therefore, King Louis XI of France would never allow the powerful Habsburg family to obtain the Burgundy region. Even if the Burgundy region was lost, the southern border of the Netherlands was still too close to Paris. Therefore, the Habsburg family must be a hostile force that poses a greater threat to France than Spain. However, because the main force of the Habsburg army is now trapped in Switzerland, Louis XII is not currently worried that Paris will be threatened by the Habsburg family. As for England, when it had Calais, a stronghold on the European continent, it was no less threatening to France than the Habsburg family. Because the distance from Calais to Paris is about the same as the distance from the southern Netherlands to Paris. If England took advantage of the main force of the French army going to Italy, landed from Calais, and rushed straight to Paris, France would definitely be blind. Therefore, Louis XII would find ways to seize Calais. Without Calais, Britain's threat to France was greatly reduced. However, Britain has an absolute naval advantage in the English Channel. Therefore, before sending troops, Louis XII was also worried that Britain would use its powerful navy to launch a landing war against France and threaten Paris. Therefore, before sending troops, Louis XII tried every means to cause trouble for England, so that England would not take the opportunity to send troops to attack Paris. To this end, Louis XII allocated a batch of money and food, and even elite French soldiers, to serve the remnants of the Tudor dynasty temporarily in the name of mercenaries, and instructed them to return to England to make trouble. At present, because of the birth of Henry VIII, the only son of Margaret, the only surviving daughter of Henry VII, the remnants of the Tudor dynasty who fled to France seem to have found their backbone all of a sudden, and they all united around Queen Margaret. This time, with the generous help of France in terms of manpower and money, Queen Margaret was naturally in high spirits and planned to cause trouble for her enemy Edward. So, a group of elite French troops, together with a large amount of military equipment and supplies, were transported to the Welsh region in the west of the British Isles, including Lancaster County in the northwest of England, that is the base of the Tudor family. What? You ask, why not support the southern coastal areas of England closer to France? Because that is the core area of England, Edward's people are watching closely and it is not easy to start. Moreover, the French could not deliver weapons and supplies safely to shore in such a core area without anyone noticing. The defense of the British Army in Wales in the west of England and Lancaster County in the northwest was much lower. Moreover, this was the main support area for the Tudor dynasty. Needless to say, Henry VII was the leader of the Lancaster faction at the time. They naturally supported the Tudor dynasty, the successor of the Lancaster dynasty, and naturally opposed Edward's York dynasty. Although Edward later killed many nobles in Lancaster County, public opinion there still supported the Tudor dynasty of the Lancaster faction. And this time, Louis XII also supported the remnants of the Tudor dynasty to land on the coast of Lancaster County with weapons and supplies, and mobilized the local people to rise up against Edward. And Wales, that was where Henry VII landed to compete for the throne. There was a group of nobles who supported the Tudor dynasty. Of course, after Edward seized the throne, he also bloodbathed the local noble families who supported the Tudor dynasty. But in this era, local nobles are often the benchmarks and leaders of the local people, as well as the leaders of public opinion. Therefore, Edward had a bad reputation in Wales. Louis XII also knew this, so he sent some of the remnants of the Tudor dynasty, with a group of French warriors, to incite the rebellion in the local area. Coincidentally, Edward had a tense relationship with the nobles because of the abolition of the Magna Carta. Therefore, the French incited the people of Lancaster and Wales to rebel very smoothly this time. And many nobles in England who maintained the Magna Carta, although they did not openly support the rebellion, deliberately let it go and showed mercy, resulting in the ineffective suppression of the two places in the early stage of the rebellion. Then, the scale of the rebellion expanded. But it happened that Edward had a rift with the two legions because of the matter of winning over the 4th and 5th legions of the North Sea Kingdom. But at this critical juncture, Edward needed the 4th and 5th legions to support him in suppressing the rebellion in the two places and deterring the nobles in the country. Therefore, at this time, Edward planned to ease the conflict between the two sides by inviting Marin to visit. The most important thing is to be able to obtain the unconditional support of the 4th and 5th legions. In addition, once this visit is completed, all forces in England will realize that the 4th and 5th legions still support Edward, and the York dynasty will not fall. In this way, England can quickly stabilize. Moreover, Marin himself is a powerful fighter, a devil-level figure who can stop children from crying in Lancaster County. Marin's visit to London to support Edward is a deterrent in itself. And these are the main reasons why Edward invited Marin to visit England this time. Chapter 1399, Teaching Caesar to Tell Fairy Tales. Marin hesitated at first about Edward's invitation, but he suddenly remembered that it seemed that he would equip his future daughter-in-law, Princess Margaret, with a pediatrician, and that was Dr. Ma, one of the 3 doctors he brought back. It just so happened that he could give it to his future daughter-in-law while visiting London. So he agreed. This time he brought back 3 famous doctors of the god level, Dr. Lu, Dr. Chen and Dr. Ma. Among them, Dr. Lu is a master of gynecology, specializing in treating nobles in the palace. Now, he happened to stay in the Orihai Palace, responsible for recuperating Angela's body and preparing for the birth of a second child. As for Dr. Chen and Dr. Ma, Dr. Chen specializes in health preservation and is good at recuperating the body of the elderly. So Marin sent him to Rome to recuperate the body of the Pope's father-in-law. Of course, if the Pope's father-in-law dies, he still has to return to the North Sea Kingdom. Dr. Ma is good at pediatrics and is a top expert in pediatrics. It just so happened that Marin was worried that the poor medical level in England would lead to the premature death of his future daughter-in-law, Princess Margaret. Therefore, his mission was to lurk in the London Palace. It was to be the host, specializing in treating the future daughter-in-law to prevent her premature death. After all, if this future daughter-in-law died, he would have no legal excuse to annex England. Although, even without marriage, Marin could occupy England by force. However, it is not easy to occupy England and maintain the rule. If the locals are dissatisfied, they may collude with France to make trouble. By then, Marin will be exhausted. Therefore, it is best to have a legal reason to occupy England. And the engagement between Princess Margaret and Caesar became the best reason. Therefore, Marin was more concerned about Princess Margaret's health than Edward at this time. After all, Edward didn't know that he had been legated by that kick and had no possibility of having children. He was still young, and he was still trying to make a little man with Queen Anna every day. If a prince was born, Princess Margaret would not be so important. But he didn't know that the French had already calculated that he had lost the ability to have children. Of course, this was not absolute at this time. Because Edward's vas deferens was only damaged by the kick, and he could not transmit that thing. This is an injury, not a rotten egg. If Dr. Ma helps with medication, it may be repaired. But Marin would definitely not allow this, so before sending Dr. Ma to the London Palace, Marin repeatedly reminded Dr. Ma, "Sir, when you get to the London Palace, you can say that you only know pediatrics and don't know how to treat adults. If King Edward asks you to treat a disease, please be sure to refuse." Dr. Ma's name is Ma Chi, Chi in Chihuang's art, from a medical family, proficient in pediatrics. Of course, other departments are not bad either. As a cannon fodder in the Ming Dynasty court struggle, Ma Chi is naturally very familiar with palace fighting. Although Marin's words were not explained in detail, he understood them immediately. So, he immediately said, "Don't worry, sir. I only treated children when I went to London. As for the diseases of adults, I said I didn't understand them. Then I'm relieved. By the way, your son Ma Ai, your medical skills are pretty good. It's just right for you to stay in the palace and help Lu Tai. Although he is not the attending imperial physician, you should learn first, so that you can be of great use in the future." Obviously, Ma Lin was promising, if things are done well, your son will be the imperial physician of Beihai Kingdom in the future and will not have to worry about his future. As a victim of the court struggle, Ma Chi's whole family suffered. His son Ma Ai was also reduced to a slave and sold as a slave. Before leaving the Ming Dynasty, Ma Lin redeemed the families of the 3 imperial physicians, just to make them feel at ease to work for him. After hearing what Ma Lin said, Ma Chi immediately knew what to do. So, he bowed and quietly withdrew. 2 days later, Marin, his wife Angela and son Caesar, boarded the ship to London under the escort of 10 500-ton warships of the North Sea Kingdom. On the ship, Marin began to teach Caesar how to please the little girl. Caesar was very puzzled. "Dad, I am the future Grand Duke of the North Sea Kingdom. I should learn the way of governing the country and scientific knowledge. It seems a bit embarrassing to please an 8-year-old girl." Marin was immediately unhappy. "What do you know? This is related to the future strategy of the Hoffman family. You must marry Princess Margaret. Only in this way can our family have a future." Caesar was a little confused, shook his head, and said, "I still don't quite understand. Our family has occupied such a large North Sea Kingdom. Don't we have a future?" Marin thought that you are still too young, so he took out a map and pointed to explain, "You see, there are many vassal states in the German region, and there are endless wars. The reason why our North Sea Kingdom is currently the dominant power is because your father, I, have adopted advanced tactical guiding ideas and established a powerful army. However, this situation is only temporary. The backwardness of other countries does not mean that they will always lag behind. Perhaps, when a wise monarch appears in other countries, they will steal our tactical guiding ideas and also build a powerful army. By then, the North Sea Kingdom will no longer have any advantages. Once the North Sea Kingdom is attacked by a group, it is likely to be destroyed." Then, Marin pointed to England and said, "England is different. The British Isles and the European continent are separated by the English Channel. As long as a strong navy is established, even if the army of other countries becomes strong, they cannot cross the sea and it is difficult to threaten England. Just like France now, the army is much stronger than England, but because it cannot easily cross the English Channel, it can't do anything about England. So, as long as we get the Kingdom of England, our family can remain noble. Even if we are besieged by all of Europe and lose the North Sea Kingdom, we can still continue to be kings in England. Moreover, the North Sea Kingdom is only a Grand Duchy. What you can inherit in the future is the Grand Duke's position. But if you marry Princess Margaret, you can rule England with Princess Margaret and become the King of England. When others see you, they have to address you as, Your Majesty." Caesar listened to Marin's words and didn't quite understand. But he basically understood one thing: marrying Princess Margaret was definitely right. So, he began to honestly learn from Marin how to please little girls. "First, you need some props," Marin said, and magically took out a stuffed toy that had been sewn by someone, Winnie the Pooh. This thing is the favorite of little girls in later generations. Many little girls sleep with the furry Winnie the Pooh. Of course, only the plush Winnie the Pooh is not enough. Marin also took advantage of the time on the boat to start telling Caesar the fairy tale of Winnie the Pooh on the deck. The purpose is to let his son Caesar tell it to his future daughter-in-law Princess Margaret. Caesar has a good memory. Marin forced him to eat 6 walnuts every day, which supplemented his brain very well. After Marin told it several times, he could retell it. Winnie the Pooh alone seemed a bit thin, so Marin told various stories in Andersen's fairy tales. Of course, tragedies like The Little Match Girl would definitely not be told. What Marin told Caesar were love fairy tales about princes and princesses such as The Daughter of the Sea and The Princess and the Pea. After all, this is for little girls. Moreover, it can be implied that Caesar, the Prince of the North Sea Kingdom, and Princess Margaret are a natural match. After all, Princess Margaret, who was born on January 2, 1505, is only 8 years old. If you want to please such a little girl, the adult set will not work, and fairy tales are more attractive. In this way, the unfortunate little Prince Caesar was forced by his father to recite fairy tales on the deck all day long. Of course, Caesar was also a child and he also liked these stories very much. Chapter 1400 Caesar picks up girls. When telling the story, Marin specifically used the standard London accent to tell the fairy tale. After all, the object of Caesar's storytelling is Princess Margaret, who has lived in London for a long time, so naturally he cannot use other dialects. For example, although the British can understand Frisian, the difference between it and Standard English is the same as the difference between Mandarin and Dutch. If it were an adult, they might have a higher comprehension ability and could understand different dialects. But Princess Margaret is only 18 years old, and it is estimated that it would be difficult to understand. Therefore, Marin specifically used the standard London dialect to tell the fairy tale so that Caesar could remember it and repeat it to Princess Margaret. Fortunately, although Caesar grew up in East Frisia, Marin taught him the standard London accent since he was a child. Even Marin forced the textbooks teaching Frisian to use the London dialect pronunciation. The reason for doing this is to unify the language and facilitate communication among people. Marin clearly remembered that in his previous life, before their generation of young people, the older generation did not have pinyin when they were studying, and did not emphasize the importance of Mandarin. As a result, many people can only speak dialects throughout their lives. As long as they leave their hometown, they will have difficulty moving forward. Because people can't understand what he says. Especially when Northerners and Southerners communicate, it's so confusing. Even if it's 2 generations of great men, the Xianpu and Trump with strong hometown characteristics sound very strange. In later China, the promotion of Mandarin really made progress after the promotion of Pinyin. The biggest and most useful thing about Pinyin is that it strictly stipulates pronunciation, not just to facilitate learning Chinese characters. After entering the 2nd century, the state forced teachers to teach in Mandarin in class, which made Mandarin completely successfully promoted. Of course, there is also the reason that Marin is lazy. He directly copied the standard pronunciation of British English in later generations for teaching. In this way, it is also very easy to compile teaching materials. Although the English of later generations is different from that of this era, the accent has basically not changed much. At most, there are some differences in grammar. Therefore, there is no problem for Marin to use the pronunciation of British English in later generations to promote teaching. The promotion of the International Phonetic Alphabet in later generations made it easier for children to confuse and make mistakes in pronunciation when learning English. Caesar had been reciting the International Phonetic Alphabet since he was a child, so he could speak fluent London accent. Marin also told him fairy tales in London accent during the voyage to facilitate his memory and retelling. A few days later, Marin's fleet successfully arrived at the port of London, and Caesar, who had a good memory, also remembered some stories of Winnie the Pooh, as well as fairy tales such as The Little Mermaid and The Princess and the Pea. But compared with the relatively long Winnie the Pooh, the shorter Andersen's fairy tales are obviously easier to remember. In addition to some stories of Andersen's fairy tales, Caesar also remembered Snow White and Sleeping Beauty in Grimm's fairy tales. In fact, Marin found in the process of telling stories that it seemed that Grimm's fairy tales were more suitable. Because the tone of Andersen's fairy tales seemed a little sad. For example, the ending of The Little Mermaid is very sad. If it is told to older girls, sentimental girls may like it more. However, Princess Margaret was only 18 years old, and obviously preferred happier fairy tales. For example, Snow White and Sleeping Beauty in Grimm's fairy tales both ended in comedy, which was more in line with children's values. Moreover, the endings of both were The Prince and the Princess lived happily together, which was more in line with Caesar's demands. So, later Marin changed to mainly telling Grimm's fairy tales. Before landing, Marin specially dressed up Caesar. For Marin, it was obviously more important to let his son Caesar attract Princess Margaret during this visit. Therefore, before leaving, Marin specially made a set of battle robes for picking up girls for Caesar, a small golden crown, a red outer robe and a cloak. This image was designed by Marin according to the image of the little boy wearing a crown in V of the ass in his previous life. It looked very cute. However, when making the crown, there was a problem. Even a small gold crown was very heavy. Caesar couldn't stand it after wearing it on his head for a long time. In desperation, Marin had to adopt the preparatory plan. He asked the carpenter to make a small wooden crown, and then brushed it with gold powder, and it became a golden crown of Western goods. Caesar did not feel any burden wearing such a small crown. Of course, be careful not to fall off the crown, otherwise it will fall apart. With the experience of counterfeiting, Marin asked the craftsman to repeat the old trick and make a smaller sword with wood. The sword was painted with gold paint, which looked very gorgeous. Moreover, the hilt and scabbard were inlaid with gems. The gems were real and looked very beautiful. Then, a handsome little prince wearing a golden crown, a red silk robe and a silk cloak, and holding a golden sword, appeared alive on the docks of London. What, you said that the crown and sword are made of wood and people will laugh at them if they see it? It doesn't exist. Marin had already thought about it. If no one sees through it, then pretend it's real. If someone sees through it, just say it's a child's toy. After all, it's reasonable for a child to hold a wooden sword and a toy crown. When Marin walked into the Tower of London Palace holding Caesar's hand, Edward and Queen Anna also held Princess Margaret and stood at the gate of the palace waiting for Marin's family. Welcome, welcome, Grand Duke Marin, welcome to London. Marin bowed slightly and smiled. Your Majesty is polite. After all, I am also the Earl of Newcastle, and I am also one of us. Isn't it reasonable for the Earl of Newcastle to come to London to meet the king? Edward was very happy to hear this and laughed. Yes, yes, you are right, you are not an outsider, you are one of us. Then, Edward pretended to be intimate and took Marin's hand and walked into the palace. And Queen Anna also took the initiative to greet Angela. At this time, a surprising situation occurred. Caesar, who was only 18 years old, suddenly let go of Marin's hand, came to the 18-year-old little Princess Margaret, who was like a doll, bowed gracefully, and said, You must be Her Royal Highness Princess Margaret. I am Caesar von Hoffman, the Crown Prince of the Grand Duchy of the North Sea, and I am glad to meet you. The 18-year-old little Princess Margaret was a little confused. She was a genuine little girl. Even if she was a princess, she had just started to receive education. Therefore, for Caesar's blunt way of picking up girls, Princess Margaret was a little confused, and she couldn't help but look at her parents. And Edward was full of black lines. Damn, although we have an agreement on marriage, it has not been officially finalized. My daughter is only 18 years old, and your brat has already started to make plans. Moreover, I am standing by the side. If you do this, aren't you afraid that I will beat you? However, Queen Anna on the side had a completely opposite reaction. When she saw the little Caesar pretending to be elegant, she was immediately overwhelmed by his cuteness. What a cute little boy. Then, Caesar's attempt to pick up girls failed. Because Queen Anna came up to pinch his face. She didn't touch his head, because Caesar was wearing a fake golden crown. The golden crown has sharp parts, so it's not suitable for touching the head. Seeing that her mother was not angry, Princess Margaret finally calmed down and remembered the court etiquette that the court teacher had taught her some time ago. So, she bowed with her unskilled court etiquette and responded, Thank you for your compliment, handsome prince. If both of them were adults, the scene might be more ambiguous. But both of them are standard little pea children, and the scene was indescribably funny. Anyway, Marin was amused and couldn't help laughing out loud. Edward was also amused in the end, amused by the pretending to be mature of the two little ghosts. At this time, Caesar waved his hand and asked someone to bring a box over. Then, he took out the weapon that had been prepared long ago from the box Winnie the Pooh plush toy, handed it to Princess Margaret, and said, Beautiful and lovely Princess Margaret, this is my gift to you. However, it was not quite what Marin and his son imagined. Princess Margaret, who was still a little girl, was not surprised at all. Instead, she was frightened. Ah! Then, Princess Margaret quickly hid behind Queen Anna, and carefully stuck her head out to observe the unknown animal in Caesar's hand. Obviously, the little girl mistook the Winnie the Pooh doll for a living animal and was a little frightened.